Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear and would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. But sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them. The evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control. seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. It is Damwon Kia up against T1 for our first match of the night. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf, and this is one of these huge matchups between two of the big three teams here at the LCK.
This is going to be such an incredible one because T1 look in full form. Their matchup against an easier opponent in Sandbox, they looked much stronger in than their KT matchup on Sunday last week and their first match against Nongshim. So there were some serious concerns about T1's performance. Therefore, a lot of people actually predicted Damwon to take this series. A lot of people kind of second-guessing that prediction, including myself, after watching that first matchup this week against Sandbox. Because they drafted clean, they played to win, which it felt like in their first two series, we couldn't necessarily say every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this is T1's moment to come in here and say, okay, we're back. We're ready to play at full form. And Damwon are definitely going to test them on that. So let's take a look at the points of the match here. As from Gen G to T1, Damwon Kia faces a series of top teams. Definitely a rough week for them. A tough week, I should say. They were able to take the one game against Gen G in their best of three. Yeah,
if you look at the shot of the players, that's Nuggery, my face when I found out I had to hit Damwon, or rather T1 and Gen G in the same week. And what strategy have they come up with to make up for the defeat against Gen G? It was a very close series against Gen G. I thought the drafting was really reactionary and cool here. For Damwon Kia, they did not have side selection advantage in that matchup, but today they will. So I think they will have a lot of cool first picks prepared. T1, one step away from the 24-match win streak, so they will actually pass the 2015 SK Telecom T1 record if they win tonight. And it's fitting that they're facing off against old rivals here in Damwon Kia.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy for them, obviously. T1, they faced off against Live Sandbox earlier this week. They kind of rolled over them. So, you know, number 23 to match the streak, very easy. Number 24 to beat the streak will be difficult. They meet at last, return of Nuggery versus God, Zeus. All attention on the top lane. Will there be a duelist matchup? It's an interesting question, certainly because the top lane right now is definitely, I feel like, day by day kind of changing on what gets prioritized.
Yeah, it's a really good point. We saw a lot of Sejuani in the first week of play, but has not really appeared yet in the second week. It's also been a very Gangplank-centric playstyle for T1. So let's talk about this team record between these two lifetime. Like I said, old rivals in Damwon, because yes, Damwon is a relatively new team in terms of LCK history, but the matchup between these two has been extremely competitive. Damwon Kia still ahead by 2 series right now, but if you notice the most recent two, 2022 Spring Round 1, 2022 Spring Round 2, dominant performances from T1, especially in that second one there where they took the 2-0. So Damwon looking for a little bit of revenge here. They weren't able to make it to the finals in spring, but this time maybe they can at least win that first round robin.
Yeah, and even had that match that everybody was calling the quote-unquote real finals of Worlds, the 3-2 that Damwon was able to take. Unfortunately, EDG did change kind of the script on that one, but this one is between these two teams. As the team stats, you can see both these teams not having the top stats, at least in this one, outside of the team goal difference at 14 so far. T1 is on top.
Yeah, pretty shocking actually that T1 would still maintain first place at 14 considering how rocky some of their mid games were, but the early game stayed crisp. Damwon Kia, their opponents here, their first real challenge in the 4 best of 3s they'll be playing up until this point. Now walking out on stage, Nuggery had a bit of a tougher start to the season than I think a lot of people expected given his history, but I think he's really starting to gel with this roster right now, and despite Damwon Kia taking that close loss to Gen G earlier this week, there are real reasons why people favored them. They looked like they had a better read on the meta going into week 1. They're a team that has an experienced roster of players who have beaten T1, again, so many times, especially last year. But T1 came in tonight, you know, with having that win under their belt against Live Sandbox, better drafting. It's such an exciting matchup that we're getting ourselves into here, and there you go.
I just saw the picture on the right with Showmaker with the rose in his mouth. Yeah. These guys definitely, they've done it before, but certainly kind of new ground. I think this is going to be a huge match for really setting the tone for the beginning of summer here. Because, you know, Damwon with Nuguri, now they are the challengers up against T1 that, of course, did win Spring and went off to MSI. And T1 are currently on the throne, but we'll have to see what happens tonight.
That is exactly what we're looking to see tonight, as walking on the stage here now is T1, a team that really had a slow start, but it's the MSI hangover we talk about all the time. You come back from an international event, especially after a tough loss. Damwon Kia experienced it themselves just last summer season, so it's extremely relevant. We've seen it happen globally, even for teams that don't make it to the finals, because it's a grueling time, because you have already an incredibly stacked and busy regular season. Then you travel for most teams across the world. For T1 in this case, they were lucky enough to not have to do that this time around. But you're playing in front of the home crowd. You don't get a rest. You've got to immediately jump right back in to studying a new meta, a new patch. Several patches have happened since their MSI loss. So, you know, to bounce back this quickly, especially going into a week 2 like this, it's great. Now, still undefeated, mind you. It's just that those wins were not as clean as we come to expect from a nearly 24-0 T1.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was, you know, some of the drafts seemed very much like they were kind of having a bit of fun with it, you know? Very aggressive drafts, not really drafting meta. But in their match against Live Sandbox, at least, T1 were able to come out and draft more meta, and they looked extremely dominant.
So notice the forward percentage here, very high for Nuguri, actually. #1 at 14 minutes in lane. He plays a little bit safer when he's on the gangplank, but otherwise on Sejuani, on Gnar, the Gragas, and Aatrox, he's playing super far forward in lane. Zeus is 10% behind in second place, so big difference there in terms of the aggressive playstyle between these two. They're both, of course, top of the charts and a lot of other standings. Despite Zeus having that game where he went 0-3, his damage percentage, his damage share on the gangplank is 3-0 on, is extremely high. But one stat that wasn't noticed there, or wasn't listed there, that I asked for and just got, is isolated deaths for both these players is extremely high. Nuguri has 10 isolated deaths so far, and Zeus has 7. 3 of those from a single game. Or actually, I wrote those stats down backwards. So Zeus has 10, Nuguri has 7, so 3 of those 10 were from a single game. But my point being that seems like the top lane is very exploitable for different reasons, though. Nuguri playing very aggressive, his forward percentage, I mean, extremely high for a meta like this, whereas Zeus has been caught actually side laning very deep. So, you know, his forward percentage goes up way later on in the game when it's about just getting those minions and trying to push turrets. So, something that could be exploited by both teams here, especially, you know, depending on what jungle they have, and if they have a mid laner that can roam very easily, have a lot of prio. Yeah,
it's important you mention it. I think that Faker has been doing a good job of, you know, facilitating the other lanes as well. Just some of the ganks he was able to pull off on the Lissandra were very nice to see. And, of course, the jungles, as you mentioned, always going to be pivotal, especially in this match. Owner, the big up-and-comer, Canyon, was kind of holding the throne for a while, but nowadays, you know, not necessarily #1 in everybody's minds. And it's definitely going to answer some questions. Again, even just that matchup, and even just this this match between these two teams, as again, they're doing this thing where everybody's just got the first syllable of all the names, and they're also saying hi to you, Wolf.
Yeah, they're always saying hi to me, the T1 fans. They always love to shout me out. I appreciate it. Always all the free advertising for me. All right, time for the draft, Valdez. Yes. Blue side advantage for Damwon Kia.
Huge.
The big priority picks here, I think, are definitely going to be outside of the normal bans. Gangplank has been super powerful for both of these teams. Ezreal, Duckdom is 4-0 on the champion. Gangplank's banned away right away, so we're taking that one away. Not even on the cards here for T1. We'll see if that Ezreal makes it through the draft.
Yeah, it's definitely a big question. It's a huge favorite for Duckdom, and also just a very high-tier pick in the AD carry role, although it has kind of fallen off a little bit here in week 2 and on patch 12-11, where Aphelios got stronger. The Tahm Kench, though, is going to be banned, so might take away some of those Senna Tahm Kench, the Aphelios Tahm Kench kind of lanes. Even saw Jinx Tahm Kench as well.
Yeah, we've seen that Damwon Kia have had no interest in playing the Senna Tahm Kench or just Tahm Kench in general, so I like this ban because we're not seeing this from Kellen, whereas we are seeing it from Keria a lot, and it's a lane that whether it's Senna Kench or just Tom Kench with any other hyper carry, can be so frustrating to deal with. Now Gumayusi doesn't have his opportunity to play his Zeri, only been allowed to do so once, but it was a very good game from him, so that's taken off the table too. And Damwon Kia, I think, was some really strong blue side bans here, which has kind of been a weak point for some of our teams here in the LCK so far. Like it a lot.
What is going to be this final ban? Definitely a big question. It will be the Wukong. They are not going to let that one go through. And so no first pick Wukong here for Canyon. Even after some of the nerfs on this patch. Still very high prio.
So Gumayusi can play Kai'Sa if they wanted to prioritize the Ezreal, so it feels bad to pick that one up early here, but it will be the Twisted Fate that Showmaker has now had a third chance to play, and he will pick it up right away. He destroyed Live Sandbox, I believe it was, when they tried to run, to let him run that and then play the Sylas into it. Closer did not have a good time, and I don't think T1 will adopt the same counter strategy here.
Sylas did get buffed on this patch, but overall we're kind of still pretty iffy on it. So Galio definitely another option if you are going to be trying to match some of the map plays of the TF. We'll see how Faker can pilot that one.
Yeah, historically a great Galio player. Will actually be his first time this season. We've seen Kayle pair well with Galio too, so another pick for Zeus in the top lane that he could consider later on in the draft. I don't think he wants to be picking it up this early blind, but somebody to consider. Now, Owner has played so many games of Viego. He's only played the one game of Lee Sin, but it's still a very strong pick in a matchup like this. Galio, Lee Sin into the Twisted Fate. You have a lot of kill pressure, especially post 6. So I like this pick and feels somewhat face up, but I think the jungle is probably the least reactionary part of this for T1 that they're thinking about.
Yeah, another patch pick too. Lee Sin did get some bonus attack power and also some buffs to his Q. As Ezreal, once again, is going to be the choice here for Dom. Already the Lucian and the Zeri taken off the board, so he immediately snatches that one up.
And in terms of if they want to pick a top laner here as Damwon Kia, I think it wouldn't be terrible because they will have 2 bans and they could force T1 away from the Kai'Sa pick potentially, because Kai'Sa is very strong into this Ezreal and the Twisted Fate draft. Gonna lock up the Karma here instead, wanting to have that strong pushing power on blue side, which can lead to some jungle advantages. And T1, I mean, Camille is still an option here. Would be very low on magic damage in terms of what we've seen so far. They do have that option. The problem is that Damwon Kia haven't yet let us know what that top matchup is going to be, so it could be a heavy risk here for T1. But they lock it in regardless.
Yeah, that is going to be the choice. And obviously, just very easy to execute already. You kind of press your R buttons, led by either the Camille or the Lee Sin. Galio follows up. Going to be looking for a bottom lane that goes alongside of it. Some obvious ones. You mentioned the Kai'Sa already.
Kai'Sa's got to be banned
it
here.
It has to be banned. You could consider something like a Jhin as well, which is sometimes paired with this kind of composition, but maybe even just a support that's got some AP damage. You can try to take that off the board too.
Yeah. Even a pylon support, you know, and not StarCraft pylons, but like piling on with the Camille Galio, like Leona can be quite a strong ban here, I think, for Damwon Kia. So the Kai'Sa, again, removed. I think the Jhin is the safest ban here for Damwon Kia, but, I mean, they could start removing some supports. Poppy is such a strong counter to what T1 is doing, so smart ban there, especially because Damwon Kia do need a frontliner in this comp.
Yeah. Still some very great kind of disengage and peel options that Damwon Kia can go for with these bans. The Gwen is taken off the board, but you consider like a Gragas can be really good. Even like a Kindred. Kenyon's not really a big Kindred player, but that could be another option. Obviously some more tanky picks as well that we could see.
It just feels like Damwon have way more options here, and T1's draft is so face up before the second phase. So they have a lot of ways they can kind of finagle their way around this in the final rotation. Instead of the Leona, they'll ban the Nautilus here, which can be quite strong at locking down Ezreal. I mean, since Camille is face up, Jax is also a strong pick. Like, they took away the Gwen, but we could see Nugri's Jax. A little bit surprised to see this one with this rather than the Jhin. It does have a very long range and has great follow-up damage. Basically, no matter where she is when the engage comes through, she'll be able to hit those shots. You can tell he's not very confident about either of these picks, and Looks like we'll go down the Xayah path instead.
Yeah, looking like Xayah Rakan in this case. Obviously, the Rakan is another huge engage opportunity to go along with this, and the Xayah is very safe, but will struggle against the range of DK.
I think all you need is a tank now is Damwon Kia. You know, if it's not going to be lethality, Xayah feels weaker with this composition. But then if it's lethality Xayah, like if it's not lethality Xayah, you're like, okay, I break the tank, but then your comp is weaker through the mid game. So you're kind of in a catch-22 here. I would love this. This is fantastic. You've got some extra magic damage now in this comp. You can do so much damage when they're on top of you and you proc that passive, that AoE that Nuggery's going to have, and there's almost no way to kill him. He will be able to play in a fantastic weak side. You play around your bot 2v2. Oh, this is some good drafting. And I mean, Kindred, you put it on top of this, it's incredible. This is another disengage option with the pillar here for Canyon to play Trundle. And you can itemize with Mordekaiser into a little bit of magic resistance. I think there were some other better tanks there that they could have chosen in terms of that aspect of this, because T1 basically have no magic damage.
Maybe not a Rakan. He is hovering some other stuff. Renata Glask is rated very highly just across the board, but especially T1 do love this pick. Keria has played, I think, at least once or twice already.
Yeah, 1-0 on the pick.
Yeah.
It'll be his second time, it looks like, here. Switches to the Pike.
Okay.
This composition could not be more all-in. .cfg. Here for T1. We'll see if there is a swap bug here or not. But my money is on yes, based on what we just saw. However, the champions are moving.
Yeah.
And they're all in the right spots, minus Twisted Fate and Trundle here. Okay, I think we're good to go.
Oh. No, I don't think so.
Aww.
Me and Chronicler realized yesterday we can just look behind us, and I saw some players exiting the game. So, what do we have on the cards for the fan signs today?
Yeah, Damwon Kia win. Showmaker with a really interesting character. I've seen that character before. It says support from Chinese fans, so perhaps traveling all the way here. I feel like I've seen that character before, but I'm not sure what it's from.
Just took the first KTX to get here.
So it came early.
Yeah. He also took the first
He's like,
KTX.
me too.
Me too.
I wonder if they traveled together.
Wrote the exact same thing on the bottom as well.
So it looks like the lobby is being remade. We do have the confirmation.
Dom 1.
Yeah, it's like T1 or Dom 1.
Whoa.
No one's ever thought about making a pun about
Whoa.
that yet.
You've
Duck
gone
Dom,
too far.
Dom 1.
Duck Dom 1?
T1.
Duck Dom T1? Is it a sign?
So we could talk about the draft a little bit more here, because we were about to do the whole, like, you know when the champion panel goes over to dun, 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 and we do like, well, let's talk about this comp and then the other one, and then we go into game. We could kind of do that early and then just meme along with the song later. So
I'm good. Yeah, that sounds good.
So later on in the game, T1's comp, if they don't snowball, which they have, I mean, some of the best tools to snowball this game that you could ask for. If they don't snowball it, they will then run into Karma Trundle later on, with Mordekaiser being sped up. They're going to have an Ezreal worth of long-range damage to back that up too, plus the ability to check vision non-stop with Destiny Gate. So I think the bottom line here is basically T1 need to hit their stride in their early mid. But what's also true of T1 is we've seen this kind of, okay, their late game can be weaker, Galio, Camille. But when you get to like late game, 35 minutes in, you're just so tanky that you kind of guarantee kill the Ezreal no matter what. So that's something to consider too. But there is a lot of ways this goes wrong for T1 around like the 28-minute mark in this game where it's just impossible.
Zeus is laying Kingdom. You can see CSD and gold difference at 8 and 14, and even jungle proximity difference. So it shows that he has the least jungle attention statistically out of any top laner so far. He is 10th with a negative 5% difference compared to the others.
4 out of the 7 games he played Gangplank and Jace, right? So the Jace was the last one that he played. So these stats kind of He was given a counter pick with the Jace, and then the Gangplank he's laid extremely well. And again, very far forward. Not as far forward as Nuggery, but still up there. So no attention with these stats is kind of what you're alluding to here. Like doing this without help is very impressive. And why a lot of people are saying so far Zeus has been individually the strongest player we've seen in our first week and a half here of the LCK. My money's personally on Chovy, but I think he's definitely up there.
This is a Duckdom fan.
Yep.
I don't know what Kenji is, but...
I used to know that word.
Yeah.
Both teams are legends, but today, I am the legend because I got tickets for this match. It took me a minute to figure out where this was going, and I'm like, oh, that's actually very clever. It is hard to get tickets for games like this.
Yeah, and I think that's understating it. It's nearly impossible. Damage percentage by player.
I love this because this is such a cool way to show the difference in styles between these two teams. So notice Duckdom has a much larger damage percentage than Gumayusi because Guma's played Senna, he's played Kalista in one of his games, and then has obviously played the Lethality Xayah once. So all those Ezreal games mean that he ends up taking 4% extra here. And then those Gangplank games for Zeus are why he's doing way more damage than Nuggery, who's been playing mostly tanks. Also,
what's going on in the jungle?
So also Viego has been the most played here for Owner, whereas Canyon has not played a single game of Viego and has played so many more damage junglers like Graves, has played the Kiana, Volibear as well, so much bigger share coming through there. Also Wukong, who does a lot more damage overall in team fights. So in terms of the mid lane here, a lot more facilitating going on between Faker and Showmaker, who have, between the two of them, I think probably #1 and #2 in terms of champion pool. They're not just playing the scaling Azir every time, so their percentage is much lower than relatively stronger teams in terms of the mid lane there.
That's Duckdom, and it's got a list of all the other players on the right. I wonder if there are 5 unique fan signs that are just like that one, but they have the art of each player in the middle.
I love the Zeus Psyduck meme. I don't really know what it's from or what it means, but I do like it because I like to see more Psyduck in my life, so...
Okay.
He doesn't really look like Psyduck to me, if that's the joke.
No, yeah, I don't see it.
I also don't think he's ever been confused or forgotten how to play. I think he's been a pretty consistent player ever since his debut. So, maybe he doesn't need to evolve to Golduck. Because Psyduck in the anime, you know, he just never gets there, right?
He never gets it.
He doesn't need an evolution to be, I don't know, a top player because he's just already naturally gifted. I don't know. But here, look, the panels. The panels, let's meme it. That's the draft music part where I'm like, this comp does this. We already explained it. The other comp does that. Wow. Yeah.
Well, guys, it looks like game #1 is all loaded up. So let's jump onto the riff for this epic matchup. Let's do it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we go. Match #1.
Twisted Fate versus Galio was such an iconic matchup this year and towards the end of last year. And it's the man with the Twisted Fate skin versus the Faker skin of Galio, which is, of course, to just simply have no skin. And I love the matchup that we have between two mids who have a lot of global impact here. It's not going to be the most exciting one to watch people CS in, but what they do on the map and the action they facilitate is going to be why this game is going to be high tempo, along with the fact that T1's draft just needs to play that way.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I think that as the game comes along, they're from the side of Dom1, they just have so much ability to say no, right? Like they have really nice range. They have the Ezreal. If they do get behind, though, I can see times where T1, especially later on in the game, they can out-damage them and just kind of force engages with all of this hard engage that they do have, especially the Camille, obviously. The side lane between the Camille and the Mordekaiser will be interesting as well. Wonder what he's going to build, too, because, you know, with The Night Harvester we saw leave over the last couple of days with the Gragas could be going down that route too.
I think that's probably what he'll build. When Mordekaiser was played very rarely weak side in 2021, it was often with the Leeching Leer, build into Riftmaker and just kind of healing through team fights, which is also, I think, a pretty solid option for him in this case, because that's kind of what he wants to do, is just survive. He's basically like top Swain in this game in a lot of ways. Like, he's just going to be like, oh, I never die, and I heal, and I'm going to be doing damage to everybody who's running on top of my team in melee range.
He didn't go Inspiration Tree either, so he's not going to have that kind of cooldown synergy with that item. So yeah, he's probably going to go Riftmaker in this case. Showmaker has only lost 2 games of the TF. So there's a reason why people were not giving him this pick, even in a meta where you don't see TF prioritized extremely highly. Showmaker's still playing it. He says, nope, still really good.
Yeah, it's interesting too, like okay, hold on, gold card here into Canyon.
Yeah, Faker getting a bit baited. He gets knocked up into the air, and Faker's just going to say, nah, yeah, I'll just flash away from that one. Not worth, that's rubble,
Stamping his feet in-game a little bit at the loss of flash, but can definitely be very significant for follow-up ganks from Canyon.
Especially because Faker on the Galio obviously isn't going to go cleanse, so you just got to play a little bit safer now. You're not going to have an option to get out of that gold card.
Yeah, and he will absolutely need, in this game, the Predator rune, so it's just no way to go unsealed or anything like that. As this matchup in the mid lane and this counter pick, I feel like, is the big brain counter pick. Like, we see a lot of teams default to Sylas because, oh, I can just steal his ult, and then I also have that ult. Whereas Galio has been the more common response to these Twisted Fate comps by our top teams in the LCK. So this is just, again, no exception.
Looking for the hook there onto Kellen, but it is not going to come through. And you can see that Kellen and Duckdom are really trying to push the issue. This is what Ezreal and Karma are supposed to do in this lane, especially against a melee support.
I loved how they played that too. Kellen waits, avoids the hook, then goes for the empowered Q, and or rather the root he's looking for, and Duckdom gets the W on, waits, and then engages on it. And basically the maximum timer there just to get the extra value of poke onto Gumayusi. And Furia hasn't had the greatest time yet in the early parts of this. It's really difficult to play Pyke into Ezreal Karma, just straight up. You have a lot of kill power in mid-game fights, and your extra gold you can give can be huge, but against this lane, like, Ezreal sits so far back, he can avoid you.
Agreed, taking a nice little trade here. He's going to pull Zeus in. He's got that passive ticking. Zeus in a little bit of trouble now as the Q comes in, and oh man, he predicts the flash, and he's just going to get a solo kill on the Zeus just like that as the flash comes in here from Kellen. He's going to get Bone Spirit in though, and Duckdom gets in front of the Q, but it does not matter as that will still be enough damage to take down Kellen.
So the kill goes over to Owner here on the bottom side. So first blood, having that extra gold on the top side for Nuguri is pretty significant. I think that kill is much more impactful, especially because it's going to slow down the Camille on the top side of the map. Now, she built Call. She's already kind of aware that this is going to be a bit of a slower state, but Nuguri, once again, playing aggressive, highest forward percentage in the LCK, and I mean, he just plays this so well. And what's so great about this, too, is Nuguri's never at any risk here. He knows how much damage he could do with this, and he went for Doran's Ring, and he's just going to sit in the minion wave. If he messes this up or Camille actually gets away, then he just clears the wave with the passive, too. In no moment was he in danger of actually making an error here. At worst case scenario, he trades flashes, doesn't get the kill, but still puts Camille in a terrible wave state. So he wins on all fronts. Now, this is just a hook that connects here as Owner comes down. Unfortunate. And as you said, the block there isn't good enough to save him, but it was still cool to watch.
Yeah. It's very cool, but he was also standing right next to Kellen, so Owner's like, okay, well, I'll just kill him. He's right here anyway. And yeah, Nuguri did not miss a single ability. And really, the grasp is what pulled Zeus in and kind of made him very vulnerable, especially at this level. Of course, the hook shot is going to have a very long cooldown, so once you're in, you're in.
The flash Q, though, was just, I mean,
yeah,
doesn't get cooler than that.
Especially with Mordekaiser, because you just kind of slam it down, It's very obvious and in Zeus' face.
And the fact that Zeus doesn't have flash here too is worse off for T1 than I think Nuguri being flashless is, because his ultimate allows him to have an already great defensive tool against dives and ganks. That's why he's so strong on weak side. So a trade of flash also favors him. I mean, it's all coming up Damwon here in the early game. Now, obviously, that kill on the bottom side is pretty big and, you know, can help relieve some of the Ezreal pressure in lane. But he's still keeping up in CS. And the kill went over to the Lee Sin, not the Xayah, not the Pyke. And, you know, it's obviously free 6 for Keria. You're not getting any cut gold or anything like that.
Keria still looking for these bone spears, but yeah, as you mentioned, it does look like they have relieved a nice amount of pressure, at least, down on the bottom side. So that is one thing that T1 can be happy about. As Zeus is, you know, he's very respectful now. He picked up the Sheen after going back as little trade here. We do have Owner in, and Showmaker will have to flash this one. Gold card not going to connect under the turret. And yeah, no flash for Owner. Otherwise, that could have been a potential big kick play.
Yeah, really close call there. Showmaker had cleanse as well, but is just so smart to flash instead of trying to play that one out against kick. You're not going to have a good time. He gets away with it. Will, of course, lose his flash and is vulnerable, but it was a good setup there from Faker. Owner having the Q to connect over the wall when the punch came through. But the unsuccessful play in the back timing allows Damwon to start this Herald first. Level 6 for Showmaker means he could come over here at any time. I think T1 would be wise to back away. And they will get away with this for free. And Gumayusi, however, rotated all the way up, so will not actually gain any advantages on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and not only him, Owner was trying to do the Gromp on the blue at the same time. He had to walk all the way up, and now he's just going all the way down to this Dragon. They should be able to get it, especially because Damwon did commit a couple of members, especially Canyon up to the top side of the map. As Owner, by the way, is 20-2. That is ridiculous on this pick.
Yeah.
Sure, he's happy that Lee Sin is potential pick once again.
This player has been playing for 1 year, and he has 22 games on this pick and is 20-2. Just to add some additional context, like,
This is pretty good.
if you didn't know who this was, you'd be like, oh, so he's probably been playing for like 6 years to have a crazy stat like that and that many games on it. Nope, just one.
Here's Keria again. The flash coming in. They're really trying to get on top of Kellen here, who does not have his flash. Very well timed by them, but at the end of the day, not really able to secure any kills or anything like that.
Yeah.
Just the heal out of Duck Dom.
Unfortunate, you know, but you've got to be looking for plays like that. But this is the problem with T1's comp into a very experienced team and a very experienced pot duo, and Duck Dom and Kellen have played together for so long, and it's Ezreal, right? And that's why they decide to flash for the play onto the Karma. We'll secure them the Drake, of course, so not completely worthless of a move here from T1, but you know, a weaker team just falls over to Gumayusi Keria in this lane, and T1 just get a massive lead, but it's Damwon we're talking about here, and the top side advantage that Nuguri already has makes playing the map so much more dangerous, because you know Canyon is going to be bottom side most of the time, so you've got to be really careful about committing further on plays like that. Gumayusi did not ult, they did not try to go in and all in that, and you know, T1, a Drake up here, but okay, we're going to see the Galio ult committed.
Yeah, but Nuguri is the Mordekaiser, pulls Zeus in, and Zeus has to flash while in the Death Realm. Showmaker just waiting for that one, but he gets pulled in a huge taunt onto two of them, and finally, Damwon do come up. Zeus in a lot of trouble, and now Damwon are the ones that are turning this one around. The damage not quite there for T1. As the pull comes in and Owner's going to go down, that is a double kill for Nuguri, who is now 3-0 on the Mordekaiser.
So difficult to kill the Mordekaiser because he has his ultimate, of course, and he's just able to survive through so much damage here with the Leeching Leer. He's got a Blasting Wand as well, so I mean, he's got a decent amount of AP here early in the game. Killing him is so hard, which is why he's picked in this case. He wasn't supposed to get that first early kill, but now, I mean, this is basically the game ending with this attempted play from T1. It's not over completely, and I'm not trying to really get ahead of ourselves here, but the fact that the Mordekaiser now is 3-0 is going to back and probably be able to pick up that Riftmaker, as he does, as the words come out of my mouth. He is now completely unkillable. You're struggling to make plays on the bottom side because Ezreal is so mobile. He's got the Karma with him, and they tried several times. Like, Keria is really attempting to make plays. It's not like he's just sitting down there lazy. But this is why you play weak side Mordekaiser. He's ahead in this case.
He's calling for it before Zeus even hops in. He's like, yeah, please cover me. They're here, you know.
카멜 노플.
And this buys
flash.
so much time, calls for Camille having no flash. And look at his shield bar here that he spends this late in the fight. Flashes, because he didn't have to use that at any point earlier on in the fight, because he just ulted instead. It's just crazy. And he knows everybody has no ult, and like, the follow-up here is so clean from the Twisted Fate. Because the Twisted Fate's also global, I mean, it's...
Faker in some trouble now. He's got gold carded now as well after getting leashed, trying desperately to stop this Rift Herald from going down. Take a look at the state of the top lane too. Zeus does not have a completed item here, as the plates will go over to Damwon. They're really trying to push this in early and take all the momentum out of T1's sails that, you know, they didn't have much to begin with in the beginning of this game. Owner in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to kick Canyon away. They're considering going in now, but Owner's like, no. Yeah, I mean, can't really do that right.
Nuggery's here. Showmaker has ult. You do not want to push any further. They got to like yoink that red buff out to take it, and they will, but it's going to be at the cost of another turret plate here on the top side. Zeus is just down and out. This game is well and truly in Damwon's grasp right now, especially when Nuggery hits that.
Yes.
Which he has been doing very well so far, because 25 gold is the only place that we saw a gold advantage, and now it's just been short up. We're basically dead even here on the bottom side, which also favors, because it's Lethality Saya in this case, the Ezreal. So it's going to take T1 actually will have to identify, I think, that they need to slow this game down now. If they could somehow miraculously take second break here without a team fight, with the vision they have, maybe that's one way, because they're going to have to basically go to Supreme late game where they could just instantly collapse on the Ezreal or the Twisted Fate in every fight and hope for the best. Because... And even, like, when you're hoping that your Camille Galio comp is going to like 35 minutes, you know the game is probably lost.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an issue, especially when the side lane is like this. Like, Camille's going to be so far behind, she's not really going to be able to deal very well in the 1v1 for a very long time. I mean, we might have to see 3 items. And I don't know if we're even really going to get there. Would like to see Damwon continue to keep up the pressure. You know, they were able to get this a very nice bait, actually, from Showmaker, as Faker does take it, and no flash, so he's just dead here.
Yep. Duckdom able to put the True Shot barrage in as well. So what's happening in live, by the way, is T1 double down on that push bottom side. Guma gets a turret, and they have that vision set up for the Drake. So I think they will be able to get that Drake without a fight that I was talking about. And Damwon Kia, of course, you know, despite their lead, are still kind of like, all right, let's not take any unnecessary fights where we don't have vision. They will avoid it, but they're going to get Herald. But this is something that T1 needed. And they got the turret, they got the second Drake. There's no threat of Damwon Kia trying to close the door early on an early soul or anything like that. So this kind of guarantees us at least like a 28, 30-minute game. I think best case scenario, the fastest Damwon could close it. But T1 need to keep getting objectives without fights, because winning a fight right now is, it's not on the table. It's not on one of those Twisted Fate cards right now.
They definitely need some more time. You can see that this Rift Herald is going to come down. It's looking good to take this one down, as another grasp is going to get Owner in. He has to flash, so there goes your playmaking on the Lee Sin. Not that you really were looking to make plays at this point, but it's still definitely not going to feel good, as at least Owner does come back in and picks up the smite on the Rift Herald.
That pillar.
Second
It's nasty
charge.
Too. Yeah, I mean,
it is a stinky pillar, I agree. Yeah, it's filthy.
There's just so much damage given over for free because the placement is so good on that. Yeah, they're just stuck. I can't walk back. And Duckdom's like, I'm just going to keep hitting Qs, and you guys are just going to take a lot of damage. I hate that this draft ended up going this way so heavily, and then with Nuggery making an outplay topside against, you know, rookie Zeus here, it's...
Okay, let's see how this one goes. Might force the Death Realm to come out once again. There it is. He's getting on top of Zeus now, and look at the damage that's coming out. Zeus with a really nice flash in the Death Realm, though. As the damage, Zeus will win the trade, and Canyon gets baited into trying to go for the kill. And immediately T1 finally gets something on their table.
So they do, in fact. And, you know, Nuguri had Flash, could have tried to pull the Death Realm closer to turret there, but decided he was going to try to buy time for a rotation in. Showmaker has ult, but he's on the wrong side of the map. Does not, of course, have teleport either. So trying to buy time there and trying to delay it early instead of I think they wanted to be super greedy on turning this rather than just escaping. And they get punished for it. So 2 kills going over to the side of T1. Here's 2 critical kills. Getting the shutdown onto Nuguri as well is pretty massive. This pick alone is not enough to bring T1 back into the game, but moves like this, you know, that they shouldn't even be allowed to get, are going to be massive. And it's a high-risk play from T1 as well, because, again, you're diving onto a Rift Maker, Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser,
Yeah.
yeah.
난 사니쇼 해볼게.
Watch the outplay here. This is so critical.
Yeah, the flash there is massive.
안에 나쁘지
Yeah.
않아.
And then
Dodges the grass, barely survives, and Canyon tries to flash for it.
나이스.
That's everything. It's huge.
And notice that, obviously, Showmaker is not here for any of this on the bottom side. And I think Nuguri maybe some miscommunication, hoping that he's going to buy enough time for that to come over there.
Yeah.
And also, like you said, without that perfect counterplay, like, he actually does get a kill, and this is a trade, which is not good enough.
Yeah. And, you know, without the damage consistently from the Camille, who knows if T1 even pick up any kills, right? It would have been a little bit dicey. So they were playing on a knife's edge, and it certainly does work out for them. Look at this. T1 actually do pick up the gold lead here. This is against the TF as well, and the amounts that Nuguri did get fed, and even the turret that did go down in the mid lane here. Note that T1 were able to pick up 2 turrets of their own, one down in the bottom side and now one in the top side as well. So doing a good job of evening up the gold, and with those 2 early Drakes, you can say they are right back in the game. Yeah,
because now they can start putting the threat on this Hex Texel, which is, you know, we haven't talked about that too much just yet, but that's one of the best Drakes they could get with this composition. In fact, I would go as far as to say it is the best, because you're already going to struggle to get away from the Camille Galio, the Pike, Zaya, the Lee Sin. You put all of that on top of an extra slow that chains around Damwon Kia, it's going to be massively helpful at securing a win for them. They will have to be able to stick the landing on that 4th Drake fight, though. Okay, things got tense for a moment there, but Carrier will choose life.
Yeah.
And walk away.
It was a little bit scary. As Gordrinker the choice here for Owner. We do have the Sunderer from Canyon. Typical build from Showmaker. Just taking a look at some of the builds. You already mentioned the lethality. Zaya, of course, in this game.
I want to point out the deep vision that T1 has across the map with that last win on the top side. They really turned this into their map, and part of why Carrier was top side is because he's running Umbral Glaive, as you do, as Pike. And this is one way that it becomes very difficult to actually take map control back or ever contest Drake.
Uh-oh. Here we go again. And Zaves has red buff. There is the Destiny that does come in as threatening it here, but even the teleport committal, they're just considering pushing Showmaker away. They do exactly that as the Death Realm does end, and now Nuguri's in a lot of trouble.
Pick.
Owner's able to set up the kick flash as now the rotation from Damwon looks a bit slow. Here comes Canyon, though, looking for that pillar. Can he line it up? Owner looks to be the sacrifice as everybody else is just on the run, and Owner, he's still alive, actually. He's not going to go down either. And the kiting here is huge from the side of T1. Nobody goes down.
But can T1 get the Drake is the question. You know, they're pushed away. They have to defend. Does this actually time out? No way.
No way. Okay. Well, he spots the teleporting Camille.
And if that was about a second faster, the back from Owner, it does kill him.
Yeah.
So they're going to teleport, like you said, because they need this Drake. And it's very fortunate for Deus that he actually has his teleport, can get back to this objective in time.
The only ult that's available, a real ult, is Subjugate.
Yeah.
Everything else is down. Obviously, the Mantra from Karma, a little bit of a special case there. But everybody else, no ults.
Damwon are just not going to let this go without a fight regardless, though.
Owner did get his right now, though. The flash comes in, big taunt, a huge summoner ability, and they get ducked on 100-0, just like that. And now this is the T1 that we have seen all in the past. They're taking that confidence with the big turnaround in the mid-game. Faker makes the big play, and they get the big Drake.
I think that Damwon Kia, without vision control of this Drake pit, And without the crucial ultimates they need to win a fight here at this stage in the game, should have been willing to give this one up. Because now you've given Soul Point and a ton of gold and a Baron. And they already had vision control on both top and bottom. And with Umbroglaive, like, you're never going to get that one back as Damwon Kia, basically ever. And they have a composition that looked like it had no chance of coming back in this game, but 2 critical topside plays, and then the follow-up on the Drake. The setup here is good from Faker, playing around vision so incredibly well. He locks the door on this Baron. No one can come over and contest. T1 looked down and out. Then it looked like, okay, maybe they can come back. And after this play that leads to the Drake, it's like, okay, how did T1 lose this? You know, and this has been the story of T1 this season so far. Some shaky mid games, but the clutch, exact, correct mechanical plays in mid to late game. That's how they turned those games around against KT. That's how they turned that game around against Nongshim. And in a game that looked unwinnable after that topside control, T1 are able to escape here. Owner, he's got that burn on him. He is, of course, stunned and just barely is able to escape.
Yeah.
And then we'll watch this Drake fight, because this is where Damwon Kia just walks straight into this one. Flash forward here from Faker into the taunt.
Yeah, Duckdom he's leading the charge. He's Ezreal. He's like, well, you can't kill me. I've got Flash and I'm Ezreal. Well, I mean, if you don't react fast enough and you're that far up that your path back is actually blocked by a taunt, then yeah, you are going to die.
Yeah.
As an Ezreal in that case. Just a really good heads-up play from Faker. That is what you come to expect from him, as they might just try to bully Nuggery here once again, but with the turrets clearing out most of the minions, he'll be okay with this.
Trying to get a few more of these shots through on the cannon. Not going to be able to take the turret out without any further dive, though, and that's what Mordekaiser's going to do so well defensively in this composition. T1 could now be happy that the game goes super long in their worst-case scenario where they could just instantly blow up Duckdom again. That was when Faker had a really nice flash taunt play, but imagine a Camille on top of him as well when they have all summoners and the vision control.
Very, careful, buddy.
It's okay, he's Pike. He's got his stun to get out of there. It's okay, but T1 will continue to push the issue here in 2 lanes. And it looks like both of these turrets will fall.
Yeah, and you know, Nuggery on the Mordekaiser, he's great in terms of playing weak side, but now that he's fallen behind, now there's even a stopwatch on Zeus. He only needed 2.5 items, I guess, because if it goes into Death Realm, he can out-damage the Mordekaiser, and he's just going to stopwatch, so he'll be totally fine. Zoner is on the chase here, up 2 levels on Canyon. It's the Trundle, you know, from ahead, we saw the power, but now from up behind, certainly kind of just a walking ward. He does have those Anathema's chains.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can make anything happen here. Zeus is going to get tethered up. Might have to be left alone. He is going to use his stopwatch as well, as they're looking to turn it around. Owner goes in. Not sure about that. Duckdom's over the wall, just raining hell on them, but now Gumayusi's got position. Good pillar, though, to block the escape as T1 looks like they went a bit deep, and now it's Damwon's turn to try to turn this game, as only 2 members of T1 will get out of there.
Deep dive here for T1, and you can respect the choice, because if they are able to make this happen, and they were so close to actually pulling it off, then you probably just win the game. You get an inhibitor, and then there's just no way they can contest you on Hex Drake, which spawns in like less than 2 minutes after this. So the decision to go back in here after their Duckdom and crew go in is based on the idea that they can kill the Ezreal, but Duckdom's just over-the-wall free hitting here. He's Ezreal, so if you get another 80 carry like that, you probably kill them, and Owner tries to lock the door.
He got kicked over the wall, too.
Yeah.
This is gifted by Owner, who's looking for the really sharp angle, too.
Yeah, it's rough. You know, if you kick a Jhin over the wall there, or, you know, an Aphelios, everyone just turns on him and kills him, but it's Ezreal who's just like, yeah, if you guys collapse on me, just go right on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
And now T1 have given up control of this Drake and all of the deep vision that they had set up by Keria, who's sitting at 112 vision score because of the fact that he's playing Pyke, and that's just what happens. Look at him clear these wards, zombie wards set up everywhere. And again, T1 can fall back on the fact that this comp is so difficult to play against, you know, once we get a little bit later into the game, but Damwon Kia are very happy to now take back their own control of vision. And with the better setup here, this is going to be a very difficult fight for T1 to win if they cannot collapse on the Duckdom.
Owner, he's going to get pillared and gold carded. He's quite tanky, though. You can see that even through all of that. I suppose the durability patch helping him out a bit.
Zeus' angle here is so good.
It is quite nice.
Faker on the backside.
There in the pit. He's going to be spotted. Faker is going for a bit of a windy walk as now underneath everybody. That's going to be Gumayusi in some trouble, but it is Zaya after all as the gold card comes in and the damage is there to kill him anyway as the Dragon will go the way of T1 though. They're going to pick up the soul as Faker here nearly able to take down Showmaker as well, and with no Baron available for a minute, this is a big win for T1.
Big win for T1, 100%. Even though they quote-unquote lose the fight and Gumayusi dies, which, you know, someone in a Reddit thread's gonna be like, his positioning though, doesn't matter. Faker and crew are ready to actually win the more crucial objective. The team fight, that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for the smite on the Drake, and Owner sets it up, which is why Guma dies, because there's no one peeling for him. So Damwon make the choice to actually collapse onto the Zaya here. Faker's on the backside of this fight, which allows Damwon Kia to then go on to Gumayusi, right? But look at where Owner, Zeus, and Keria are. They're like, I don't care. You guys all on the 80 carry? We're getting Hextech Soul, bro. I'm out here just winning the game. Now the smite was so close as well. It's 97 there.
And Canyon and some of the crew were trying to get in there, but it was nicely cut off from the side of T1, so...
Yeah, I didn't realize that smite went that low.
It was a very close margin. Okay, like that one could have been potentially stolen by Damwon, but not going to be the case here. And so now T1, they're just sitting on a Elder Soul, or not Elder, Hextech Soul. We do have an Elder Drake on the way.
Practically an Elder with how valuable it is for their comp.
It's really nice, and we have Baron now. So T1 can easily just roll it into another objective. Faker has teleport. They can try to set up vision here. Damwon did get the Scuttle Crown, which is certainly going to help them out a bit.
And, okay, this is a bit of a scary spot to be in as T1.
Ooh, Canyon.
Okay, I thought there were more here. Never mind.
Totally caught by himself, and he is just dead. Yeah.
I actually thought the rest of Damwon and Kia were collapsing in faster. I mean, the idea was correct. Like, oh, we catch them there, but the rest of the team isn't there, and now T1 have a free Baron. So, yeah, look, the idea was good there from Canyon. Like, I don't want to criticize it too much, because if they actually are faster to trap and have a little bit of vision control of their own jungle, then maybe they pull it off. But, again, T1's vision has been so good. The Umbro Glaive really helping them out here in that regard. And Canyon thinks he's setting up a play, but in fact, he's the one who's getting trapped and baited in.
Yeah, I think he should have just waited for his team to come in a bit more if he was going to try to clear out some vision and try to scout things out. Maybe just assuming he was tanky enough, but a very sneaky spot. And it really comes down to the vision that you were talking about, right? I mean, Canyon didn't have anything outside of this one control ward that you saw just south of our camera right here. That's all they knew about.
Oh, can Damwon Kia win a 5v5 fight against Hextech Soul here is going to be the deciding factor in this game, because, I mean, yeah, he just doesn't have any vision in his own jungle here on the top side. And, like, yeah, there's a Twisted Fate coming somewhat nearby, and the idea is I hope I catch an isolated T1 player and then we Destiny get on top and we kill him, but T1 were there. They were deep there, and it's not a shock. Maybe the idea was, oh, they're probably grouping up to the right side of Baron trying to clear that, but nope, they were deeper than you realized, and they punish.
Yeah. Karia's Pike game, his first one that I remember watching, was certainly one of the tipping moments in my mind where I was like, man, he's something special. He's probably going to be one of the best supports of our time, because it was a huge game. He comes out here, he's 2-0-1, even through all the trouble. He has some ridiculous vision score. I don't even know what it is at this point. As the kick comes in, I think that was a little bit messed up there by that ward. A very suspicious ward there. He is going to jump onto another one. Zeus is kind of frontlining as now. Here comes that engage we were looking for. He jumps onto Canyon. Not necessarily the best target, but it doesn't matter. The damage here from Damwon is just so lacking at this point in time.
Everybody's just too tanky.
They can't get through it.
Nuggery's focused down here. He took so much damage before the rest of Damwon Kia could try to help him out.
And with the Baron now, yeah, they can just easily do this. This is what this comp does so well, and that's going to be Duck Dom dead too. T1 are going to put an end to this game now with the Baron that they still have for 50 seconds left. T1, a huge comeback here, a couple of mistakes, and they really slam the door in Damwon Kia's face, as they will have some fun here. Boost up their KDA, but that is going to be game number 1, going the way of T1 here in this matchup.
I just don't think it could be overstated. The advantage that Nuggery had in the top side of the map, the stable bottom lane, and how poor things looked for Faker. He lost his flash, he was picked, it looked disastrous, and it was like, all right, well, T1, you got one Drake, you got a second one, but ooh, I don't know if you ever get 3 and 4 this game. But Damwon Kia, with that critical mistake on the top side, then just a few more picks that T1 pick up in the later parts of the game because they don't have vision, is why I voted for Keria, actually, in this case, because his deep vision, his ward clears were phenomenal, and T1 played around Damwon's lack of vision. They were constantly blind. And yeah, in a game where Hextech Soul isn't going to guarantee you basically a win, like, you could criticize T1's wraparound there in Guma's positioning where Damwon picked him, but yes, it was a close smite, but T1 set themselves up for the best possible chance to 50-50 that, and they sacrificed Guma for it. They get Hextech Soul. It all works out. They had some critical Barons there too that made their vision control even more oppressive, and man, I think Damwon Kia had a more flexible draft. They had all the right tools. Their mid-game looked like it was going to be an explosion of their power spikes. And just a few bad fights going T1's way. T1 collapsing well. Faker's flash taunt on the Duck Dom was the deciding moment in that game. And why he may pick up, actually, POG himself, because that moment where Duck Dom is too far forward and Faker does not hesitate for a second and kills him, I think is really where things started to go awry for Damwon Kia after the turnaround topside.
Yeah. A huge outplay from Zeus as well. Just really walking the knife's edge, you know, to have the confidence to make a play like that, to dive the Fed Mordekaiser again, even with the threat of the TF, of the Trundle being there. T1 are able to outplay that and really begin to turn the game around. As it really was a brawl in the top lane. You saw huge damage numbers from both of our top laners, as we knew it was going to be one between these two guys, but that was only game 1, guys. We'll see if we get 2 or 3 games, but first, let's have a break.
봐줘야 돼. 할만해. 현도 안 볼게. 턴들. 높을. 에이. 나이스. 타워. 끝났다.
왜 이렇게 와드 잘하네 우리 팀. 너구리 형 잘하. 왜 이렇게 잘해? 좀 가볼까?
일단 타워 깨고 킬 먹자. 가라. 위에 거. 나 그래프 한번 볼게 이거. 근데 나 킬 때. 잠깐만.
뭐야? 살았어. 이렇게 안 되지?
나이스. 야, 요즘
잘했다.
와드 방어공 실수 좀 많이.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. Of the 7th layer, may you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK, and welcome to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a bomb burner of a first game. Man, real good.
Really good. Just the best. We're gonna quickly go over draft because I like both teams' draft. There's some weaker elements. TF, I don't think is that great at the moment. Some great elements like the Mordekaiser, and then for T1, the Xayah doesn't necessarily work that well with the comp, but it's a very self-sufficient pick. And then Camille Galio, a classic, augmented by the Pyke.
Yeah.
But I don't want to talk about drafts. Both drafts had their moments. Both drafts had clear windows where they could win.
Yeah, I thought the Camille was a little bit hasty. Really liked the Camille Galio idea, of course, but I thought it was picked slightly early. It's the only real criticism I had on T1's side.
Yeah.
The Carrier Pyke last pick. That's
divine.
Chef's kiss. Absolutely beautiful. Loved every second of it. But we want to get into some rune choices because
very quickly, yeah.
There's something we want to talk about Dokdam's particular choice.
Yeah, because even though it didn't work, I'm still going to call out. We call out bad drafts when they do work, so we got to call out good choices when they don't work as well. And that's Dogdom going for the secondary resolve. It's something that we've called for often, and that is actually really good in this context. Now, did it work? No. Dogdom,
Arcane shifting into a Galio is the
you're
problem, not the
tankier.
rune choice,
You're not
okay?
invulnerable, but conditioning an Overgrowth into a dive composition, especially with Pyke as well, can provide a lot of value if you get to the later stage of the game. A lot of free resistances, which can buy you this crucial extra second. So nice setup there. The cookie we're going to ignore, but that secondary chi, that was nice.
Yep, that part of it, ignore the inspiration part entirely, and that's absolutely fine. But let's get into some highlights, because we want to boost through this as quickly as possible. This game was full of them. There were so many sick plays this game.
And it started off with a big dumb one win, which is Nuguri surviving for so long amidst 4 people. And you might wonder, how does he stay alive? We were wondering as well, because of the kick and Carrier missing the ultimate. He actually stays alive because of that.
Yeah.
There's no Triumph procs, there's no resets, and as a result, the rest of Damwon can keep going, and this solidifies the early lead that was started by Nuguri finding that 1v1 solo kill on top.
Yeah, and then immediately, Carrier decides that he wants to get his revenge. And then our next highlight, it was just the most beautiful display of Pyke antics. His reaction times as well are just unbelievable on this Pyke. It's really, really impressive stuff.
It's not even like that was also like Zeus or
oh yeah,
Owner,
Zeus
Owner
also
kicked.
like plays like an absolute god.
Yeah, no, but I mean, the Owner also kicked, right? So like, it's whose mistake is it is kind of a question, but display. Watch Carrier here, and watch how Zeus actually stays alive, because Canyon flashes, Carrier flashes with him. That split-second flash keeps Zeus alive, means that the play is even better. More gold goes into the pocket, and the reason why we go for these super high action highlights, we could have picked like 10 more, is because as soon as T1 gained control, they were clearly the stronger team, and they were able to out-rotate in particular, which with that comp, it's an RNG comp, you're supposed to do that, and they did it very well. But the level of mechanical play from both teams was just a beauty, barring some arcane shifts, as you pointed out.
Yep, we have that exact highlight ready for you as well. And this was the fight over the Hextech Soul. This one proved to be the backbreaker for Damwon Kia. We didn't really need to show highlights after this, just because everyone focuses on Gumayushi, and that means the rest of T1 can guarantee the drink.
And this is where the Saya pick weirdly, it just works, and the only reason why it works is all it needed to do in that moment is buy like 3 extra seconds, and it did. That's all I needed to do. Owner was like, oh yeah, drawing people away, that's nice. Walk into my pit canyon, see if like that. And then it doesn't work out, they get the Hextech Soul, and then every subsequent fight all of a sudden isn't close at all anymore. Then they get to pick up Canyon and pick up a freebie Baron, and that's the end of it. Kind of an underwhelming ending, but the journey is what matters, you know? It's not the destination, and the journey was wonderful.
It was ridiculous. And throughout the earlier stages as well, I mean, we do have to talk about the fact that Damwon did have a relatively large amount of control at the beginning of the game. With the composition that they certainly had bought themselves that. Yeah. However, the way T1 finessed their way back into the game was amazing. So let's go over to player of the game and see whether it is, in fact, Carrier. And it is. 100% kill contribution at 14 minutes, 4:02. The guy was just amazing.
And the reason why I drew the RNG parallel is because this is somewhat reminiscent. Even though it wasn't a decisive lead, T1's leads at MSI were generally a lot bigger. The feeling of giving up some early leads into out-skirmishing and out-rotating your opponent consistently was what bait T1 at MSI. Like, this is the dream RNG comp, right? Maybe it shouldn't be Pyke, maybe it should be a Leona or a Nautilus, but outside of that, the Camille Galio, it's very, very reminiscent of what beat T1. So seeing him take that comp and then pull it off like that, love it.
Yeah,
love
really
it, love
stuff.
it, love it.
Yeah, I like the mix of votes as well.
It was a team
Fiona
effort.
votes came on through, and I think that he had a great early to mid game. His Lee Sin's always an absolute joy to watch.
21
win rate
2.
now 21-2.
Yeah.
Oh my god, just absurd. And speaking about numbers that begin with 20, 23 is on the horizon. It is now the last possible opportunity for them to not equalize with 2015 SKT's amazing 23 in a row domestic victories. Amazing stuff. So we are going to throw it back to the casters and get into that possibly deciding game 2.
Thank you, Carpet Spaceman, for your wonderful breakdown there once again. Very glad that Keria did pick it up, especially with the focus on that outplay in the top side, saving Owner as well. I believe the number, by the way, is 24 that they are trying to achieve today.
That's right. They're at 23 right now.
Yeah, they did tie 23. They're going to try to pick up 24 match wins in a row today if they can take down Damwon in just one more game.
Yeah, and it'll be the first team to do so, to beat the win rate, or rather the streak of SK Telecom T1 in 7 years. And it'll be the same org, actually, to do it, which is what's more poignant. Damwon Kia will pick blue side again here after the loss, of course. And, I mean, I do really appreciate the highlights we had there, because picking out those micro moments that brought T1 back into the game, which then allowed Keria to control vision and set up multiple plays, because there were a million highlights, like they said, that we could have shown, but there's only so much time on the desk. It's great to see. I did get the update from Jisun that Zeus' profile picture on Instagram is the Psyduck, so that's where that's from. And I know that because I'm pretty sure I follow him. I just didn't think of it at the time.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I also just saw a picture of Faker as a flower in the audience, so, you know, if they want to attach random pictures or whatever, that's okay too. Yeah, Damwon select blue side again. That is absolutely the right choice. What are they going to choose here in this draft, though? Because certainly, you know, the TF question, you know, did they go for that again? Even with Showmaker being so strong on it, it's not necessarily a huge meta pick right now. Do they try their luck at a Mordekaiser again? You know, certainly some interesting picks and choices were made in this draft by Damwon.
Tom Kench and Gangplank, I think, are definitely bans that I think you should pick regardless here as Damwon Kia. So I think those being the same makes sense. See if they change something up here in the third ban spot. It would be really interesting if they don't pick TF and then Faker picks it, and then we actually get to see T1 play their variation of it. So it will be Zeri once again. Same bans here for Damwon Kia. I don't think T1 will ban the Twisted Fate because they seem to be pretty ready to deal with that draft, as was already shown. I hope we don't get a run back because I think there's so much more depth between these two teams we could see. Wukong will once again be the final choice. So let's see. Damwon Kia. Oh, we're running it back, aren't we? We're doing it again.
I mean, as T1, I think just going for the same thing is fine, you know? It worked. They looked very strong on it. They don't have to. Maybe Faker decides to go for a Silas this time. You know, it did receive some buffs on this patch, but
the one problem with T1 doing the same thing again, because even though it's very strong, is you will not get all of the same tools this time around because Damwon Kia will adjust their bans. Whereas, for example, the weak side Mordekaiser could have been a Gragas, like you were kind of mentioning, like he could have picked last time around. Didn't end up being the case, but like you can't really target ban Damwon Kia's playstyle, whereas Damwon Kia could take away the Pike, you know, and mess with you a little bit. They could take away the Xayah if they're feeling frustrated about dealing with that one. Obviously, didn't end up being the most impactful of the 5 champions T1 had on that last draft, but they'll pick the Gwen actually early on, it looks like here.
Early blind Gwen, so that it doesn't get banned in the second phase like it did in game 1. So here's the first big change from Damwon.
Definitely going to be a pretty fun matchup to play into Camille, and can match her later on inside very well, and does a ton of damage, especially into champions that are kind of walking on top of her scissors. So can be a very strong pick here. I think the Ezreal is not an issue unless, you know, he arcane shifts into a flash taunt. Again, there was a lot of shade thrown at Duck Dom on the desk, but like I'm not actually trying to throw the shade. I'm just kind of calling back to what they were saying, but I think it was more of a proactive play from Faker than it was a huge mistake from Duck Dom. But at the end of the day, I think the pick is very strong. We saw that one overextension T1 had where they kicked him and just couldn't kill him. It was a very strong pick in the last game, and it will be here too. Camille, you were already priced into it with the Galio here. You're not going to be like, never mind, I'm just going to have Galio without Camille into this composition. You have to pick it, so we will see the same Poppy ban because it's busted against T1's comp. That's not going to come through.
They do get an extra ban this time, potentially a Karma. Because the Gwen is picked.
Yeah.
Instead of the Karma, they could just ban the Karma if they don't want to deal with the Ezreal Karma lane. Could open up some new options for T1's bottom lane.
I think Damwon would be wise to ban the Pyke this time around with the Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa is the strongest pick with this draft, obviously. And then if you take away the Pyke, the strongest aspect of the Pyke was the ability to continue to dive the top side of the map. And then the second strongest part was the Umbreglaive, because removing vision means that T1 will always ultimately be able to set up fights on their terms every single time. And it's the best, and really the only support you can build Umbreglaive on right now and make it viable.
There is Senna support, or Senna in general. I mean, it hasn't been banned this time around. If you do want to try to fit this in, it does have really nice range, and you could just kind of Dawning Shadows from behind the huge amount of engage that you have.
Yeah, the heals really do just make this comp even more unkillable as it runs at you, but they'll pivot to the Xayah. That was shown last time around. So we'll see if T1 still want to run the Pyke with whatever 80 carry they choose. The Jhin pick that you and I were talking about last draft, I think still fits here too. Oh, the Callista though. That's going to be what T1 are looking for here. Very strong with this draft, fits the bill. I mean, can be very strong into Ezreal, but Karma's still open. So I think that's what we see here for Damwon Kia. And the more defensive Kindred they didn't choose last time, I think would be a nice adaptation.
Oh.
Do not like this one as much.
This is the opposite of defensive. Certainly you can kind of shut the lights off and potentially stop the big engages from T1. So actually, you know, in a sense, it is kind of defensive against what they are running into. But obviously, TF and Nocturne can do a lot of offensive plays.
Just not really a great target to dive with Nocturne into T1. Like, yeah, you can turn the lights off and ruin their engage sometimes, but otherwise,
Kalista,
like,
I guess?
Yeah, like, Kalista, I guess. Like, you killing this Galio is going to...
Oh!
Now, this is really cool because it allows you to kind of shape the map to your liking and avoid fights against T1 very easily, and then you can, of course, you know, basically make your team invincible when they tried to come in, and or stasis T1's members who were diving you so that you can then follow up.
Oh!
Okay, I thought we might see this today, but I didn't think it was going to be Keria.
Oh! Oh! Come on, it was perfect!
It was actually so insanely good for this
It was
comp.
so good!
Yeah, I mean, you
and
build
you even have a
Rylai's.
Callista!
Yeah, you build Rylai's, you have power in the lane. I mean, yeah, you're going to have problems in Bard Ezreal in the early parts of the phase, but you're also not going to get the same gold you would with the Senna comp. But it could have been good. I think Senna with Singed could have been a very good way to round this draft out. But it will be the boring Nautilus in this case. Very strong into the Ezreal, obviously. Yep. Bard going to be a very squishy support that isn't going to be able to do much if he's caught out ever. So the vision game here, once again, going to be difficult for Damwon Kia if they fall behind. I actually think T1 got the, like last time I thought, okay, Damwon figured it out, and if they, you know, stave off the pressure, they're going to be better off. And even with Mordekaiser getting ahead, it didn't turn out that way. But this time around, I think T1's draft is arguably even stronger than it was the last time. The Callista pick really comes in clutch here.
It certainly feels more well-rounded, right? The Xayah was kind of like out on her own. The Callista is like, yep, we're hitting that same note, and it just feels so good. I really like the Bard in this comp. I think you can get a ton of space with it, and obviously the big one is the Tempered Fate. You know, once the engage comes in, you drop it down. You really need to be on your game, though. So Kellen's got to be, like, right there, not getting caught, and also having, like, perfect Tempered Fates. It's very difficult.
Yeah, it's very hard to pull off, and he's going to be tested tonight in the second game here.
Looks like we do have a second game. No bugs. Let's jump into it. And we're going to begin the game with some shenanigans.
Trying to
Strong is not showing us where Damwon are.
It's a mystery. It's a secret to everyone. Okay, no longer a secret. And T1 won't find anything with this. But that's okay. Really not committing anything. Just all time their backs together. And Callista stays.
Callista top.
Just
미니언들이
gonna slowly walk down.
생성되었습니다.
There's no way, you know, it's just not a really strong reason to make that swap happen. We have seen support Camille once already by Keria. It didn't go very well, but anyway.
Take a look at some of the runes here. Same rune selection from Duckdom. It's cool that they did point that one out. So he does pick that one up here.
Yeah. Unsealed Spellbook for Showmaker. Faker, of course, once again has to go for Predator, and everything else looking pretty much the same. The first strike we saw from Zeus last game there again. Treasure Hunter for Gumayusi, I think, is great to get Kalista some of that extra gold if you're snowballing the game. Pretty busted rune. They took one busted rune and replaced it with another one. It's very good for solo queue if you're ready to carry. And Gumayusi's got his carry pants on like he does every day. His lucky ones. And he wears to the studio.
Yeah. He does wash it every day, though, he told me.
Yeah, it's not like a stinky lucky pants
No,
situation.
yeah. You got to make sure you're feeling good. That was kind of close.
Very close. Duckdom, of course, level 1 still, so it would have been a great trade for them. Especially with the faster 2 they would have hit as it happened, so... I like the attempt, even though it doesn't work out. So this Nocturne pick is so interesting to me because it feels like it will just have to be used as re-engage or just, as you mentioned, kind of stopping the fight. And, oh, this could be a disaster.
There is a relatively large wave, but it's not huge. Onar also does not have red buff. He skipped it to make this happen. The Q sails wide, but the slow will come in. Nuggery is still hanging around, just chipping away here, but looks like the damage should be enough. Onar is taking a lot, though, and the Q finally comes in, and Zeus will actually pick up the first blood.
So patient was Nuggery here. Does not ignite, actually. So he might have actually been able to secure that one. It would have been very close. Does not commit to the ignite. He waited, though, to make sure he could stack the Q onto both with the 4 stacks there. Very late into the fight and almost is able to make it happen, but will go down here. Forward percentage coming back to bite him this time around. That's another isolated death.
Yeah. And he's back here once again. You see that Camille actually has a very nice win rate against the Gwen. We talked a little bit about the Gwen versus Akali matchup yesterday, where the Akali's just, you know, especially if it gets ahead, you're just inside that mist. The Gwen can't really get away from you, so it can be difficult. You can dodge the needles very nicely. Feel like Camille definitely has some pieces of that puzzle as well.
And here in the LCK, we don't really like Jax. We don't talk about Jax. We don't.
He doesn't even have a real weapon, so like, it's not that cool.
Yeah.
To be honest.
LCK teams don't like him because he doesn't team fight as well.
Okay, this is very aggressive, but it should be enough. Showmaker not even going to flash.
Okay, T1 are in
Yeah.
such a good spot. This is the exact opposite of last game where they have complete control and they have the bottom, you know, lane in their favor because it's Kalista into Ezreal Bard early on into the game. So they have prio there. There's not a lot of options or opportunities here for Damwon in this early part of the game now. Extremely slowed down.
Nuggery hits level 5. He's taking very aggressive trades. You see the early cull purchase, pretty common here. Zeus going to go for that, and Nuggery, you know, just on a Doran's ring still. Taking very aggressive trades. Here's Kellen, extremely caught out. That's not the magical journey you were looking for. Easy kill. Guma just going to scoop that one up as Keria finds a very lonely Bard.
And it's starting to feel like history might get broken tonight. The record might get broken, history might be made, whatever. History made
Historical
again by the
record.
same team. We might wipe another SK Telecom T1 off the history books, because as funny as it is and as sad as it is, I guess, if you've been following for so long, like T1 just keeps taking SKT T1 off of the board, like,
yeah.
And you know, it does feel cool to see that old team name and the old logo in some of our graphics. You know, we think about the legacy they hold, but we're not there yet. But we are fast approaching it. You know, the train is speeding. Watch Nuggery here wait. Gets his 4th empowered Q set up here. He goes on the brush, gets both of them with the sidestep. Nerfed, you know, that E, but not going to be impactful in this case, of course. Showmaker here just gets totally owned Faker flashed for the taunt, and he's on top of him. If he flashes there,
yeah,
he might still be on the edge of the taunt, but I think he probably should have tried for it. I mean, it was going to be close.
Yeah, he just didn't respect it. And Kellen here, he gets totally caught out. That magical journey can be a bit troll at times, and that's one of those little, you know, nooks in the wall that it can get kind of cut off there. That's kind of what I was talking about with Bard, not that situation specifically, but you basically have to be perfect at some times in the game if you're going to play this champion.
Yeah, it's so hard to play at a professional level.
Yeah.
Especially against a comp like this that's so aggressive. And
even Lumao, the guy that used to play it all the time, he would like pick it out every single game, and then there was just a couple of games where just too many things went wrong, and then it kind of just, you know, fell off a little bit.
It's just so incredibly difficult into Kalista Nautilus. I mean, any sort of Kalista lane, you're going to feel uncomfortable as Ezreal and a squishy range support, but one death on the board early for him. Kalista has an early kill, you know. Zeus has an early kill on the top side. Faker has an assist with a gold picked up. It's a nice flash play. Showmaker still has his flash, but so what, you know? I mean, not a whole lot of consolation prizes here for Damwon this time around. Rift Herald spawning in 40. And Nautilus finally has 6, so he is a champion now. And
Nocturne, yeah.
Me, yes. We got both the Naughties in here.
Carry, you know, he's getting close. Not quite there yet, though.
Yeah. And so will Nocturne be able to pick someone? Because going back to that earlier conversation, like, who does he kill if he turns the lights off? You know, if someone's low trying to retreat, he could chase them, or if an AD carry, like, for example, Kalista is left alone while everyone else dies for it and she's low and she's trying to back up, maybe he gets through the front line and actually is able to ult on top of Guma and finish him off, but I don't think the Nocturne pick, you know, is going to be amazing in this draft besides just stopping T1 from seeing what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, there was potential in the mid lane, especially Faker down a flash, but now with the Rift Herald timing, Owner's right there, even Karia's right there. As Kalani's just, you know, just doing Bard things. Because they're all rotating up for, of course, the Rift Herald. Guma's like, I am out of here.
Yeah, you can't make this play happen if Gumayusi's not on the Rift. So, no vision on him whatsoever. Notice T1, preemptively knowing that they had the bottom side prio, first would rotate for top herald, would put 2 control wards and a regular ward in the river. So they had complete vision of this potentially happening and back away. Now, it does end up being, of course, that plate trade for Herald. Only one, unfortunately, for Dottom. I think he'll probably get that second one before they fall, but still. Unfortunately, he was so close to getting it and is unable to. But T1, like, they did this intentionally. They were already ready for this. They're already respecting the Nocturne pick so carefully here. And one of those only times where you could dive and be aggressive outside of, you know, team fights onto the Kalista, and it's just like, nah, I'm just way out of your league. Like,
yeah.
I'm a whole Nocturne ult away from where you're trying to ult.
Yeah. And it's, Tom would have to find something, you know, if you're not using Destiny, you're not using the Paranoia. Why did you choose these champions, right?
He's like, gonna try to deny this charge with the ult. He doesn't have 6.
Yeah, he's not even 6. He could have tried to land.
He's so close to 6 too. Oh, look at that!
He just got
so close.
Oh, nice
that would
thought.
Have been cool though.
But, yeah, not meant to be, I suppose. If he hadn't died, he would have been 6. So,
true.
You know, just don't die next time for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really quite a problem, isn't it? The situation that Damwon and Kia find themselves in. The Trundle pick is not a scaling pick either, like the Nocturne, you know, is not. And its usefulness can scale up, obviously, but in terms of damage or anything like that, it's not like they ended up going with the pick that you and I were talking about, the Kindred, that could have been very good here. But they still have the scaling Gwen, who's significantly ahead in CS. Good matchup for the Gwen, even though she got punished for being aggressive earlier. You know, Ezreal still maintaining good CS. He's been under a lot of pressure. His support died once, but he got a plate, still scaling. T1 are only 1,000 gold ahead, so by T1 standards, terrible game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at some of the champions they're running and the amount of setup, especially the Kalista, Faker's actually going to have to hop out of here. Definitely a very strange, heroic exit as Now Showmaker's in behind them. The Tempered Fate comes in, and the Justice Punch is going to hit Showmaker. The immediate grab comes in, and Duckdom is dead again with Flash. Not sure what it is about Ezreal's in this week dying with their Flash up, but now that might just be even more. Canyon is being run down here. It's looking likely they hand it over to Guma, and this is going to be Kellen as well, as T1 are now just rolling them here in this game.
Faker's just holding the Drake aggro so owner can come over and finish it off. Doesn't need a smite. Not going to waste his cooldown on that one. And this is going from bad to worse. We might even skip worse. We might just go straight to worst with how this is going. But it looks like first loss for Duckdom on Ezreal was last game. Might get a second in a row here because things are just looking real bad. Now, it all starts off with Faker actually getting he ends up getting punched. He punches himself in, then has to ult.
Yes.
And then he comes over here, and Showmaker decides to ult follow here behind, and Duckdom's on the edge. So like, oh, we could pick Faker.
Watch Duckers.
Punch connects, and then he just gets caught here by
Oh, he just got carried. I hate when that happens.
It's just... You're also trying to force this play so hard as Damwon Kia, and you're so far behind, you have no vision, really.
Yeah.
You're just... like, oh, he's almost dead. Let me ult for this. We're going to play for this. Like, the shot calling is clean. Everyone's like, all right, we're all on the same page. We're trying to kill Faker here.
Yeah.
But you're going so deep into a comp that has so much CC. Like, don't do that.
Yeah, it's like 4v4. You've got a low health member. If Canyon is there and he can paranoia Faker, you can set something up. But what they didn't know is that it was actually 4v3 because Duckdom didn't exist. And after that happened, they lose basically all of their damage.
Yeah.
And, then you're just running.
Gonna have to see some Ducker Z in the chat for Duckdom after this.
Maybe we should apply the Psyduck to him in this one, unfortunately.
It's just, the craziest part about this is you're trying to dive onto a Galio. And like, this is where I have problems with a Nocturne too. I'm like, if you try to do the same thing as Nocturne, like Twisted Fate Nocturne, oldest duo in the book, like, oh yeah, we can get them from a million miles away, but who do you get? Like, you're actually trying to get on top of the comp that's full function is to run at you. Duckdom's like running at this comp, but you're running at this comp, man, you die. I'm sorry. You're not supposed to be close to them ever. Yeah, I think this is a huge draft error from Damwon Kia, and then the execution has now fallen apart.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does feel that way. I think after game one, they kind of went for the, okay, we're gonna play against T1 kind of leaning back in our chairs because we don't want the fight. This time, certainly taking the fight to T1, but that's maybe not a good idea either, as Nuguri has landed all of these needles as Zeus is going to do a fantastic job dodging a lot, and actually Owner will be safe for a while, but now here comes Showmaker going to pick up Zeus as Faker is not going to kill Nuguri. Actually tries to escape, and that will not work out either.
Completely interrupted there. And finally, Damwon Kia strikes back. T1 once again with a small overextension, and the fight looked clean for T1 though. They were there, they were set up, they were ready to pull this off. And then Canyon's able to get to the backside, but also the amount of needlework damage, as you pointed out in the play-by-play from Nuguri, was just massive. And then Kellen hits his ultimate. The Tempered Fate actually locks them in so they cannot escape. And that's something that can absolutely happen a ton in these fights where T1 run through. We talked about it in the draft. Half the team is running in the backside of the fight. Whoever's either retreating because they have low health bars, or the AD carry, who wasn't in this fight, gets left out to dry when the Tempered Fate happens. Then the Nocturne jumps over the Tempered Fate and gets onto the back line. And that can happen. In this case, it's all allowed to happen because Nuguri is immune, first of all. Then the needlework comes through, and he jumps over here. Really nice defensive ult from Zeus. Tempered Fate is locked in. Zeus is like, do I come back in or not? And it's just too late. Showmaker gets on top of him.
Both teams were setting up for the fight. Damwon just played it better this time around. Just excellent Tempered Fate there. And, of course, a great initial trade from Nuguri. Just pulling off the 1v2. Gwen, you know, she received some nerfs, but she's still the same champion, essentially.
Bomby Cinder, by the way. It's been a weird amount of bombies being built.
What are we doing now? Come on, what's going on here? Could be the
Chem
Crossfire Gauntlet, you know?
Nah, Chem Tank, Bard.
Chem Tank. Bard has always had some really strange builds. As, by the way, we're talking about items. T1 are just breaking down the front door. Okay, this time the Tempered Fate is there. But that is going to be a big ultimate that is down to stop that.
I think this is kind of a win for Damwon Kia in the amount of gold that Duckdom picks up for this, because his gold is going to be more valuable. And yeah, Twisted Fate losing his turret against this extremely dive-heavy comp for T1 makes Showmaker's life a little bit more difficult to play, but now is the time where Duckdom goes mid and just farms from free range, and then you're going to have the 1-3-1 happening with Nuggery and Showmaker at side lane, so not as significant. Now, if they get the inner, or the inhibitor turret, rather, then it's really cool, and get that charge would be massive, but it's denied. And yeah, some gold going over here to T1, but it's not a massive lead. It's still just that 1,000 after that win on the top side for Damwon Kia. Cloud, Soul Point on the line here in this fight. Look at the flank angle for Zayas. Doesn't have flash, but he could definitely trap some of these rotating Damwon players.
Yeah, Destiny does come in, though. They're trying to get on top of Keria here, but again, Showmaker extremely deep to try to pick that off, and now that's the Destiny down. It is going to group up Damwon and deny the flank as a big depth charge does come in as Duckdom is just out of the fight. It's a big true shot barrage as the damage now coming out here from Damwon, but it's not quite enough. They're going to take down Gwen as well. T1 now 5v3, a lot of low health bars, but it's not quite there for Damwon, and T1 take another big fight.
It's just so hard to play the comp that Damwon is running. You can see the ideas, and you can see the lights get turned off, Nocturnes come in, True Shot lines up when they all come over. As soon as the engage happens, that's when the lights get turned off. The True Shot damage is big, and they have Gwen and Duckdom on the Ezreal to be able to clean up those health bars if they do enough, but in this case it just wasn't. And they kind of baited this one in themselves. The Nautilus ult onto Duckdom is pretty massive because it actually slows him down, but the True Shot damage is still real. And he gets knocked up a second time as well. Just not able to do enough here. The Gwen focused down and was so close. Like that fight was really on a knife's edge. But T1 now have Soul Point again. Cloud Soul going to be not as good as Hextech Soul, but honestly, the movement speed is going to be pretty big here.
Yeah. I really liked the addition of the Gwen into this composition because I do feel like that while Ezreal is very good at getting away from all of the dive from T1, he doesn't do well just firing Mystic shots into tanks. As here we go, another big play on the top side. They're trying to lock down Faker, but a lot of T1 are here. Another teleport going to be used as they try to isolate Keria again, but he is quick on the play. And look at this!
Man.
Duckdom is alone again. Huge Tempered Fate at least is going to come in, and Duckdom does survive. Actually is able to turn it around as Faker, the only one there on the front side. Guma was not here. And that means that Damwon will actually pick up a kill after all that.
The flanking Ezreal isn't always the right call, but when it is, it really is.
Uh-oh.
Showmaker.
Yeah, Guma's in some trouble. He is going to have to use that cleanse. Big tip charge again, going to catch 3 of them. As, yeah, not quite able to lock down Guma, but they do get his cleanse.
So big play there from Kellen, though. You mentioned it. The Tempered Fate actually helps him survive and allows him to turn the fight.
He's been really on point on this part.
Yeah, I mean, minus the miss on the first Rift Herald charge, he's been quite clean, and obviously the Magical Journey miss there too, but taunted, stunned, and then he has his flash, and as the Tempered Fate comes down, and by that point, T1 have half their foot in the, or half of their, like, one side of the body in the pool, and the other side's still dry on the outside. Like, you're like, I've almost killed him, but now we're overextended. And Bard is such a great disengage tool, honestly.
Exactly.
It's working out. Like, it's hard to execute, and we're not always coming up with the bullseye here as Damwon Kia, but when the fights look good and the Tempered Fates are in the middle of it, and you've got the DPSs on the other side, it does function. So, you know, there's still hope for Damwon.
Yeah, especially when flashes are down and the Camille not quite there. Although the Camille and the Galio kind of put in these giant circles where it's like, place your Tempered Fate here. Like, so it does become a little bit easier on that point. But
and it is the tanky Nocturne build that we've seen so much against comps like this.
I thought you were going to talk about Bard, but yes.
Also yes for that too. The Frostfire Gauntlet does come through.
It did happen.
So he's going to be more reliably able to set up for those Tempered Fates. And then he can actually just get on top of them and be very frustrating, as well as do some extra damage. Plus the extra, you know, like, size. If he gets another item, like, you know, he could block a Justice Punch, you never know. But I do like the build here for Nocturne quite a bit, too, because the Frozen Heart's going to make him survive a little bit more. And if he gets into the back line and ends up, you know, getting that slow off in the backside, like, maybe that just allows Damwon Kia to continue chasing and win those fights. Because that empowers Gwen. Like, this move empowers Gwen. The Frostfire Gauntlet empowers Gwen. You know, you get those health bars low and Nuggery's still alive, then that's when Damwon Kia really win decisive 5v5s. We haven't hit that point yet, but we're getting closer each and every minute that passes on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gwen is going to be very survivable as well, going for the Mask build after the Riftmaker, and she really does have to do the heavy lifting when it comes to full team damage, and then of course the Ezreal will kind of be the pick-off, the clean-up guy, and just the guy that survives and is very difficult to lock down. So I kind of like it, you know, all around. The Nocturne, you press your Paranoia onto Guma and just hope that he can't really auto as fast. And you take a lot of damage out of the comp of T1, because outside of Kalista, you've got Camille. And, you know, of course, if T1 are ahead, they can get some damage a little bit out of Owner and Faker, but definitely not the main damage dealers in this comp.
Definitely true. And Rage Blade early here, online for Guma.
Okay, here we go. Play as Showmaker goes all the way in. No cleanse here for Guma. There's nowhere for him to go, as he is going to be taken down. And the Temper Fate here again, but actually Stopwatch is what's going to save Duckdop's life. He finally does go down, but the heavy lifting again is Nuggery. The needles come through, and he pushes them into that huge front line of T1.
So ends up being a trade here, but a much better trade for the side of Damwon Kia, and it's going to allow them to stop T1 from getting that Cloud Soul. So preemptive setup play. Now, T1 look like they may contest. Owner does have Smite available. Teleport coming in, though. This is very greedy if T1 really want to secure this now. I think you're just going to have to back off, and they do think better of it. But what's so beautiful about this play for Damwon Kia is any stragglers.
Okay, I mean, it is Canyon with the shields, though, so it's kind of difficult to force this T1. Owner is still going in, as now you've got Nuggery behind you. There is a Cloud Rift as well, but at the end of the day, DK will just take the drink.
I don't hate the attempt, but yeah, it's difficult when you could just spell shield that one. And
they're trying to pressure into Baron.
It's
a very big tempo play.
A very T1 play, but they're spotted like, oh, there was a ward in there. Oops. All right, there's still, I mean, they have a lot of damage. It's Kalista early, but there's not a whole lot of damage on this team otherwise, and that's true shot.
But yeah, the damage isn't quite there, it feels like, for T1, and there's not really a way for them to get out of here as the Paranoia comes down. Karia's down, but he's trying to sacrifice. They get the Baron, and T1 are just trying to get out of here. The back from Owner will not happen, but he can just hop the wall. Faker and Karia will be the ones that sacrifice for it, as we do have Destiny.
Ellen wants to chase here. He has Tempered Fate.
Ooh. Actually, I mean, they're playing with fire. Showmaker's not even that healthy, but at the end of the day, I mean, T1 get away with it. It's actually a very nice tempo Baron play.
Yeah, it's going to give them a lot of control over the map. Despite the kills here, it's much more significant that they'll have this pushing power and the vision that comes with it. So I think we're going to go way back to this play. So Damwon know in a 5v5 fight right now, straight up, they probably can't win it easily unless they get a pick. So this is the moment where they actually pull the trigger and look for the one champion you can kill with this Nocturne ult and the combined power that you get where you just snowball in, you get the gold card, etc. They actually pull it off, so this leads to their attempt to take off the Drake. But what happens next is T1 are grouped, and they want to try to deny us, right? So they're already grouped up. And then because they're grouped, when Damwon Kia like, ooh, we took some extra damage, so let's back off. T1 does this so much where they're like, oh yeah, you guys escaped, haha, like you guys got away, but we're just gonna go straight to Baron, you won't expect it. And Damwon realized this because they have a ward, but they did all back, they did all set up, so they have just enough damage with this Kalista comp to take the Baron. And yes, it's at the cost of Faker and Karia's lives here, but it's way more valuable, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. As looking for a little play onto a Camille. That's not going to work, and Flash was used by Duckdom. So I guess now he can't miss his Flash in team fights because he doesn't have it.
They are going to try to trade this for bottom inner too. Right now, Nuggery is on it by himself. Faker is coming over to deny. Just don't have a lot of vision. Damwon do not. Like, they don't have vision here. They don't have vision in their own jungle, so they can't punish. Oh. Okay, this is greedy.
Where's the Faker? Oh, there he is. As Nuggery, he is in a lot of trouble. 2v1. He should be able to trade onto Faker, though the Sonya's will be used. He's bought some time, but it's only time that he's bought, not his life. He gets taken down. And 3v1 will come into effect.
Pretty sure he got the Gromp, though. So.
Oh, okay, worth, yeah.
Yeah, but like, T1 played so beautifully around Vision. T1 are playing, and this sounds so crazy, and Mal brought it up earlier, but they are playing RNG's game right now. This is the type of play that we saw from Xiaohu on Galio all throughout MSI. Vision control that's set up deep, absolutely oppressive vision control that allows you to make punish plays like this. And Damwon Kia, if they could have seen in their jungle where T1 were, they could have actually stopped this collapse from happening. They could have actually trapped Owner in the jungle there. They could have actually made a cross-map play. But they're just totally blind, and Nuggery is trying to be greedy because he's like, well, we can't defend our end, or I have to trade for something, but he can't. Okay, Tempered Fate's out.
Oh, they're trying to get Guma here once again. He does have Cleanse this time, but he's just going to survive, actually. The damage's not quite there. Nuggery was not here. The flash comes in from Showmaker. They will take down the Kalista, as now the chase is on. It's not a very easy chase, though. Duckdom might be able to pick up Zeus here, as he is going to hookshot over the wall and flash to get away from this one. Duckdom, again, still on the chase.
And the timing of this, once again, works out very well for Damwon Kia being able to set up for another Drake take.
He just got it.
He's going to miss.
Yeah, sails wide.
Well, nice attempt there, but Zeus is preemptively kind of taking a weird angle, so that's less likely to hit.
Did
30.
you, I didn't mean to cut you off,
Sure.
but this is very important. Did you mention the Zhonyas that Duckdom has picked up?
No, I did not. I have not. We haven't talked about that yet. We saw his stopwatch earlier. We didn't discuss it, but it's very strong, obviously, in this case, and very common to build as well, obviously, for an Ezreal into the Galio Camille Compass. Yeah, we don't really need to watch this again, but he gets punched. But again, this is very difficult for Damwon Kia to do anything about because there's no vision on their side of the jungle to stop those rotations in or try to slow and force a 4v3 fight on their side. Tempered Fate here is really good, and it's really difficult to kill the Kalista with this collapse with the Nocturne, but they pull it off this time. Really nice flash forward as well. Or they follow.
We got a fight right now. There's a huge taunt. Faker gets 4 of them, but the Tempered Fate is huge again. As the heroic entrance does come in, provides that tankiness, but Kalista is down. Might not matter, though. The damage here from Duckdom, he's still pumping it out. Owner and Zeus can't quite get deep enough. They're trying to take down Ducky, and they will be able to eventually, as Kellen also on the run. No more magical journeys for him, as T1 will trade up by just 1 kill.
And that's
they
a Cloud
should be
Soul.
able to get the Cloud Soul.
The Tempered Fate is good, but the carry in this team needs to be Nuggery, not Duckdom. Nuggery needs to somehow be the one who survives, but then he's not doing his job as Gwen. If he was actually quite literally immune throughout the entirety of some of these fights, then yeah, this would look very different.
Look at this taunt again.
It's massive. And Faker knows they don't see him.
It's 5.
They know he is completely unseen. He knows that he's completely unseen because there's a control ward there. Then he ults back on top of his team to give them an additional amount of shielding. And Duckdom, yeah, he can do a lot of damage, but he's an Ezreal here. There's just too much. There's too much tankiness, too much engage. I mean, it's a Camille and a Lee Sin on top of you. Yeah. You can't last forever.
They're like healing.
Yeah.
1v2 versus an Ezreal.
So, I mean, this is the 5-man. He has control ward. He's on the other side, so there's just no way they could see him. They walked right into it. This is the second flash taunt play in this best of 3 from Faker that's game defining.
Yeah.
And how do you come back from this one now? Cloud Soul's up. Baron is live. T1 have so much damage. Kalista's at 3 items. I mean, even Faker's near a death cap at this point.
Yeah, he's, you know.
He hits, actually, in this game. He hurts
from ahead, yeah. They're just able to pick up those items that on even footing they would not have been able to. So it is very nice to see that he is going a damage build here. Certainly bolstering. It's not just going to be Guma. They have identified that he has been the main target, so Faker doesn't have to be as tanky. But either way, we are looking at another fight here around the Baron. T1 once again just trying to deny as much vision as possible. Force Damwon to come into them.
Roof up here for T1. True Shot Barrage spots out no Baron take. The Scuttle is all that Damwon have in terms of vision around that pit, and since they went over the wall, Damwon do not know that they have started this, so it's a really creative play because Camille goes over walls. Now Team are just going to group. By the time Damwon knows...
Oldest trick in the book.
Yeah, I mean, by the time they know, it's just too late. Yep. They have to fight for this, though.
Tempered Fate. Destiny coming on over. They're buying sometime the paranoia as well, but there's the smite, and there is the engage from Keria again, and Nuggery, he can't even survive to throw out any needles. He can't do any damage because he just gets 100 to 0'd as the turn. Extremely clean here from the side of T1 as now Owner is getting into that backline. Zeus is going to absolutely nuke Duckdom. He does not exist anymore. And that might just be the game at the end of this one. With the Baron, T1 should push to end.
T1 in control of this game from start to finish. One small error on top side, but beyond that, they just played a clean game of League of Legends. Canyon looks to be the last to fall here. Maybe this escapes, who cares? Bye-bye.
And Camille gets it.
Stolen.
Yep. Either way, a very clean 2-0 from T1. Absolutely a lot to see here, though. Both of these games were very entertaining.
And T1 will eclipse their own org's record. The record set by SK Telecom T1 in 2015 of 23 wins in a row in regular season and playoff games together. Across multiple seasons, this team has remained dominant. Yes, they lost a 5th game at MSI, had to come home, hold their heads high, and start a summer season. Rocky first week, but the 3rd game they played against Live Sandbox, the drafting was clean, and in the 4th game, their toughest of the season, they 2-0 Damwon Kia, something Gen G could not do, and it's that game that they break their own org's record, and who knows how far this streak is going to go. Maybe nobody can ever break this one. We might not be talking about this one in 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of insane that this team has broken such a historic record. One that's just incredibly difficult to beat. I mean, having perfect seasons as well in the same year, truly a special team. And we'll just have to wait and see and enjoy all of their games going forward. I mentioned this yesterday, but the next big matchup, you know, T1's got next week to play as well. Obviously, they're going to go up against DRX and Kwangdong Freaks, but they play up against Gen G in 2 Fridays from now. So that one is going to be the big one because Gen G look incredibly strong as well. T1, this was a great return to, I think, full form, right? They came out here and they actually did kind of bop Damwon, and that's what you would have expected out of top form T1 before going to MSI while they were winning Spring. So I think this is a nice breath of fresh air as well, that after, you know, the craziness of the Nongshim series, the craziness of the KT series, they come in here, they play clean League of Legends, and they kind of do what we've expected from 2022
and you know,
T1.
What's so beautiful about it, too, is it feels like they took something from MSI, from RNG. Yeah. They adopted Xiaohu's playstyle. They decided, okay, you know what, like this style is really strong. And even though no one in Korea is playing this aggressive dive style this hard, I mean, we have seen a lot of Callisto.
Hey man,
comps,
Fred
right?
Brion.
Yeah. The T1 actually said, I think we can actually do this. I think we can actually play this, and maybe we could even perfect this. And, you know, it's just 2 games of Camille Galio. We didn't learn that much about T1 in terms of what their deeper drafting and read on the meta is right now. But they played it well into Showmaker's Twisted Fate. They left it open. They said, yeah, you know, last time you got your Twisted Fate, you 2-0'd against the closer Silas, but this is T1. This is a completely different team. This is another level. And I think Damwon's biggest mistake was to think that they could just win Game 2 with the same style of drafting. After Game 1, they had a huge lead and still fell apart. Like, you know, I think too much pride and perhaps just not a lot of preparation. Remember, though, it was Damwon's toughest week, right? They do face both T1 and Gen G this week, so preparation for both those series really hard. But at the end of the day, T1 played the cleaner games, and Game 2 was not close.
Game 2, absolutely not. I definitely liked what they did in Game 1 a little bit more than Game 2. Game 2 was kind of like, we're going to do the same thing, but we're angry now, and we're just going to butt heads with them. And that just did not seem to be the way. Like, I liked the Trundle. I liked the weak side Mordekaiser kind of like sitting back in your seat more. The TF is, again, a question that remains to be seen because, you know, just like Owner was He was 20-2 on Lee Sin. Now he's 22-2 on Lee Sin. Some ridiculous win rates on that champion. But Showmaker's also played so much TF, and I wonder, at what point does he give it away and, make his team play a different style, or how long will they stay attached to it?
It's a really good question. I mean, we haven't seen this Azir, which is incredible because he's a very strong mid laner, and that's the meta pick that everyone has picked up. Faker has played it. Obviously, the best player on Azir so far we've seen has been Chovy, but you have to be able to adapt and play those meta picks, and this is just the comms, of course, here for T1, where Faker said it's done, it's over.
Yeah, they're pretty much just like go, 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 like, because we kind of went in right as Keria engaged, and wasn't too much else to say, right? It's a pile-on comp. You attack the targets that are in front of you.
I mentioned this earlier, and I want to clarify. I want to make sure people understand what I mean fully. Yes, Galio was played by Xiaohu, but the way T1 played around Vision, especially with Keria's Pike in Game 1, where they go to objectives that are game-winning for them, the Souls, the Barons, and force Damwon to walk into a comp that's incredibly powerful at controlling choke points and piling on, as you said. It's such a style that RNG is dominated with in the LPL, dominated with an MSI. It's suffocating, and it's one layer deeper of T1's already suffocating play style where they get early game leads.
Yeah.
We witnessed growth of this team over the last 2 weeks, and we didn't even think that was possible. Like, how much better can it get?
Yeah, I mean, the MSI hangover certainly didn't last too long, and it feels like they learned something from last night, from that hangover night. So, at the end of the day, teams always say they go to like these international tournaments and they learn so much, right? But to see it come out in kind of obvious fashion this quickly is a really good sign, and T1 have so much left in their arsenal as well that they're like, oh, and by the way, we can do this as well. So, kind of crazy stuff. We'll have to see how far it can go. But first of all, we're going to throw it back to the Carpet Spacers. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Valdez, for the throw over to us on the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicle, and that was a 2-0 for T1. Congratulations on 24 domestic victories in a row, thus breaking 2015 SKT's record. Of course, they also went off to MSI, lost that best-of-5 series in 5 games against the LPL, and then came back and kept winning, and then made it to 23. T1 have now eclipsed that and made it to 24.
And looking at this draft, T1 clearly in terms of individual play, they're more consistent. I think Damwon had a lot of highlight moments, but they couldn't really string them together into something that was enough to deal with the T1 comp. And I want to talk a little bit about Damwon's meta read, because I think that what we're seeing here is that Damwon is still very heavily opting into a style that has worked for them for like 2 years, which is TF, playing around re-engage, playing around picking opponents off. And at the current meta as it is, there is basically dive, executed well enough, poke if you somehow get your hands on Corki, or team fight. And those are the styles that work. And I think Damwon is going to have to really pivot away from trying to make this draft work. I like this draft a lot more than the previous one, because the Bard, I think, worked exceptional into a comp like this, and we saw so many great moments of that. I'm not really talking about T1 comp, because again, this comp is as easy as it gets. That's not a negative thing, like it's super straightforward. And then the Gwen also, if Nuguri would have been just a little bit able to play the game, then it would have been, but Faker and Keria made sure that he didn't. So there wasn't really a lot of opportunity. And for Damwon, my biggest question going into the next couple of weeks is, how well can they truly adapt to the current meta? Because this is clearly what they want to do, but it's not really what works against the best team. Sure, they'll beat Sandbox with this, but that's not enough.
They already have, in fact, beaten Sandbox with it, but you're right. It's a difficult situation. It brings my mind back to, Rift rivals of old, watching Rookie versus Faker, trading Galio games and having some of the best performances. I think when people see Galio, they're like, oh, should Faker be playing this? We haven't seen it be all that successful so far this season. But I think back to those moments and I'm like, I think he's got this one in the bag. His Galio has always been very, very good. You can actually look back at basically any pick of his. Let's jump into our first highlight though, as we really need to start rifling these ones off. As this was the topside play.
It was one of the few good moments for Damwon. And the reason why we picked this is because I wanted to highlight what this comp could do, and specifically the value of the Bard. Didn't love the build from Kalin. as the Frostfire Gauntlet not really working well with how the Bard passive works. Because your auto is slow already, so like there's not really a lot of value to be gained for that. But that's what the comp in theory should do: baiting T1 into diving, baiting them into playing aggressive, and then using the sustained damage from Gwen or backline pickoff combined with good zone and fight control of the Bard. But this is also the only time that it really worked.
Yeah, this is sort of like we had to illustrate that the composition isn't necessarily all bad, but it didn't quite work out. And I think that the casters represented pretty nicely the fact that Nocturne is a risky option to go for here, but you could see exactly what Darwin were trying to do throughout the rest of this game, which was kill Gumayusi and then hope for the best from that point on. And as you can see by the T1 victory, it did not quite work out. And my goodness, Faker throughout that mid-game had some amazing fights that he was able to navigate. And I believe we do have that one that started off in the mid lane. And
yeah, we're looking here, and it starts off pretty all right? With Damwon actually being able to initially get the fight going decently well, but at the same time, they're kind of running out of consistent threats as we get later. And the key thing here is this is fine, and the big difference between the team, we had to cut it off because we're really lacking time.
Yeah.
But they get a Drake, and then T1 get Baron, and then the game is over.
yeah, and it just doesn't really work out from there. So I believe we do have the 4-man taunt, the God mode from Faker. I think that is our final highlight here, which was honestly the back-breaking moment. But actually, it's just Faker picking up POG.
Well, we're gonna see it anyway. So.
Yeah, so this is how we actually get to that highlight that we had lined up later. And we were having this discussion earlier on. We're like, who's going to get the POG? And I'm like, you may as well vote for Faker because everybody else will.
I wanted to go with Keria. Owner also was the early game highlight, but to me it was Faker and Keria specifically as a duo. I want you to look not just at Faker's taunts, but also at Keria's complete annihilation of any target that has the guts, the audacity to walk into his range. And T1 is so well, again, like Faker sets it up and Keria is there immediately, like before the Tempered Fate can even land. And that one too, if that can consist, my God, T1, beautifully done.
Just absolutely amazing stuff. 9 out of 13, and the rest of the votes were for Keria.
Nice.
I like that one a lot. I apologize that I just kind of assumed that it was going to be like, and it wasn't even a 4-man taunt. The Arcane Shift was buffered, so it was a 5-man taunt onto the entirety of Damwon Kia. So really, just exceptional play from Faker. Great to see that his Galio is still just as amazing as usual. And we are going to throw it over to Ji-Sun for some interview translation. And congratulations for the 24 wins in a row.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Faker and Keria from T1. 24-match win streak in the LCK, the longest win streak in the LCK history. How do you feel, Keria? Yeah, I heard that we made a great record today, so I'm so happy and proud, and I'm happy that we defeated a very strong team, Damwon Kia. And Faker, you surpassed your own past 2015 SK Telecom. How do you feel? I mean, it's like so long ago, I can't really even remember that, but still feels great to always write new history. I want to ask you about the draft in game number 1. You guys let Twisted Fate through and then countered that with Galio Camille. We prepared many picks for sure, and those are one of the picks that we prepared. And also, especially Damwon Kia, they prefer poke comp a lot, so we wanted to opt into a dive comp. And we had Mordekaiser, a counter for Camille, and Nuguri was definitely doing a great job early on. So how did you guys communicate to kind of help him out? I've been playing top in the ranked game a lot, and I realized that this is not a very hard matchup for Camille, in fact. And also Zeus is always so good at coming back in the later phase, so we trusted him. Then tell us about the last big pike on the red side. Well, these days, you know, R5 it's not always like the best pick, the best counter pick, you know? So this time around, even though we had the last pick available, we wanted to just choose the best pick into the opponent's comp. And that was Pyke. I guess Pyke was the most ideal pick into Damwon Kia's comp. However, Damwon Kia's bottom duo was doing a fantastic job during the laning phase. They were pushing the lane really hard and they were having prio for the most of the time. I think Dokdam Kellen, they prefer Ezreal Karma duo a lot, but Karma right now is not a good pick. Karma is not good right now, so you can only play Karma into a weaker team, which means we are not weaker than them, obviously, so we were able to kind of play out the game really well. And game number 1 was all about that roam play and Faker as well. You were helping out other laners with your ult. So which one? Do you so Camille and Galio comp is now 5-4 against Camille with Twisted Fate. I think those kind of stats are all actually like accumulated from very long ago, so I don't think that really represents the meta or the matchup. I think every team has kind of different approach to champion matchups and comps, and I believe that our understanding is the answer. So when Pyke is grouped up with other players, he doesn't really get the best value. He has to play around the side lane. So I was having a lot of comps with Camille and also maybe jungler in order to get picks. And Faker, you were always drawing so much attention of the opponent players and tanking in the front lane. Tell us about that play as well. Yeah, I mean, we were always having a lot of communication, and I kind of thought I was in the right spot. And I could kind of tell that opponents were a little bit rushing, so I was able to make a great play. I have another question about the top lane matchup. Was Zeus feeling a little bit more pressured playing against Snuggery today? I don't really know. Because Zeus is a great player. He's a great person, I mean a great player. And yeah, he is a big fan of Nuguri, for sure. I saw him fanboying him a lot. But I think today was definitely a great experience for Zeus. And I'm happy that he was able to pick up a victory in the end. And Faker, Zeus, even though he didn't start off very strong in the get-go, he was able to come back really well. Any message over to him? Great job. Can it be a bit longer, please? I'm pretty sure he was feeling a little bit more nervous than usual today, but even though he was kind of trolling early on, he was able to come back for the late game, so I want to say thank you, or great job, over to him. Your next opponent is Kwangdong Freaks. What is your resolution for that matchup? They have a new support playing these days, and I think I will beat him as long as I can play well. Good luck, Carrier. And what about you, Faker? Yeah. I think we're in favor of that Kwangdong matchup in the past. I think we are having great result against them, and I hope we can continue our winning streak against them as well. Lastly, message for the fans. Thank you for all the love and support. And we are still aiming for the perfect season one more time this summer, so we will keep grinding until the end. What about you, Carrier? Same. Thank you for all the continuous support. And just like the spring split, I want to have undefeated split, just like Faker mentioned. We will do our best. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from Faker Carrier from T1, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as usual, for the exemplary translation of the interview. Really good to hear from both Faker and Carrier, and let's see whether they can do it again. Undefeated split twice in a row, that would be one heck of a record to set. Let's have a look at what this has done for the standings as well, as T1 moved to the top spot alongside Gen G. Both of these teams only dropping a game.
Wow.
And yeah, this is why we just can't wait until Friday in 2 weeks' time, right?
What is Damwon Kia doing? 2-game losing streak?
Yeah,
The
no,
previous game
it's
was
embarrassing.
Yeah, unbelievable. As I'm joking because they played against Gen G and now against T1, who are clearly our number 1 and or 2. Takeaways of the night: T1 looking to climb back towards the top, only have to deal with Gen G. Damwon Kia need to work on the mental read. Still a strong team, but not quite strong enough tonight.
Yeah, and after T1's meandering first week that was definitely pretty choppy, one could say, this week was just
They're
ridiculously
fit again.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
No more hangover.
extraordinarily impressive. The performance from T1 really have turned on a dime. But we do have one more matchup this evening. Live Sandbox taking on KT, and it's going to be in a while, ladies and gentlemen. It was a 2-0 by T1 in pretty quick fashion, especially for today's meta. So we'll see you back in about an hour's time or something like that as the LCK continues.
인턴 첫 수술이라 긴장되나?
아닙니다.
야 인턴,
네?
너 요즘 열심히 안 한다는 소문이 들린다.
아닙니다. 그건 진짜 잘못된 소문입니다.
그러면 너 요번에 나온 벨베스가 몇 번째 챔피언인지 알아?
160번째 챔피언입니다.
그러면 161번째 챔피언 이름 뭔지 알아?
161번째 챔피언 이름은 닐라닐라 바닐라입니다.
아, 나 진짜 또 화나게 하네. 야,
열받네.
애드리브 치는 거 되겠어? 너 인턴이잖아. 적당히 안 해?
그래 닐라라는 거만 알고 있다 치자. 너 닐라의 눈동자 색깔을 알고 있어?
눈동자 색은 그건 잘 모르겠습니다.
그 블랙 바이올렛이잖아.
좀 배우자. 모른다는 게 자랑이야?
네.
네?
죄송합니다. 아 진짜 정말 죄송합니다.
야, 나 잘못 들은 거 같아.
와, 교수님 들어오십니다.
다들 준비됐나?
예!
좋아, 시작하지. 해린턴, 와드.
와드.
메스.
도란으로 드릴까요? 롱소드로 드릴까요?
도란. 잘못 건드렸다간 모두가 다칠 수도 있는데 괜찮겠나?
다칠 거 생각했으면 시작하지도 않았습니다.
저는 최선을 다하겠습니다.
저는 잃을 게 없습니다.
그럼 시작하지.
네?
닥터!
오늘 주제는 인장질인데 인장질에
네.
대해서 좀 어떻게 생각해?
근데 이게 그냥 라이엇이 만든 시스템이라서 그게 문제가 되나 싶거든? 그러니까 인장질이라고까지 이렇게 표현이 되나.
그러니까 질이라는 표현까지 쓸 필요가 있나?
아, 난 그리고 그 좀 많이 끄고 하고 그러거든.
차단을 한다?
차단을
근데
하고.
이것도 맞기는 해. 자기가 기분 나쁘면 차단하면 된다 이거 아니야.
아니 좀 핵심적으로 파고 들어가야 돼. 왜 차단을 하는데?
어?
왜 차단을 하는데?
아, 나는 솔직히 꼴 보기 싫어서.
그래! 이 얘기를 듣고 싶었어.
아니 그럼 반대 아니야 반대? 인성질, 아니 그러니까 인장질이 싫다
아니,
아니야?
딱 차단 기능까지 만들어줬잖아. 그러면 나 그 기능을 쓰면 되는 거 아니야? 굳이 아니,
아니 화났니?
아, 저거 맞는 말이긴 해.
여기서 끝인가?
모두의
날로 먹으려고 그냥 날로 먹으려고.
정리해서 한번 들어봐야지.
근데 나는 개인적으로 이 패치는 진짜 잘한 패치라 생각해. 왜냐면은 이모티콘이
그렇죠.
귀여워서 자기 거 그냥 띄우면서 보는 거야. 자기 만족하는 거야 일단. 그리고 나는 그래 기본적으로 게임하는 사람들이 관종이라 생각을 해. 그렇잖아. 자기가 막 진짜 슈퍼 플레이해. 질려. 그러면은 뽐내고 싶잖아.
지린다는 단어.
나는 근데 솔직히 말하면 반대야. 왜냐면 일단 무조건 반대. 이건 무조건 반대. 이거 쓰지 마세요. 이런 건 아니고 그냥 일단 부분적 반대야. 내가 상대편을 뭐 솔킬을 따버렸어. 그럼 바로 인장질. 기분이 나쁘지 않을까. 근데 이제 뭐 해리턴이 얘기했던 거 뭐
네네 그렇습니다.
내가 잘했는 걸 핑계로 아니 뭐 친구들끼리 이겨서 야 마지막에 인장질 싹 한번 5명 다 하자 어때? 막 이런 식으로 쇼맨십 이런 건 괜찮아요.
근데 그러면
네.
오히려 반대로 형이 그런 인장질을 당했다가 결국에 형이 게임을 이길 때는 좀 더 통쾌하지 않아?
아 그건 맞지. 아니 나는 근데 당하면은 야 이 녀석 봐라. 나도 다음에 솔킬 따면 너도 다 나도 한 번 더 한다.
그렇지.
그렇게
근데,
하지.
맞다.
아니 즐겁죠. 아 나도 인장질 하는 나도 인장을 쓰는데 인장을 쓰는데
나는 즐겁다. 남을 죽이는데 희열을 느끼며.
이런 거 쓰시나? 상대 죽이고 나서?
아니요? 전혀 안 쓰는데요?
그러니까 나도 이게 이야기를 들어보니까 차단이 답이 아니네. 이게 게임을 좀 더 즐기려면 차단 풀고 그냥 해야 되는데 한두 번은 해봐도 되지 않을까.
아 너 한 번도 안 해봤어?
난 인장을 딱 그렇게만 올려놓지. 게임 시작할 때 막 그 자동으로 올려져 있는 거 있잖아. 나 그거 말고는 없어.
나는 장신구에다가 그걸 해놨단 말이야. 따봉 뭐 이런 거 해주면서 렌즈 돌리고.
그래서 저희가 준비한 코너가 여러분의 인장을 확인하기 위해서.
아, 이걸 또 이렇게.
이거 내 인장도 볼 수 있어요?
어떻게 봐요?
접속하면 되지.
아 접속해서
로그인해서.
여기서 이제 나오는 거지. 본인이 얼마나 인성이.
누구부터 먼저 할까요?
당연히 인턴부터죠.
그렇네요. 네 인턴부터 하세요.
보자. 아이 또 부끄럽네 이런 걸 보여줘야 돼서.
와 색깔별로 이렇게 맞추는 거 봐.
아니 아까 그 따봉 얘기하지 않았어? 자기 와드 지울 때 따봉 띠링 켜지면서 뭐 좀 따봉이 없는데.
야 그리고 저 왼쪽에 저 꿀벌 세트 봐. 꿀벌 세트.
그러니까.
그러니까 나는 근데 안 쓴다고 안 했어. 안 쓴다고 했어.
저 오른쪽이랑 위쪽 좀 기분 나쁘다.
용도가 따로 있구나.
생긴 것부터 좀 기분 나쁘다.
그러니까 저거.
아, 여기 또 기분 나쁜 거 몇 개 있어 리스트. 이런 거는 귀여워서 쓰는 거고 굉장히 기분 나쁜 거 있었는데.
뭐가 네 기분을 그렇게 건드렸어?
그 사일러스 있거든 사일러스. 그게 진짜 기분 나쁜데.
아 이거?
이거. 난 이건 안 샀잖아.
아 그 지금 사.
왜 이름이 넌 안 돼요?
근데 저거 위에
네.
나오면 안 되나 멘트도? 그게 더 짜증날 것 같은데.
와, 야 멘트 나오면 바로 모니터 날아갔지 지금. 모니터 없어졌어 바로.
하여튼 내가 뭘 쓰더라? 나 꿀벌 몇 개 있는 것만 기억나고 나도 나머지는 기억이 안 나는데.
뭐야?
역시 라이언.
제가 당한 게 아니고요.
이거 한 줄 알았어. 나 너무 좋아했네.
제 거는 나 깔끔하죠?
그러니까 깔끔한데?
동진이랑 차이가 없어.
아니 근데 선취점 티모는 저거는 기분이 굉장히 나쁜 거 아닌가?
아니 나는 그냥 나의 휘노 애랑만 딱 넣어놨을 뿐이야. 기쁠 때, 살짝 불편할 때, 살짝 불편할 때 귀엽게 표현하는 거지.
나는
너 저번에 근데 자기 티어도 기억 못하고 그런 거 보면은
아니 근데 그게
자기가 해놓고 또 기억 못하는 거 아니야?
아 근데 그게 내가 강등 시스템이 바뀌어가지고
뭐 하는 거?
로그아웃 해야지. 진짜.
얘는 롤을 안 했는데요?
롤을 안 하네.
근데 바람별은 왠지 없을 것 같기도 하고.
감정 표현.
오, 뭐야. 나르.
그냥 애초에 여기 자체를 건드리질 않네.
딱 봐도 이것도 그냥 이런 기능이 있었어 해가지고 그냥 잠깐 넣었다가 그냥 신경 아예 끈 느낌인데 니가?
나는 진짜 그래.
안 쓰신다고 했던 샤이닝 거 마지막에.
형 진짜 클린 유저라서.
봅시다.
아이고 마스터. 잘못 눌렀네.
아니 이게 감정 표현 아닌가 이게? 이게 감정 표현 아닌가?
그러니까 잘하는데 감정 표현? 아니 본인이 안 하는 거네.
와 저기 있어? 아니 넌 안 돼.
넌 안 돼.
아 잠깐 혹시 우리한테 하는 말인가? 마스터 안 되잖아 이거.
아니 진짜
이름
침착들 하시고요.
이름 뭔데? 이거 너는 안 돼 그거야?
너는 안 돼.
아니 사이러스 그거야?
아니 침착들 하고. 아니 그게 아니고.
좋겠어?
아니 그게 아니고 제 스탠스가 그거잖아요. 악질적으로 하지 않으면 나쁘지 않다. 악질적으로 쓰지 않으면 괜찮다.
난 저거 쓰는 것부터 이제 악질적이라고 생각은 하긴 하는데 그럴 수 있죠.
거기다가 비웃는 고양이?
아니
비웃는 고양이.
이게 어딜 봐서 비웃는 거야?
저 카멜레온이야 개구리야 뭐야 저거? 저 물음표.
근데 만약에 갱킹 이런 거 왔을 때 그냥 물음표 한번 띄워주는 거지. 너 왜 한 거야?
왜 왔냐?
그러니까 상대가 갱하는 내가 갱 해피해놓고.
여기 다 있는데요? 여기가 제일 악질인데요?
그리고 시작 손짓좀 이런 거 다 빼놨어. 본인이 쓰고 싶을 때만 쓰려고.
아니 그거는 너무 억지 아닌가? 억지 아니야? 그건 너무? 그럼 뭐 일단 이 정도로 하고.
잘 봤고요 클린한 거. 네 정말 클린하네요. 사실
이
진짜 클린은 얘 아니었나.
나 클린이지.
그래서 저희가 여러분들이 어떤 인장이 좋은 인장인지 구분을 해주시면 좋을 것 같아서
다음 영상 속 인장 사용이 매너인지 비매너인지 답하시오.
이거는 인장이 조금 더 빨랐으면 좋았을 것 같아.
너무 늦었다.
이게 뭐냐면 발언 시간 그것 때문에 늦게 잡는 거잖아.
엇나가게 하려고.
인장 지금 한 10번 나왔어야 됐어. 저거 아예 안 띄우고 죽는 사람들도 있거든? 근데 한 번 이렇게 띄워줬기 때문에 이제 상황 자체가 너무 재밌어졌잖아.
게임을 즐길 줄 아는 거야.
요거는 되게 뭐 괜찮은데요?
나는 이거
그리고
마스터의
이제
센스도 진짜 좋았다고 생각해.
그래.
근데 만약에 T1이 저기서 인장을 띄웠다? 그럼 비매너?
그거는 우리가 판단할 문제는 아닌 것 같아.
근데 상면이 형 이런 거 피하려고 하지 마. T1이 만약 찍었으면 어쨌을 거야?
피디님 앞에 어떻게 생각하셨을 것 같아요?
다음 보시죠.
길다고.
좀 죄송한데 이게 다 좀 프로게이머들 대영상밖에 없네요.
나 이거 죽을 것 같아.
아니 죽지 마. 와서 싸워.
정면 돌파해.
싸워.
여기 나부터 맞서 싸울게. 승리하기 전 세레머니 같습니다.
세레머니다.
네, 세레머니. 그냥
이거 만약 안
퍼포먼스.
된다고 하실 거면은 이기고 나서 신나가지고 막 와 하는 것도 안 된다고 하셔야 돼요.
이것 때문에 기분 나빠서 싸울 거면은 게임 끝나고 풀어도 되는 거고 기분
아니,
상하면은
게임은 게임으로 해. 게임 끝나고 풀지 마.
인장 쓰면 안 돼. 얘는 진심이야.
얘네 진짜
아유 위험해.
이건 대회가 아니네요 아쉽게.
솔랭에서 자주 보는.
아 이거 좀 애매한데?
애매하긴
살짝
한데.
애매한데?
아 솔직히 기분은 나쁜데 이거는 본인의 실력을 탓해야 되지 않나?
피하지 못한.
저는 오히려 띄워주면 고마워요. 내가 더 열심히 할 명분을 심어주거든요. 저는 이것도 괜찮다고 생각해요.
안 괜찮은 거 어딨어?
근데 이거는 좀 아까랑 비슷한 것 같은 느낌? 그냥 못 맞춘 내 손을 좀 탓하고 잘 피한 상대를 인정하고.
나 이렇게 스킬 잘 피함. 나봉.
이게 약간 그럴 수는 있겠다. 우리 팀을 욕할 수는 있지. 왜 그것도 못 맞춤?
맞아. 저도 단연의 롤 경험상 보통 저러면 같은 팀이 싸워요. 이거를
블리치가 아니죠.
블리치랑 아니랑 싸워요.
아, 나 이거 너무 좋은 것 같은데 이게 생각이 바뀌었어. 인정을 써야 될 것 같아.
아니 뭐야?
아니 이지가.
오 잠깐 이거는 좀 논란이 있겠는데
이거는 드디어 나왔네. 제가 반대하는 부분이에요.
이즈리얼 저 춤을 되게 극혐하는 사람들 많단 말이야. 저거 플러스 인장질 플러스 시체 위에 있다? 3위일체네 진짜.
아니 근데 근데 이거는요 포인트가 달라요. 키를 따고 나서 게임을 이기기 위해 행동을 하지 않고 CS를 다 버리고 있는 게 화가 나는 거예요. CS를 버리면서까지 상대를 농락하는 것 자체가 화가 나는 포인트인 거예요.
이 사람은 진짜 악질이에요. 그러니까 정말 악질이에요. 요거는 진짜 비밀인 것 같아.
뭐 이거
이 스킨
그분인가?
와 이거는 정글 감수성 미치겠는데 지금.
근데 아쉽네. 저기 물음표 핑이 찍혀야 되는데.
아무한테? 아니면 누구한테? 아무한테?
난 이거 무조건 보고 있었어.
헬루스님 어때요?
사실 근데 맞긴 해요. 본인이 강타 못 쓰고 못 먹은 걸 누굴 탓하겠습니까? 다음에 나도 하면 되죠.
저 상황에서 다음번에 다시 만나면은
개처맞을 텐데.
이 정도면 세레모니 퍼포먼스?
나는 솔직하게
정면 돌파
대회에서
보여주나?
나 대회에서 인장질만 저런 식으로 인장을 쓴다는 게 난 좋은 것 같거든. 오히려 그냥 리그 보는 사람 입장에서 재밌거든.
그치.
감정 표현도 좀 넣어줘야 이게 재밌지 않나. 그리고 도란 같은 경우에는 뭐 나름 센스 있었어.
지금 이 경기 중에 이런 세레모니 같은 경우는 대부분 찬성을 하시잖아요.
네네네.
근데 이제 경기 중에 이제 인장 사용하는 거에 대해서 이렇게 나뉘는 이유가 뭘까요?
뭔가 좀 보는 입장에서 상대편이 기분 나쁠 수도 있는 만한 인장을 썼기 때문에 좀 그런 논란이 생겼다고 하거든요. 롤을 보시는 분들이 또 롤을 하시는 분들도 많으니까 또 거기에 대해서 공감대 형성도 어느 정도 됐을 거라고 또 생각은 해요.
감정이입한 거지 시청자분들도.
저런 플레이를 했을 때 상대방의 멘탈 좀 타격을 줄 수 있는 그런 부분이 확실하게 있기 때문에 나는 충분히 저런 플레이 해도 된다고 생각을 해.
우리가 좀 포커스를 좀 다르게 봐야 될 것 같은 게 e스포츠, 그러니까 롤을 스포츠로 볼 건지 아니면 그냥 단순 좀 즐기기 위한 그런 놀이로 둘 건지. 야구 같은 경우에는 우리 얼마 전에 논란됐던 게 배트플립. 빠따를 치고 나서 그 던지는 행위가 비매너인가 아닌가. 우리나라에서는 그걸 뭐 그냥 감정 표현 중 하나일 뿐이다. 그런데 이제 해외에서는 이거 굉장히 비매너 행위다. 신사 스포츠로 갈수록 상대의 감정을 건드릴 만한 거를 규제를 해. e스포츠를 좀 신사 스포츠처럼 이렇게 방향성을 간다면 이런 서로 감정이 상할 일은 안 만들어야 하지 않을까.
지금부터 좀 어떻게 컨셉을 잡느냐가 굉장히 중요할 것 같기는 해.
아니면 뭐 레슬링처럼 서로 개싸움으로 가도 돼.
엔터테인먼트적인 부분을 넣어서
그냥 만나자마자 트래시 토크하면서 그냥 채팅창도 오픈해.
아니 너무 좋은데 아이디어?
스타트 있었잖아. 대기실에서 몇 채팅.
그래 두 가지 방법이 있어.
들어보니까 레슬링 쪽이 좀 끌린다 나는.
근데 그게 맞긴 해. 그게 좀 재밌긴 해. 보는 것도 있고.
근데 혹시 이렇게 얘기했다가 레슬링 매너 스포츠인데요라고 이러면 어떡해?
그러니까 우리는 레슬링 잘 몰라. 얘가 레슬링은 좀 잘하는 것 같아가지고.
아니 나도.
나도 그냥 세페가 그렇게 말하길래 그런 줄 알았지.
우리 잘 몰라.
저도 뭐 정확히는 모릅니다. 개인의 의견일 뿐입니다.
자, 그래서 여러분 오늘 인장질에 대해서 주제를 한번 나눠봤는데요. 여러분들은 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 뭐 자유롭게 댓글을 달아주셔도 좋고 다음에 어떤 주제로 우리가 좀 얘기를 해봤으면 좋겠는지도 한번 댓글을 달아주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 협박
야 이렇게 축하도 해주고 야.
이 쓰레기들 한마디로 나한테 생일 선물. 오늘 생일이야 이 새끼야.
아이 다음에 다른 날로 잡으시지. 이게 생일 축하해줘야 되잖아.
아니 어떤 일?
축하합니다. 생일 축하합니다.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken. Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear and would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. But sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Welcome back, guys. We are here for the second match of the night. It is Liv Sandbox up against KT Rolster. I'm still Valdez with Wolf, and we just had, of course, T1 kind of dominating Damwon Kia in the first matchup, and now we get into this one. Pretty interesting. Liv Sandbox having a bit of trouble recently, but KT, we'll see how they do.
I think KT have proven that of these two teams, they are the favorites, and they've shown a much cleaner drafting style. Arya is playing very well. Lots of dive, lots of excitement from Liv Sandbox. Drafting leaving a lot to be desired, very one-dimensional. But I feel like on my way back to the Castle Desert Pass sign that said, you need to be this tall to ride the KT Rolster coaster. And I bought my tickets. I was tall enough, and I'm ready to go for a loop on this one, because I think this one could end up being subverted by Liv Sandbox. In terms of expectations, we could go to a game 3. Anything is possible with these two teams.
It certainly is. Let's take a look at the points of the match first. Battle between 1 and 2 teams. Which team will advance to 2 wins? From one end to the other, 2 loss streak after a first win, and first win after 2 loss streak. I mean, I don't know. I would, as you were saying, I would put KT above Liv Sandbox right now, especially because in recent memory, Liv Sandbox kind of got bodied twice in a row by 2 teams that are much better than them right now, honestly. Damwon Kia and T1. So it's hard to feel too up on them, and we'll see, if they can kind of mix up their style a little bit.
Are we gonna read that? C family Croco versus Cuz jungle matchup. It's a creative way of saying that it is a important match between these two. I think Croco has been the more consistent jungler even this season. Cuz has shored up some of his weaknesses and hasn't looked as rough around the edges, let's say, as he has in previous seasons. So it's an exciting matchup. I think one where Liv Sandbox could pull ahead, so it is something to zoom in on. On the other side of the coin, Arya has been much improved, and Closer has had a pretty rough start to the season. Has been, to be fair, like pigeonholed into some of his really bad picks by the drafting style of Liv Sandbox.
With Lysandra available.
Or the Silas twice into Showmaker's Twisted Fate.
Yeah. Closer has kind of gotten the short end of the stick when it comes to that. Oh, here we go. My grade's C+. He actually has evidence on his phone. Not sure if you should be broadcasting that to the internet. Either way, and he was talking about the C family.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he's in the C family now.
Come on. Like,
you're in the C fam, all right.
You're on the same level, I guess. Yeah, KT Rolster, even though they are 1 and 2, you can see that they do have some nice numbers in terms of firsts, right?
Yeah, these are
including
early game
first
stats.
Deaths. Or no, those are first dragons. Never mind.
Yeah, these are early game stats. First blood, first turret, first herald, and first dragon. So notice they're both both getting herald and dragon actually more than half of the time. So first turret as well has been going in their favor. They are 1 and 2. However, they basically beat T1. Like, they could have won that series. They were ahead. They won game 1, game 2. They had a massive advantage. They ended up losing the series at the end of the day, but I think their 1-2 is stronger because they faced T1 and Genji, right? Whereas Liv Sandbox only beat Guangdong, and things got rougher since there. They also faced Damwon, to be fair, but the Fiora pick we saw from Dove in that last game, I think, did not inspire confidence in this team's drafting style. We've seen the Vi give Liv Sandbox a nice setup and some really cool wins, but it just feels like their read on this meta is their own, if you know what I'm saying. Like, they have their own way of playing it. They think they know what the strongest is, but these stats and the win records are showing otherwise.
Yeah, maybe it's just the only style that they feel comfortable playing. But it's really just easily countered by a lot of stuff, especially, they're playing blue side again because, of course, they are the home team. They're definitely going to pick blue side. If they pick Ahri again with Lysandra available, I mean, at what point is it, oh, we just played poorly? And at what point is it not just like, oh, maybe we shouldn't pick Ahri with Lysandra available, or maybe we shouldn't just play the same exact style every single time? Like, at what point will Liv Sandbox change? I can hear Chronicler from the desk. He's like, they can't change, Valdez. It's impossible. They're Liv Sandbox. I'm like, well, then I don't know. Like, they got to change at some point because it's not working.
Speaking of Lissandra. Aria's Lissandra, he's played 3 games of. He looks incredible on it. His Azir, which he only played the 1 game of, very strong. And so if you want to play into aiming scaling picks, and you're going to play into Aria's Lissandra counter pick for Ari, or his Azir, which he looks very good on, you're going to have a bad time because this team has gotten early leads with late game comps. They have played the Callista to, decent effect. They've played the Jinx even. Like, aiming has a very wide champion pool right now. Life, he's played less champions, but he's played the more unique ones. He played Orange support. Like, this team will outdraft you if you draft predictably, and that has been the problem with Live Sandbox's draft. It's not like their ideas are completely wrong, but they're just playing for comfort and they're playing for their style. And if you show up on your 4th best of 3 of the season and just do it one more time, KT will smash you. Heri's got a good read right now.
Yeah, definitely agree. And there is a reason we talk so much about the draft. I think that Live Sandbox brings a lot of discussion in with their stubbornness in the draft. And I think that KT has a really good read right now, and that can be a big difference maker when it comes to this kind of matchup. As we are going to highlight the family of C. Krako up against Cuz. Krako, he had a fantastic start, but again, Live Sandbox, they went up against Kwangdong Freaks, which at the time we thought, should have rated a little bit higher, but as we know now, not really also understanding the way the game is supposed to be played. And Live Sandbox, they looked great in that matchup, but since then, hasn't been much.
Jungle proximity difference means that Cuz supports his laners. That like the stat that's shown there is he supports his laners way more than Krako, who has a high kill participation because he's the one who's necessary basically in all of 1 team fights for Live Sandbox. And I've said this many times before on broadcast, but if you have one drafting style and your jungler is like almost 80% kill participation, that's actually usually not a good thing. That's actually usually a worrying trend. Like, you're so reliant on this one player in this one diving role, where if the enemy team is wise to it, as teams have become wise to the more games Live Sandbox has played, it's actually a crutch that you're using rather than a strength. And I'm ready to go in on Live Sandbox's draft tonight because some of the ones that we have seen have been...
It's Wolf's comfort zone. He's ready to go in.
Some of them have been really abysmal. And KT, on the other hand, some of the cleanest drafting we've seen from them in 3 seasons. So if you show up tonight as Live Sandbox and you're like, nah, man, it's our playstyle. I'm like, your playstyle is to walk out of this room 0-2 and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, it is harsh, but I think it's realistic. Kind of like we were saying, we need to see some changes, but let's see. Maybe they have something prepared. We can leave our minds and hearts open until we see the first pick Ari with Lissandra open. Then I'm ready to close the door once again. I'm going to slam it on the way out. Especially because, as you mentioned, Arya is such a great Lissandra player. So I don't think that should be allowed to happen. And I don't think it will. I think, Live Sandbox gave it one final try. And now they will mix up with some new picks, but it does wait to be seen, as this is a Cuz animal there in the middle. That is what a Cuz is.
Yep.
As that is Rascal.
The Iron Wall.
Yeah.
Rascal. What I want to see from Live Sandbox in this draft is proof, just some proof that there is more to this team than the romance, that they can hold a stable job. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, if it's all about the romance, like you go on a few dates and you're like, all right, so what's your so what do you do for a living exactly? Like, what's your apartment like?
I'm in between jobs.
Do you clean your room? Do you order takeout every day? Like, is it just it's just you putting on the moves? Like, first date, I was really falling for you. Okay. They also banned Tom Kench away from Life and Rascal's Gwen. So these are 3 great bans. And then they first picked the Wukong. The problem with this is that, now Arya could just play the Ahri, but they're going to go down the Corki path instead.
Ahri's banned.
Oh, Ahri did get banned, yeah, right?
With the Lissandra response. Take a look at that. Extremely quick from KT. Corki, obviously another big mid laner that's available. It does well into Azir if that gets picked up. And the Volibear, too.
So I was focused on the 3 bans that Live. Sometimes I didn't notice the Ahri ban there. This is actually such a quick snap lock-in from KT, as if they expected Krako would take the Wukong here, and that they would just instantly go into Corki, and the defensive Volibear we saw attempted just a few days ago. And Sylas into Corki this is not the first time we've seen this attempted. And we haven't seen it work really yet in terms of, being a counter pick, but see how this one pans out. Does also kind of make you less interested in picking up champions like the Gnar, although they'll take it themselves, it looks like here.
Yeah. It's one way to do it, I suppose. Just take them both. Don't even allow yourself the opportunity to steal Gnar's ultimate because you take it. This is blind Gnar with Gangplank available.
Yeah.
I think that is our first strike.
First strike, that's strike number one. Okay. Well, because now, like, not only are you doing this into, you're picking Gnar into Gangplank with Gangplank open, but it's also a Corki comp with Gangplank open. Like, you have to ban Ezreal now, or else, like, KT actually have all three parts of the Triforce.
Yeah, they've got the nuts, as they call it in poker.
And I don't think Aiming was thinking about playing Kalista ever, not even a little bit. Because they're playing a scaling comp, why would he pick that right now with no information about the enemy AD carry? Now, if they're going to pick Ezreal themselves, I like this ban a lot, because if Prince is on Ezreal, one of his best picks, okay, ban the Senna away. Now, if you pick up the Ezreal before KT get their hands on it.
But, like, he's always going to pick it. Yeah.
Because it's red side. Oh, no.
Oh, strike number 2.
I feel like this is exactly what Live Sandbox were hoping for. Oh, man. We're just going to pick up the Ezreal. That's our angle here. We're going to have a little bit of scaling ourselves. And now they're like, ooh, they picked it. A little bit surprising, but not really, actually. And I know we're being very mean and very harsh, but, like, now time's ticking away. You just banned the 2 best responses that you could have picked for the Ezreal.
There's Kai'Sa. Okay, there's Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's an option. At least, that's still there. And Kai'Sa Rakan. So it's a Live Sandbox draft. And I think KT were very ready for this. I think you can just pick a disengage kind of a support here. Unfortunately, they did ban away the Renata themselves.
I mean,
but there are some other picks.
You have so many options here as KT. You could just pick the Karma if you want to just be like, well, let's get some prio.
Yeah.
It's not even necessarily like the perfect pick here, because you are lacking somewhat in terms of frontline, and Volibear can do a little bit of that for you. Wouldn't have hated even a Leona pick here, or a Braum. It doesn't matter, though, because you now have a pretty solid lane down here. Now, if Live Sandbox pull it off, okay, like, they have to get ahead. They have to get value with Sylas early. The Wukong Gnar, there's some power there. You can win the lane. It's not impossible if it's played well. But the problem is, like, Volibear just wins super hard in a lot of these attempted ganks you can look for in mid and top, which is why he's picked sometimes with these fragile solo laners. Not only in the LCK, but in other regions as well. And it's just like my frustration comes from the fact that we didn't see any real attempted adaptations. And maybe the Live Sandbox coach will come and tell me afterwards, or maybe we'll find out. But it really did feel like for a moment there that the idea was we're going to play Ezreal, we're going to change the draft a little bit in the second half with that Senna ban and the Kalista ban. But then they picked the Kai'Sa response. We'll see how it performs here. But this is another one of those games where KT just have to not mess up. And then they're like, we're scaling. We sit back, we win. I've seen this movie so many times. And
yeah,
that's why I'm ready for a change for Live Sandbox. I want to see the other side of the coin because we know they can play a different play style. And if they win tonight, maybe they don't need to.
Do we know that? I don't know. I feel like I've forgotten. But let's see how game 1 is going to go. Let's hop onto the Rift right now. And off we go. Onto the Rift once again. Ezreal does not have any items.
That's a bug. Yeah, it happened yesterday too. Sometimes it doesn't show up at the beginning, and then once IU comes out and tells you about one of our sponsors, once she disappears, he'll have items. IU brings the items. That's just the thing.
Oh, okay.
Some of the players, she's
so
close
it's
with
not
them.
the BBQ chicken?
Nah, it's IU. She brings the items.
Okay.
She's like, yeah, you can get some special stuff with Rebank, and then also here's your tier.
Oh,
there you go.
Wow.
미니언들이
I
생성되었습니다.
didn't know she was that powerful.
Yep, she's been around for a while, you know. Her debut around the time where she was getting really big around the time I came to Korea, around the time you came to Korea.
True.
Still around, still doing ads and doing awesome stuff, even in the LCK.
Yeah. Still making music.
I actually met her during the GSL times because she performed.
I remember that.
Yeah, and still in my esports, man. A decade later.
Yeah.
IU bringing Israel his items. And now, by the way, speaking of items, the fact that he could start a tier into this Kai'Sa matchup just shows confidence in how this 2v2 is going to play out. It's a very greedy start here.
Especially with the Karma, just adds so much power to the lane. The Rakan not going to be doing too much. Can push the Kai'Sa back here. The Kai'Sa can have a little bit more fun as the levels come along, but definitely means that aiming will have fun at first.
Life just harassing with his Qs here at level 1. Getting some Comet value, stacking up his support item. And the observers are showcasing this lane because this is the choice that Liv Sandbox kind of went all in on. And as this win streak continues.
Yeah. Nice barrels there. Rascal showing, hey, I know how to do the barrels. And yeah, he's even on that list. He has a win himself. Gangplank currently 100% win rate this week. I was actually checking the patch stats. He, I believe, is 3-0 this week is the Gangplank.
Yeah, Rascal the only player who's not in top 4 team right now who actually has a win there. All the top players, no pun intended there, are playing it. All my homies love Gangplank, especially in the Gnar matchup. We might get a win rate stat on that one later on. I think it was very even the last time we checked in.
It's kind of interesting, you know, we were talking about the drafts and doing the strikes meme. The strike one was obviously the Gangplank being open and the Gnar selection, but also the Silence, you know, it hasn't really brought in a lot of confidence, I have to say. You know, I think a lot of, especially Closer knows himself, he had trouble with it in the matchup against TF, against Showmaker a couple of times. But it did receive some buffs on this patch. You know, I'm still waiting for that first, like, breakout Silas performance because we know that if the teams are still playing it and they're still picking it, then it must be doing well in scrims, you know, especially with the buffs. Teams still think it's strong, so there's a reason why they're picking it. You know, not even just into, like, the TF matchup. So I'm still waiting for that moment, which is why I didn't call it a strike in the draft, but, you know, it kind of has a lot of strikes against it himself as a champion so far, so still waiting.
Yeah, I mean, what he can do with this comp, obviously, is just continue to pile on. It's very similar to T1's comp. Obviously, it's a very different way of doing it, where you Wukong ult in the Gnar, ult hits, you get your stun as you engage, and, you know, he might build Everfrost in this comp. I think it's a pretty good option for him. I do not think this is an angle to build the Andres Silas, but we'll see what Closer does build-wise here. But yeah, I think going for Everfrost allows you a little bit more CC. And the Rocket Steal is very good, actually, and this is a nice trade to take.
Yeah. There are some mid-lane matchups that you are not very happy about as Silas. One of them is, like, Zoe. You know, you just get, like, the one hop. It's not that great. But the quirky one, as you point out, it's actually quite nice. You can do some harass yourself and kind of make up for that range disadvantage in the early game.
Yeah. When you steal rockets before a team fight, you can do some damage. And I think that's the only reason why you would ever want to build, like, Leandres in a situation like this, but you just won't be able to proc those rockets as well. But still, the burst damage you add before you even get to engage with Kai'Sa, it's really nice. That's going to whiff. It's okay.
Yeah, just says real things. Just hanging out, scaling, you know. Both Aiming and Arya did go for a strike.
This is
too much of a surprise there either.
The tiers start with cookies where you're feeling like, you know, I could be here forever. And you will back away, though. Interrupted.
Got him. He has teleport, so.
He does, and he also, like, if it really push came to shove, he has the cookie, so he can get a lot of mana back. And you know what? Push is going to come to shove. The push is coming, it's shoved. And so he might have to buy another cookie. It's all right. He popped one, and he's going to hold this. That will actually, with those delays, guarantee Drake, though. So this is quite significant, in fact. Nice plays from Prince here.
Yeah. Able to just use that Bop Prio to come on down here and take over the Mountain Drake. Dove doing a nice job as well, holding the wave in a very awkward spot for Rascal. He's actually going to have to stay. He just elects to ultimate it. He's like, no, I'm just going to counter barrage it. I'm going back, sir. Whatever you say.
Yeah. So, you know, Rift Herald's up in about 100 seconds or so. Not the worst decision you could make at this point.
Where's the call from Rascal? Come on, man.
Nah, he's going to be a little aggressive. He's got a Volley Bear to back him up.
Where's the call from Arya?
That's a good question. I mean, that's a little bit more viable here.
I don't know how far you want to really push the envelope when push comes to shove, you know?
Yeah.
I love that you can actually use that phrase.
It's great for League of Legends,
It makes sense. Wow, it's just really awesome.
It was good, you know. It worked out because they were shoving. So far here for Liv Sandbox, they haven't been able to make any opportunities for ganks occur because Arya positioned really well in lane. And obviously Rascal is not pushing too far here. Now that level 6 is hit for Croco, and the fact that he still has flash means he can, you know, force some pretty long distance hard ganks in either of these lanes. So there it is. You can see it on the top left of your screen. He hit 6, and this is the timing where, you know, as Liv Sandbox, you really want to start trying to take some flashes away, worst case scenario. And I love that Arya actually pushes the mid lane and is kind of setting up right now for that Rift Herald start. He's got a ward that he drops in there with the push he's taken. He's also ungankable right now because he's over there. They're making a play around this plate.
Just trying to deny it here is Kale and Prince, just essentially saying get away, but that plate's going to go down eventually. And 8 minutes. First Drake to go to Liv Sandbox. No kills yet, though, and they're already down 600 gold. Mostly from the Gangplank, you'd have to imagine.
The good news is that it is not Ocean Soul for Liv Sandbox in terms of Drakes, because that wasn't going to be very useful for them. The bad news is that it's not Mountain Soul either, which would have been very nice for them in this composition.
Yeah, but Hextech and, I mean, all the other three are actually exceptional for what they want to do, so it's actually pretty nice.
It's definitely decent. As KT have mid push, Karma rotates over. Aiming can actually just weak side this down on the bottom of the map. They have wards to scout the rotation up. Speaking of, as soon as they are missing, they're going to move down.
Okay, it was the fake Herald take all along. Clears the ward, and then he's like, no, you know what, never mind. I'm not going to make a rash decision early on in this game. They actually missed that ward.
Yeah.
With the Scryer's Boom. We've gotten trolled by Scryer's Boom before.
Croco's going to start this up. He is, of course, seen, but with the positioning here of KT, it's kind of awkward to go over there and punish. They're trying to delay the backs of Closer, and they're coming over here.
Yeah, Closer does have TP, but it's not unleashed, so Croco just has to back off too. And now nobody gets the Rift Herald.
And all that pressure in the mid lane meant that Aiming could actually lane here pretty well, even though he was left alone. Now it's just a 1v1 between him and Prince, where they're just going to trade minions. So True Shot Barrage on cooldown, actually pretty significant here, as he will not be able to make an impact on this Herald. And it looks like Liv Sandbox will, of course with some extra commitment of resources, finally take this one away.
Well, yeah, looks like they will. I thought maybe, you know, some package shenanigans, but
they definitely considered it.
Yeah. You're just going to let that one go. Question marks down on the bottom side. They don't know, you know, if there was a rotation or just a back. We know that it is just a back.
To talk about, like, some of the reasons why this draft, and I'm not going to talk about that gold difference here, 0 kills, but part of the reason why Valdez and I don't like this drafting style is it's not the first time we've seen this from Liv Sandbox, and they've been pretty, minus that Kwangdong series that they played exceptionally well, and one of the weaker teams here in the LCK. Besides that, like, they haven't been able to find advantages early, and KT came into this draft very knowing that they would draft that way, started with a Corki pick, instantly were given a Gangplank scale pick, then they got the Ezreal option, and KT, like, knows how they're laning. They're just playing safe. They're like, I will just not make a bad choice. Remember when they went over the Herald, they were like, you know what, actually, how do we lose this game? Live Sandbox gets some kills early, and then when I watch Prince spin around in lane, just going like, oh, you can't do anything, I can't do anything. I'm like, that's not good for you, though. You know, like, I'm watching this, and I'm like, this is exactly what KT want. It's just a 1v1 in the bottom lane between Aiming and Prince, where there's no kill pressure. Rift Herald is going to give some extra gold over to the Silas that he wouldn't be able to get from kills, obviously, because there's no fighting in this game. So that's a significant chunk of gold. It is important that Live Sandbox pick this one up.
Yeah. Pretty nice they get that gold off the map. It is about 11.5 minutes, so better to use that now rather than later. And looks like Croco wants to set up for this Drake, but you can see Cuz is, you know, it doesn't look like much, but just hanging around and pulling out the Drake and making it go back in. It kind of delays ever so slightly the eventual, as, okay, Dove getting close there, thought about diving, but with that kind of barrage and flash available, didn't want to go for it. But yeah, just trying to delay the Dragon Take and delay a potential soul in the future. Could also just poke ahead, maybe just totally deny Croco if possible.
Look at the Rockets.
Set up for this one.
Rockets could be big here onto the support.
Buzz is not denied at all. He's trying to go, and he just walks in and smites it away. Just like that. They don't even have to fight. They don't even have to expend all that much. The Cannon Barrage came in. A True Shot Barrage came in. And they got a Dragon.
Yeah, and this is the defensive Volibear I was talking about. Volibear has this reputation as I run at them, I get ganks early, I press my stun button, I turn off the turret, but he's a big tanky boy who can walk at you, can ult in to try to steal Drakes, can peel with his stun.
As well as attack.
Yeah, but in this case, he just protect only because they don't want to fight, like you said. Like, they could just walk in and smite steal it. They Cannon Barrage on top to make it even more difficult for Croco to smite. And it's just a 50-50 win-win for KT. Oh, we didn't take it. That's okay because we didn't lose a fight and we scale better. We take it. Oh, sick. We just delayed the game, and now you're in trouble. Luckily for Live Sandbox, it is Hextech Soul, so a relevant one if they could ever get it. But,
yeah. That's going to be the question because, you know, as we see, it is very plain to see. Like, Live Sandbox have to engage to win a fight, and there's a lot of poke, obviously, on the side of KT. You've got barrels, you've got Mystic Shots, True Shot Barrage, Rockets, right? So, and they have so much disengage as well. They have a lot of speed and defense with a big, you know, thick Volibear in the front, as you mentioned, very nicely. So they, as long as KT just keep on chilling and never take a fight, there is going to come a time where Live Sandbox are like, well, we just can't engage, and also we lost half our health bars. You know, like, scaling aside.
Dove,
so
yeah, and
they're going to have to look for those angles.
Dove, like, over here is the only place of pressure that Live Sandbox have had this whole game. He's laning very well. But also Rascal is like, yeah, no, I know. You want to kill me real bad, so I'm just going to hug the turret. And we saw Nugri play like this in the same matchup earlier on in the season where he's like, yeah, no, I'm scaling, and I will not try to kill you or even try to play the matchup. I will kill the minions. That is what I'm here to do.
PvE.
PvE.
When are we going to start seeing Karthus on that note? When is Karthus coming?
I'd love to see it.
How about some Udyr? You know, just clear all those camps real nice, clear all those wards, and then run real fast? Yeah, like, why not the Udyr instead? Well, actually, I like the Volibear better in this case, but where's Udyr? Where's Karthus?
Udyr would have been good for Live Sandbox's comp, I think, if they, you know, had known exactly what they were going to draft before, or like if they had jungle drafted late instead of early. But I mean, vision control is pretty decent here for Live Sandbox. They're putting a good amount of effort into controlling the bottom side here and setting up some threats. And
I think they're beginning to feel the pressure.
Yeah,
might be a little late though, you know.
Buzz is like, I'm gonna
15 minutes in, like.
Look at him go. He's just like, no, I'm gonna kill this ward. I'm gonna protect this ward, and if you want to come anywhere near us, Arya's just gonna hit you with rockets. This is Arya's first game of Corki this season, and I don't recall him playing it actually last season. I think it might be his first time in the LCK. Don't quote me on that, but it's not a pick that you associate with him. Same with the Azir.
Yeah.
But he's doing a great job on both of these scaling picks here for KT and the few opportunities that they've been given to draft like this. And I just want to shout it out. Like, he's not making any mistakes.
For sure. I mean, he not only looks good here and in his other series, but even against T1, right? Like, in a high-pressure matchup against the best player of all time, right? Like, this guy has leveled up coming into summer, and it's really nice to see. You know, we don't really know what's going on with Vikla. Wish the best for him, but Arya has really stepped up when they needed him, and let's hope it continues like this, because he's, you know, having that solid guy in the mid lane to just always perform consistently and even be the guy that performs well is just a really huge boon for KT.
I don't think this is a winnable fight for Liv Sandbox, despite the fact that they so desperately want to take it. Now, Dove is very close to a Narbar. But there's a package they're fighting into, a Karma. Good luck.
They do desperately want to fight.
They want to fight, and they're going to have a Narbar. Like,
they are ready to throw down. Okay, like they're like, okay, we're finally gonna get to fight with this composition, right? Here we go, really nice angle, and Arya just, he's able to package actually. He gets out of there, there's the cannon barrage, and the disengage is just barely enough. Corki survives, the Rift Herald does leash, and now Kale is behind enemy lines here. We'll see if he can get away as KT handle the pressure very well.
I don't think he gets out of here.
He got him. Shot and dead. Down with the barrel. And that's a kill for your Corki and your Gangplank.
You mean the Scalers?
Any
Lizards in the comp? No.
What?
It's not a Renekton comp because it's a scaling comp.
Wow. The anti-lizard comp. Closer is getting in here, but I mean, he has no vision, and so he's just going to have to flash. He nearly killed him with that rocket. We didn't get to see it. But
Cuz didn't have flash. I thought he had flash. I was like, ooh, you're dead, Closer, but nope, he's all right. Croco is...
You said there were no lizards, but there is a Croco.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
What does it mean? Maw of Malmortius early here. Is that actually real? No, I was like, that doesn't seem right. Okay, I saw that pop up, and I'm like, I never trust, I just
I'm like, where?
trust in the UI. No, it popped up in the little, like, my item is done thing.
Oh, I see, okay.
Never trust that. Sometimes it gives you the weird ones, but I was like, I'm really not sure if we need that against all that magic damage from Everfrost Silas.
Yeah, Closer's gonna have his back denied again, and he doesn't have TP.
Yeah.
So that little fight in the bottom side, it wasn't just his flash he's losing, it's the entire Drake that his team is losing.
Yep.
And those are little things, you know, like I know you're desperate to fight, you really want to get in there, but now there's no... Okay. Yeah, okay. He's trying to make it happen. It's going to hit the minions right in front.
Oh, man. It's like, he did a great job, but it's just not enough. Dove has been trying so hard to push this in and make an impact here against the Gangplank, but it's not happening. So let's watch this package fight, because it looks really good for Liv Sandbox, because Dove's got his Narbar, right? And then Croco comes in here, gets a double knockup. And Dove's like, all right, I got you. Arya packages out with the Cannon Barrage layered, so the slow means there's absolutely zero chance you can turn through this. Yeah. And then they turn around and get a pick.
So Croco went on Cuz. And I know it was like a little bit after the package happened, but like, where's the communication?
Yeah, the communication.
If Kale is going on Arya, then Croco is going on Arya. It's almost like he assumed he was going to die or something. So he's like, let me just knock up the rest of them. But no, that's why Arya got away.
Well, I think in part, like, the fear is if he packages early, then we don't even hit anything there. And, you know,
well, then Kale shouldn't go on Arya. You know, like...
Yeah. Oh, I do agree with you.
Yeah.
I thought Arya handled it well because he's exactly expecting this scenario, and the Cannon Barrage to slow everyone on the attempted chase just means they have to then push north. It's not an easy call to make because KT's setup was superior. They had the faster, you know, approach, and then obviously had package. So that's one of the really frustrating things about playing against Corki. And even though the package was nerfed, so you couldn't use it for First Herald anymore, it's like, well, it's still great for everything else. And
especially in this meta.
Yeah.
Like, what does that matter anymore? Nobody cares about First Herald anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, not nearly as much as they used to, at least.
So, you know, it's 2030 in the game clock. We're still 8 years away from that in real life, but 3,000 gold lead for KT, 2 kills ahead, a Drake ahead.
Yeah. Okay, gonna make a little play onto Gangplank, who is going to take a ton of damage here. Rascal in a lot of trouble. And just a little bit too far down the lane, so a nice little pick here from Liv Sandbox.
Yep, so that's 1 kill here, so I stand corrected, 1 to 2 kills. As this happened, as I was going to make the point that They haven't been able to secure any kills or get ahead. This is a kill going over to Wukong, which is slowed on his build towards Death Dance here because he had to build Hex Drinker. In fact, probably will go Death Dance third, and we'll get Maw second as a result. But yeah, aiming, gotta be careful about where you're standing. He's gonna be fine.
Ooh, nice delay on the Rift Heralds here, but a lot of damage being put into both aiming and Cuz, as it does get denied though, so I suppose the sacrifice is good after all. It's not like Liv Sandbox are gonna rush down an objective from here. As KT will successfully defend.
And Liv Sandbox have just very few angles of which they can attack and find players. Because of the way that KT have been playing so defensively, they have some nice defensive vision set up here too. The one place where you could potentially dive again is Rascal, right? And that's why Cuz paths up here. He's hovering. There's that control ward now in the Baron Pit. There's one behind the Baron Pit as well to stop those like really long wraparounds that Krako's looking for. Now he does clear that ward and is looking for the angle, but Rascal's like, dude, I know you're coming for me. I already prepped the check. I know you're Wukong. You're trying to go over the Baron Pit.
Yeah.
Come sneak up on me. He's like, it's okay. You got me. You got me. Have a turret. It's cool. Just don't kill me and don't pick up 300 gold. You can have the turret, but you can't have me and the turret. So I'm just going to sit back because as long as I'm still killing minions over here in the side lane, we're scaling.
Yeah, scaling up. And, as this game does come along, we have seen in the past that sometimes scaling comps can get a bit boomed if their big scaler does get just, 5v1'd immediately by all the engage that Liv Sandbox do have.
In this case, by the way, not to cut you off, but there's a ward he actually disabled and then one over there. So he kind of had vision, but anyway.
Yeah. A little bit of a whoopsie. It does happen. Very few scaling comps go with 0 kills, or 0 deaths, I should say. But yeah, I mean, in this case, if the game does go long enough, you can take out the Corki, but then the Ezreal and the Gangplank are still there. You can take out the Ezreal, et cetera, et cetera. It will come down to execution. Obviously, the scaling comp is going to have a lot of fun as the game does come along, as long as, KT do keep their distance. But let's see how that does go.
Has a package available, again. And, it's a tightrope he has to walk.
Uh-oh, Closer caught out here. He's just going to go into his Zhonya's, and now Krako's like, well, I guess I got to help him. Here comes the Kaisa. Ario is left all alone as the rest of his team was trying to deal with Dove and Krako, who came in. As now Krako's going a little bit deep here, but he is able to get away. Now Kale with the huge follow-up engage, but not quite able to get the damage in his Liv Sandbox. As now the Cannon Barrage is going to zone the rest of them away from Kale. And finally, we do have our first death in this one. As Krako does get over the wall, Cuz still on the chase. Really nice true shot. Barrage gets a bit of damage in. Rascal continuing to chase them down, but KT, they already got the pick. It looks like they'll just accept the dragon.
Yeah, they're just going to stay in vision control here on the Tri-Brush, and they have a control ward on the right side. There's no way to sneak in, and that's going to be Soul Point going into their favor. And I don't think KT necessarily had to package to look for the pick onto Closer in this case, but because it's so difficult for Liv Sandbox to save anybody who's isolated because they have to walk through all that range just aiming.
Oh. Ooh, where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay. Aiming spots him.
Does he flash the Void Seeker? Nope, just sidesteps it because he's got enough distance.
No ult for Prince either. Otherwise, I thought he might have opened up with that one. But yeah, trying to get cheeky there with the Hextech gates.
So they cut Closer off. And he stopwatches, but notice how nobody's coming to his rescue really until finally Prince is able to ult in. And there's 2 fights happening on 2 fronts, and there's a whole minion wave. So Arya's like, yeah, let's turn over here. Notice a Cannon Barrage. The Cannon Barrage is the moment that Rascal realizes, oh, you guys are basically donezo. Like, there's nothing you could do, and I'm going to actually trap as many of you in here as I can. You're not coming at us anymore. We're trying to see how many of you we kill before we get this Drake.
Yeah. Rascal with just full health the entire time. So even though Arya had some rough times in that fight, the rest of the team was just doing really well. And now Arya's picked up a stopwatch. Nice selection. I think at this point, you've got enough damage. You have 2 Hextech Drakes. Might as well go for some survivability, especially against all this dive. Certainly a good idea. As, yeah, Corki is... Oh, Ezreal is in this game as well. Interesting.
There's a lot of long-range damage on this composition that can shoot from far away. It's very good. Malamar Mordius being done for Krako is actually pretty big. because that means that at least he should be able to, in theory, more consistently get on top of the backline, especially when he has flash available, not at the moment, but Wukong can close a huge distance, right? And okay, Dove might get baited in here.
Nope. Seems like he knows something is up.
Yeah, he's fine though. I'm trying to find the angles here for Live Sandbox.
I think they are as well.
Yeah.
The angles of attack, you know.
I thought you meant the Korean casters for a second. I was
No.
like, yeah, they definitely are trying harder than me. Like there's a nice push here. They could try to grab this turret, which makes the farming tougher, but there's not really, I mean, they just don't have a wave here.
Yeah.
And look at who's free farming. I mean, it's Arya on the top side.
Yeah, it's always going to be someone. As they are moving into the jungle now, Krako's like, oh, where could they be? Doesn't look like they are actually going to move into the dark jungle at this moment in time. Rascal getting cheeky with Dove over there in the bottom lane, and Krako is hovering around, so not much going on right now because there's still 2 minutes until the soul fight.
Yeah, and Rascal, he knows that, like, he's just like, no, I'm just going to wait. Sidestepping as well, just in case anybody comes towards him. It's kind of a goofy thing when it makes it harder to engage at max range when somebody is doing that. He's got his Mortal Reminder online here, and basically KT are just like, all I have to do is kill the minions for 1 minute and 45 more seconds, and then I'm going to have the better setup on Drake. And that's the game plan.
Oh, Life is just going to go for a face check. He gets charmed up and Cyclone, so see you later, Karma. Nice little pick off there.
Finally, they find another pick here. Finally, they actually are able to find an opportunity and pick off a squishy support here who's trying to set up a little bit more vision than he should have been at this stage in time. Now, he will be up, of course, in time for the next Drake fight, but still, one more pick. If they could actually then turn that into this turret and the vision around the Drake would be massive.
Yeah. It's one of those awkward moments where we actually did see Krako back there. He is on a ward. It's one of those awkward moments where the rest of your team is like, we don't want to fight, we're scaling, and the support's like, well, guys, I gotta get like at least one ward down. We do have to fight over this.
Yeah, we are gonna have to do that. And speaking of which, like, they have vision all around the river down there. You see those 3 control wards, but not in. And this time Cuz is gonna be the bodyguard. He's like, all right, Life, now hit that sweeper. Cool, cool, cool. This time I got you, don't worry. And the Scuttle is unremovable vision, but it's gonna be timed out by the time this does spawn. I love that KT are like, no more side laning. We're just going to back our soul laners up, set up for this, package picked up.
Oh, GA as well.
Yeah, and I'm just going to sit here and squat the Drake, and you're going to, what are you going to do?
Well, Krako's going to go very far behind enemy lines, and so is Closer. Okay, that's really making use of that new rift. I love it.
Well, I mean, KT didn't have that great of vision security here, but they're just going to collapse in.
I'm going to clear up some of the vision. Krako gets a very nice engage. The Cannon Barrage is used and aiming to stopwatches, and Arya goes over the top, and they just fight fire with fire. They say, you want to engage? Bring it on, buddies. And they are absolutely going to stomp them here. Krako looks like he will get away. Dove perhaps as well, but this is the soul for KT. Now Dove's... is he? Oh!
He's got flash and the big one.
Like, come on.
I feel like he could have flashed for the kill there.
He could have.
If he flashes, he gets within enough range to where it's not dodgeable, but whatever. Hold on to your flash. That's going to be useful. You got the Drake on lock. Nice try, Krako.
He uses Wukong, I guess. Here's Dove with the TP. He unfortunately does not have Unsealed Spellbook, so... okay, he's trying to kite this one out. Gonna give it a, you know, old gentleman's try, but it's not really gonna work out. So just a bonus kill here. Rascal now 6-1 with Hextech.
And before anyone freaks out about that play of Dove, let's watch this again. This is like rich man's equalizer over here. Yeah, Arya's just like, and I will part the blue sea of Live Sandbox players.
Did you see the value of the stopwatch for aiming?
No, I didn't actually. I heard you call it out.
They engaged on him, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'll just stopwatch.
Yeah, just stopwatch, and when I get out of this, everything will be fine, right?
He did die, but you know, he bought a lot of time.
This play from Krako and Dove looks like, it looks so silly if you're not really following the state of the game, or if you just like turn on the stream, you're like, okay, cool story, bro. Like, you still adjust in the top lane. But like, if you lose this Drake, you lose the game. So you teleport in here, you try to steal it. If you steal it, oh, you bought yourself a few more minutes of time, or maybe you could try to do something else and fight for another objective. Now they have Hextech Soul on Baron for the Baron to end the game. So, I mean, you're going to hope for a deeper miracle now than a steal of the Drake with Gnar to win this game.
Oh, they're going to try to blow up Rascal here. That's a ton of damage, but he's got a stopwatch now, too. I don't know if he can survive the follow-up, though. At least he gets the Cannon Barrage off. That's a great pick here for Liv Sandbox. Life in a lot of trouble, too.
No package for Arya this time around.
And no package. Looks like Life will get away. And this might be the moment for Liv Sandbox.
They got to pull the trigger here. They got to pull the trigger here.
It's rough.
They've got an R-bar. They're going to have to try to force something. You can't walk away from this one. You cannot. You cannot, because they're going to respawn Rascal's teleport.
Yeah, they want a follow-up fight, but it doesn't look as good as the one they just got,
Got to be more decisive than this. They got to clear those wards ASAP and try to force something.
Ooh. Are they going to do it? You got to go. Yep, they're going to do it.
20 on Rascal. He has that teleport available.
And it is flippy, but again, you just got to go for it, right? The vision comes in. They're going to have some vision, no doubt, over the wall. Here comes Cuz as he tries to get him, but no! The objective bounty as well. They are going to shut it down as Krako picks up the Baron for his team.
Oh, man, they almost let this one walk away, but they do finally pull the triggers. We're going to watch this pick onto Rascal. Sweeper guarantees there's no vision. They know where Rascal is clearing the wave. They punish him here. And, you know, this is basically a miracle for Liv Sandbox because Rascal just walks straight into that instead of taking the more safe path. They kind of figured, like, okay, this is a done deal. Like, we just get this for free. They get caught, and Liv Sandbox didn't get this opportunity. Eventually, we're going to skip all the happy feeding to take this Drake. And Cuz goes over the wall here. Smite timing here a little bit too early. And then they just are able to kill him and get away. No package being quite significant, actually, in this fight. And now, Liv Sandbox can take back vision control. They're still in a very tough spot in this game.
Objective bounties.
But objective bounties and vision control for Elder, potentially here. There's only going to be a 40-second difference between the Baron buff wearing off and that spawning.
Yeah. And, you know, as you're kind of highlighting, the way that you can win with this composition in the late game is get control of the map, control vision, and then you can't just sit there and play passive and know exactly where to shoot your rockets because you don't know whether you're going to die in 1 second or not because you don't know where the enemy is. I mean, 4 items now for Prince.
I mean, vision manipulation is how they killed Rascal, and now they're going to have a hard set of vision control here. Can't even get your blue buff if you're KT here without a fight.
Uh-oh. Dove doing trying to bait, I guess, but Krako not going to go for it. The rest of his team a little bit too far away. Closer, he's pushing top.
Looking for some objective bounties up here. And I mean, he's got a decent amount of AP, will wreck this turret by himself, and it's going to force Arya to respawn, which means more pushing power mid. There's some control vision set up around this Elder. See if Liv Sandbox can hold on to it is the real question here. Grab another turret bottom side, because that's the real goal.
Rascal, he's going in. He's trying to kill Dove here as the rest of the team is there. The rest of the team just get in on there, and they have the Baron. So now they can potentially push this one. Krako and Dove did take a lot of damage. That's the Hextech Soul getting some big value as a huge True Shot Barrage nearly is going to take out Dove. Krako just barely able to avoid that one.
So even though Rascal died there, he bought enough time for his team to really slow down these backs, and they saved the turret. And he will be up with teleport for the Elder fight. And the backs here of Liv Sandbox that are forced by the True Shot Barrage and the Hextech Soul you mentioned, like, look at all the damage that Liv Sandbox sustain in this. They basically trade 2 for 1. Yeah, they don't die, but they have to back, which means all the vision they have right now you see towards the Elder, the kind of path that KT have to walk towards, is going to be cleared when we go back to live, because KT actually have control, and that's very significant. So yeah, he gave his life, and probably could have been a little bit cleaner about how he did it, but it's significant. Now, as we go back to live, they do not have control. Wukong's over here, and there are 2 control wards actually controlling the choke point, so I don't know what KT did next after this, but
there was the one control ward there, probably another one, I guess, that was denied. 1,150 objective bounty gold taken here by Liv Sandbox. They have the lead by 100 gold, so obviously not as good as the Hextech Soul. But again, anything can happen from here.
Package is up. KT has to fight blind. This is exactly what you were talking about. Where do you fire your rockets when you can't see? Cuz is going to have to be their eyes here as they stutter step vision forward, leapfrogging it in. Rascal setting up barrels on the flank.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox, first and foremost, only looking for the engage. So they're not even going to start up the Elder and try to like bait them in. KT actually do a good job of just grinding vision in and not really taking any real damage from it. As Kroko goes over the wall, Cuz is going to spot him. As there's the damage coming on in. Kroko's still on the run here. He might just be forfeit as over with the package comes Zarya. The cannon barrage even though they desperately want to kill this guy. And they finally will, but the GA comes in. That is a massive bullet bear, but a huge dart to the wall. Dove might be able to turn it. Can he get the turn? The damage has to be there, but GA's across the board. Aiming still alive, but Closer's gonna take him down. You gotta be kidding me. 6,700 damage for the Silas, and now they're going mid.
Oh, Rascal is being chased down here. There's the flash.
K flashes away, nearly kills Kale. As
Right
teleports
now,
are on, they want to end the game.
Fellas, we are at the apex of the roller coaster, and it's all about to crash down. Liv Sandbox with one miracle fight here. They turn around a big collapse onto Kroko, who's got GA available. KT with not the best choice in the most critical moment. No vision. They see blood in the water. They go for it, and it costs them this first game.
Yeah, they're going to try to knock down these turrets. Rascal desperate to try to save it, but he will not be able to. 16 seconds on your damage dealers. That's going to be the end of this one. Liv Sandbox, the romance is alive and well. They fight through the scaling, they fight through the poke, and somehow, some way, they are able to bait KT right into their grasp, right into their tricks, and they get it done. That was not the cleanest game of League of Legends.
I really want to see what happened between the time at which Rascal died bot lane and all of Liv Sandbox backed. What KT did in that moment, because that is the one part of this game that we're missing, the one piece where I think if they had just set up, Arya would have to go back and grab package, but if they just stayed on that, teleported in with Rascal, they have vision control, but they didn't take it. Liv Sandbox had vision control, which is what led to this scenario in the first place, why we saw the big collapse. Eri is pissed because this was not the right call, and it was the second time in Drake Pit where they actually went for an isolated target. The first time it was Closer, they still won the fight with a really nice disengage and cannon barrage. But this time, once again, they went on a target that has GA. They have no vision here. The Elder is leashing, and Kroko's coming in. And Kroko's over here like, yeah, I went over the wall.
First kill is fine.
Yeah, sure. But like, now you're out of position. Cannon barrage, yeah, it slows them down. But he has GA.
Up until here,
look at Dove.
And then...
Well, I mean, I don't know if up until here was fine necessarily. I mean, it was going okay, but...
Arya took the blast plant
yeah,
right into the middle of them. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's
Did he attack that?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to wait back. But
he did.
The fact of the matter is that they forced themselves in a position where they had to chase down there. And that meant that Dove gets a big gnar, and why he got my POG vote. He was the only player on Liv Sandbox who consistently did something all game long. He put pressure on Rascal and then hit a big gnar ultimate when KT made the wrong call. And yeah.
Well, we have a roller coaster down there on the bottom. The goal difference graph. We went from even down and then down again, but then up to the apex, as you mentioned.
You ready to go again? You got your tickets for game 2?
Yeah.
To ride the roller coaster?
I got them early. It's very contested tickets for the roller coaster. It's a lot of fun.
Ooh, that was
one of the best rides in town.
That was definitely a ride, Valdez. Game number 1.
We'll see what happens, guys. We're going to take a little break. We need it.
이거 조금 빼면 돼봐. 앞라인 쳐줘. 몰라요. 야 들어갈게.
앞으로 이제
야 이제 봐줘.
이제 라이트 야 바텀 갈래?
야 미드. 야 우리 다 바로. 대포만 살리면 돼 이거. 대포만 살리면 돼.
이 다음 라인 지켜야 돼. 이 다음 라인만 지키면 돼. 이 다음 라인.
나 가니까 이거.
나 지켜봐. 이란 지켜.
이거 다 수천이니까 그냥 천천히 이거 타워 치자 이거.
이거 갱플공은 돌만 하거든. 이 쌍둥이 들어갈 때.
아 괜찮아. 이거 나 가인이니까 앞에서 막아줄게.
노플이야. 천천히 해야 돼.
얘들아 이제 카르마 나온다. 카르마 신경 쓰지 말고 다음 먼저 쳐.
미안해, 터져.
술통 좀 빼줘. 술통 빼줘. 술통. 앞에서 그냥 마크 해줘. 나라가 마크 해줘. 나라가 마크 해줘. 나이스.
타쳐.
얘들아 이제 볼배 나온다. 볼배.
상관없어. 카르마 죽여도 돼. 카르마 죽여도 돼.
잘했다.
아 미안하다. 미안해.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and in the wise words of Skara, KT were winning until they lost.
Never doubt Liv Sandbox with a dive comp and KT's ability to beat themselves because...
Man, this was Final Destination, right? This is straight up spoilers. You get on the roller coaster, it's bad news.
I mentioned it to Atlas about, what was it, about like 20 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
I was, Atlas, I don't think it should happen.
You had the feeling in your waters.
But there is a gut feeling that tells me that somehow in an inconceivable and frankly unacceptable way, Liv Sandbox are gonna clinch this game, and you know it, they got it. I have my bucket hat. I should have put it on and dubbed it the bucket hat of shame because this was a beautiful draft for KT that they played really well, and they showed in every highlight but the last one how you're supposed to play this kite back, defensive, outrangey poke draft into a short-range dive composition.
Let's roll some highlights here and have a look at KT doing some winning until ultimately they do not do as much winning.
Yeah.
This is our first one. And look at this. Closer, caught out of position.
Yes. So,
and Aria has to play it a bit defensively to get away.
So what is crucial here is that they're not actually able to get onto the enemy backline. Note how aiming and Aria are both fine here. And see this Rascal ultimate? Beautiful.
Yeah.
You know how many good ones of those he hit? Everyone but the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're setting up for, again, and this situation you're looking at right here, that's the dream. You have an outranging composition into a short-range comp that has exhausted every single form of hard engage that they have. So they have low health bars, and they just kind of sit there and watch at you and hope you don't chase them, which, here, they don't.
And they used all of their buttons, and their buttons did not get them anything, and therefore Corky Rockets reign supreme. Fantastic. Let's have a look at another moment where KT did just exactly the right things. They got themselves the Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
It was just a lovely time to be a KT fan. Look at, Croco goes in, gets some nice knockups,
but
not enough.
Crucially, as we can see again, they're funneling into a choke point, and there is a package. There is a
Cannon Barrage,
Cannon Barrage, again, beautiful triple kill for Rascal. And you see all this, and still there was a voice in me that Liv Sandbox, they've been in this position before, they know exactly, and you just need one play. And that's the reality of dive comps, and we're memeing it up a little bit, but the one reason why I appreciate Liv Sandbox full-heartedly as they are, is you just need one play.
Well, let's have a look at that one play right now. We'll bring it up onto your screen and check out just how Liv Sandbox managed to turn this one around. We were counting the amount of GAs that KT had at the ready. And look at this. I mean, Cuz catches Croco trying to look for a flame.
And crucially, Aria doesn't get a lot done. If you play this slow with your Hextech Soul, if you just play a little slower here, you win. 100%. There is no counterplay. But they all walk towards the wall. Dove is ready with a beautiful break. Croco's still alive as well. Gets so much damage down, and in these type of messy skirmishes where the enemy backline is exposed, the Liv Sandbox form reigns supreme.
Yeah, and they proceeded to then run up the mid lane and destroy the enemy nexus. This is, I guess, you know, in the wise words of Mad Eye Moody, you got to stay vigilant at all times. Although I guess, you know, spoiler alert, it's not actually him, but still.
It's actually what Teddy mentioned, and what has been a problem for any of the weaker teams against Sandbox is that Sandbox are going to be looking for this play, and KT did it right 90% of the game. Teams like T1 did it right, or Domon do it right 100% of the game. And you need 100%. You can't 90% it against a comp like this.
You also shouldn't blast cone into the entirety of the enemy team.
I know.
Let's have a look at the player of the game. Put that one up on your screen. It'll be Croco that collects it on the monkey.
It's the one upside of this. I get to shield my boy Croco. As that game was rough to watch because KT's position was incredible, and by all accounts they should have won the game. KL, unfortunately, even though he had a couple of key engages, those were only good when Croco was there. When Croco wasn't there were a lot of walls that weren't cleared with grand entrances and flashes. But Croco's engages on the Wukong, and specifically his use of stealth, is one of the best that we have in the LCK. And the team obviously not going to come close. And yes, all those votes for Dove are completely legit because he had the game-winning play.
Yep, and actually, honestly, like all of the plays up until that very last one are kind of irrelevant when it comes to Live Sandbox because they were just losing, and they were losing slowly. Wasn't really the Live Sandbox way, but then they won very, very quickly in the end. What a crazy game. What a crazy series. And do you know what the best part about it is? We get a little bit more. So let's throw it over to the casters and get into game number 2.
Thank you, Carpet Space Astronauts. Very well done. Thing about this is that we might have more than just a little bit more.
The subtitle under Atlas said chuckles nervously. Like oh God. Okay, all right. So yeah, we might get a lot more. We will see. We are yet to have a conclusion to this, but they did point out that he did in fact blast cone in. I was watching Dove in the replay. You said I think he blast coned in. We didn't get like a second replay until they showed it, but yeah, he did go in when they could have just played it slower.
Arya,
that
was
yes,
yeah.
Who blast coned in and like.
It was just a call in the middle of the fight where it's like, okay, we got him. Just get in there. And Arya's like, hell yeah. And he had GA, you know, you can understand, like, in the heat of the moment, he's like, oh, we got this fight. We're just going to hop over the wall. We're fine. The big Dove ultimate cuts off all of the help, and then he's left out to dry. And the Volibear is like, oh, I'm just helping, you know?
Yeah.
It was just a split-second decision.
Croco was where he magnet pulled KT's attention. He also had that pick onto Rascal with the rest of the team that led to the Baron take that gave KT even the opportunity to have that fight. So I like that Croco picked it up in the end, you know, between him and Dove. Like, I voted for Dove, but it was a good call. Moving on to game 2, we will see the Ahri ban once again here from KT. Standard bans from Live Sandbox, Solution, and the Zeri. The third one, a little bit more up in the air these days.
And we'll see if they put any attention towards Tahm Kench and Gwen again. That is what we saw out of Live Sandbox on the blue side, as well as the Lissandra ban. This Akali ban is very interesting, kind of threatening a Gwen first pick.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? And I think Live Sandbox could just respond with a Gwen ban.
Could also be Azir.
Yeah, I like the Azir
but
here.
Corki is available, so it's like...
Corki could just be first pick here for KT once again. Like, yeah, Arya did blast cone in, and yeah, there were some big decision-making problems, but was the Corki the issue? Absolutely not.
No.
Did he play a 98% of that game pretty much as well as he could have? Absolutely yes. Like,
yeah.
So if he could just shore up the 2%, like, then I think we're all in agreement. This is a strong first pick. Will be the Gwen response here, however, because the Akali is banned, and they'll get to pick up a Tahm Kench. Now, are KT willing to take the Senna away now with a Corki comp? It's a tough call, and I don't like it, so I hope they don't do it, but it's the only way to stop that duo from being the bottom side here for Live Sandbox.
Maybe it'll just be like Gnar, Ezreal.
I think it's all right.
I mean, I thought the Ezreal was fine, but I could definitely see if they want to move away from that as well. The Gnar seems kind of priced in.
Could have gone for a Gragas here instead, but it's not a bad pick by any means, and obviously a matchup that you can, with a strong jungler, even get advantages in before the late parts of it.
Here I still looks pissed.
I mean,
by the way.
like that was a 110% one game, and they will actually pick the Senna away. But yeah, that was a 110% one game from KT. Like, it was an unlosable game that they lost. So
he's ready to get out the whip. Like, he is not pleased.
Because KT have kind of been, it's going to be a Felios Tahm Kench here, was the response, and Senna's taken away.
Yeah, that's not Ice in the bottom lane.
Nope, that's Prince this time around, and this is not the first time that KT have had a game completely locked up and lost it. If you guys remember, the Telecom War in Game 2 is a very similar advantage. Yeah, you were there, you were casting.
I was there. I wasn't casting,
you were
but
you were desking.
You and I were together watching that.
Silas is banned here against the Gnar. I really appreciate that. We'll see the life champions for support banned away the Ornn, Senna, the Senna and Set combo, where Life likes to play engaged champions where he actually gets gold. So those are bans that you might be confused about if you haven't been following Life. Like, no, they already picked Gnar, but this is actually targeted towards Life in the support role.
Looks like it'll just have to be Cho'Gath.
Yeah, it could be.
that's the only choice now.
Now,
that's what I have to say.
Diana Yasuo was an option here for Live Sandbox with this comp, so the Yasuo ban makes a lot of sense. It's also very strong into Corki, so I think this was a really intelligent move to stop what could have been a really nice trap here for Live Sandbox.
Yeah. Again, solid, pick ban from KT.
I think Live Sandbox's draft is one of their better ones, though, in recent times. Scion support. Is that Baus?
What are you talking about? He never plays support.
But if he gets auto-filled.
Yeah,
It's going to be Viego first. Rengar, Senna, the combo?
I think Rengar just got nerfed. I think.
He was
not
changed,
sure about that.
but it's not that huge of a change. But for those who don't know, with his passive where he jumps out of shadows works with Senna's shadow thingy. So that is why it's a combo that we have seen before. But it will be the Sejuani here instead. Oh, this could be super interesting, but I don't think it's going to happen. Xerath would be fun.
I feel like I really would have liked a lot of those. The only problem is that you're kind of dealing with a somewhat tanky and healy kind of composition already.
Well, I think
so more burst could be better rather than just like super long range sustained damage.
I think Zoe is going to give you a lot of pick opportunities. And Live Sandbox, look, this comp has some scaling elements. It has some pick elements. It has good, potential vision control setup. And you can save the Aphelios with the Tom Kench here. Trundle, a little bit more passive, a lot of utility there. Look at this Live Sandbox draft. Okay, we did see some depth. We did see some adjustments here. We did see a move away from just I run at them, I kill them, or we lose the game.
True.
So this draft makes me really happy. I would have liked the Vel'Koz pick a lot into this just because of how you could break through the front line super well and can lane well into Corki. But Zoe is going to give you a little bit more easy peasy, I locked him up, I burst him, the Corki is dead moments, and it's definitely more comfort for Closer, who has never played a professional game of Vel'Koz and probably never will. So, it's probably the right call at the end of the day. I think that KT Rolsters still have a very strong draft, and the support Sejuani is going to be quite nice because she will actually get gold and will be a really strong peel tool on an already very difficult to kill Corki composition.
Yeah, a lot of the damage certainly will be coming from the Corki. It's a lot less front-loaded than the last comp with the Gangplank and the Ezreal, so that will be one issue. But a nice amount of scaling and late-game team fighting as well. Beside as well, I like the Gwen in addition to all of this. As we'll have to wait and see, guys. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2. Please keep your hands and feet inside the car at all times.
Yep, make sure that if you are wearing sweatpants or anything like that, don't put your phone in that pocket unless it has a zipper. If your pocket's got a zipper, then close that promptly because we're going to be going through some loops here.
Yeah. Make sure you try to go on a weekday as well. Unfortunately, today is Saturday, so it's probably a bit crowded. You might have to wait online for the next game, but that's okay. It'll be worth it. We saw from game 1 that always the Rolster Coasters is always a fun time, regardless of the season or the day.
And both metaphorically speaking and as well as in real life, I'm not a big fan of roller coasters.
Me neither.
I don't like them at all.
I hate them, actually. Yeah, I'm really scared of them.
Yeah,
I have a fear of heights.
There's just something unnatural about it. We're not supposed to do that as a species. We're not supposed to be like putting this weird metal tube and rocket it around for pleasure.
How do you feel about airplanes?
Well, you know how I feel about airplanes. I'm like, I don't know if humans are supposed to be put in this metal tube and launched across the sky, but...
How do you feel about trains?
A little bit less bad about them. Trains are cool with that.
Because we're on the ground.
Ships, though, you know, I try to avoid it.
Ships are interesting. I feel like we've been doing that for the longest amount of time out of all the things we mentioned.
Might not help that I've been like watching documentaries about like cargo ferries that have gone missing in the Bermuda Triangle recently, so kind of hit a sore spot to bring.
Triangle.
Yeah.
Is that actually like still a thing?
It's not actually it's like not actually scientifically a thing, but like I don't know. I just watching documentaries about ferries that have gone missing because there still have been some like cargo ships that have gone missing in modern times for quote-unquote mysterious reasons, but I'm like, okay, there's science behind this, so let's find out what actually happened.
Maybe just a bunch of gangplanks took over the ship and sold all the goods.
That could be...
they ever considered that?
Well, if Liv Sandbox was at the helm, maybe... could have banned it, but no.
No.
Okay. Get hit in the sleep there, and get a little bit more trading value here. Closer laning well early. This is definitely a matchup where you're often forced to build a Hex Drinker if the enemy Zoe is good. And Closer actually pretty well known for his Zoe. In fact, played it a lot in solo queue, and even behind Faker was playing it a ton last year. So definitely a pick that he's much more familiar with than some of the other ones he's been playing this season. This is where things start to get a little bit iffy for the Aphelios lane. And Tom Kench, like Sun, is just going to freely stack up some Qs and harass. And it's not fun to play against that.
Yep. KT, or rather Liv Sandbox, do have the mid prio. And so Krako kind of going with his friend Zoe. Closer here, trying to get both scuttles. And he will be able to, because he's going to respect that. Definitely the right idea. You don't need to force this to happen. Krako's still not 100% sure if he's still here or backing, but yeah, even with Prio on the top side, he's definitely going to get the scuttle.
So double scuttle all the way, and we'll have a little bit of extra vision and movement speed that comes with it. Also, I think we should point out this composition's win conditions for Liv Sandbox are very different from their last ones. Can play it a lot more scaling, can play it a lot more slowly. You know, some aspects of KT's comp scale better, but it's not just a cut and dry. Like, they have Gangplank, Ezreal, and Corki, so if you're not ahead, you're going to have to win by riding the roller coaster like we saw last time. Oh, they can just win in straight up 5v5 team fights, even in a late game. So, just wanted to point that out. It's not it's a Liv Sandbox draft because they're the team playing it, but it's not a Liv Sandbox draft. Because it's not 100% dive all the time. Run at them.
I see.
Krako's playing a utility jungler, you know?
So. Yeah, it's very strange. Very, very new to the Liv Sandbox fans, no doubt. Trundle is, I don't know, I'm not convinced on the Trundle. I've seen a lot of him. He's very good with Zoe. I think that's part of the reason why they did go for it. For the one ability, right? The pillar. Obviously, he does have the subjugate against the Sejuani, always fantastic. But I feel like the pillar is like always the biggest reason why you pick this Trundle.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is like 90% of it, I'd say. Can be really strong in a lot of jungle matchups early, like the Wukong one we've seen, but Wukong is not available.
Ghost, he's going in on this one. Rascal hopped forward. He's trying to force a flash here. Might just be able to, but not quite. So he's just going to dash away. That'll be the end of that trade.
Yeah, Narbar coming back up.
Oh, he's back. He hit 6. As
Rascal's got his bar.
Yeah. Very much on a needle's point.
There you go.
This fight. But nope. Not much going to amount from it.
Nope. I mean, he does get forced to flash out, so obviously more significant cooldown than the Ghost, so kind of a win here for Dove while controlling that wave. Down here, it's pretty kind of uninteresting, you know. A little bit of a win in the farm war for Liv Sandbox actually at the end of the day, and nice sleep. Trade for the turret shot, but it's going to be the Drake that goes over to Liv Sandbox here.
You remember when Zoe used to be able to pick up teleport?
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. and not just have a bunch of useless items added to her W.
Remember Redemption all the time?
Level 4 Redemption. It's like, yeah, let me just go to the top lane. Oh, he's just barely going to miss that. If that hit with the Ignite, he was dead.
Yep.
But he was just about a Teemo away, maybe a half a Teemo from hitting that one. So pretty unfortunate for Closer. That looked like a solo kill straight up.
Yeah, and then also you've got this pressure bottom side. It's going to stop it back. KT feeling the pressure here early.
Yeah.
And things looked really good for aiming a life, and then they didn't, right? When Prince had more aggressive guns he could trade with and harass with, he started to actually trade it back and push through some of that Sejuani health early.
Yeah.
And Sejuani is very good in team fights and can be decent in lane if you get ahead. And he's going to just be always able to get healed by the Senna in the bottom lane. But in terms of actually engaging onto Tahm Kench and Aphelios, not going to happen probably ever. Not really going to be looking for that one.
Yeah. You know what I feel like could have maybe even worked better was putting Gnar in the bottom lane.
I thought about it too,
Yeah.
actually. Like I thought about it when I saw it, and
because Sejuani like does well in 1v1s where she can kind of just like sustain and hold out and basically not take damage, and you know you can work with your Viego, and you've got that 1-2 setup that we always see the Sejuani pick for alongside of the Viego for, right? Like it's that kind of 1-2 pick.
Oh, I get you.
Down on the bottom side, you're just kind of like getting poked out, farming less. You're going to be tanky, but like not as tanky, and then you're just kind of going to be an ult bot against the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, in the
so you don't have pressure in the lane, and I don't know, like some of those benefits from the laning Sejuani, solo laning, are kind of lost.
The Gnar is going to be able to, like, you know, range poke, try to get some hyper proc, especially into Tahm Kench if it's Gnar support, and you know, we'll just be an ult bot of a different kind later on. The problem is you'd have to have Sejuani into the Gwen, which is another issue that you'd run into on the top side.
Should have gone with the Cho'Gath. Just saying.
That is definitely one of the more fun supports to play. If you ever get auto-filled support and you're like, oh no, I just don't really enjoy playing this role, I don't know what to do, just try playing Cho'Gath, because just trust me, wait till you press R for the first time. You'll be playing nothing but Cho'Gath support for the rest of your...
Make sure to turn on /mute all before you do select it.
Yeah, always do that.
I mean, I think it's actually legitimately okay.
I think it's pretty good.
Some
I mean, I've actually played it a lot. It's really fun.
Yeah, or maybe this was like the time for the Nasus, you know?
Let's not get into it.
I don't know, you know? You know, just wither the Aphelios, and that's your job. And eventually you can, like, kind of queue things.
I like the teleport to the inner turret here from Arya.
You have lifesteal. I don't know, I think it's... Like, no joke. I'm just not
really crafting it up over here. No, I'm...
Sejuani's okay, but I think we could have taken it a step further.
Yeah, I mean, at least the bombies make sense this time.
You can't devour a wither. Well, I guess you can.
Valdez is literally tapping the temple of his head right now. Well, the game has slowed down to a pretty significant degree. The next streak fight's in 80 seconds.
Glacial pace.
Yeah. It's no glacial augments in the bottom lane though. Just
there's a Sejuani.
Yeah,
it counts. It checks out.
Okay.
I miss the old TFT memes when the game first came out.
I think we do have to acknowledge, by the way, not to change topics.
No, sure. If you have something to talk about, please go ahead.
I do think we have to acknowledge the fact that Closer is 20 CS up, has forced a Hex Drinker by, and has gotten 4 plates, and Arya is struggling this time around in this matchup, and I think it really just shows. Now he's up 30 CS, and he's going to crash this wave in and take a turret. I think it really just shows how much comfort plays into what Closer is doing. For those who didn't watch Closer behind Faker in 2021, he played almost exclusively melee assassins in the mid lane. And so there were very few champions he played as mages, like control mages of any kind, where you were like, oh yeah, that's it. That was Faker's job in terms of this 10-man roster. But the one mage that he played extremely well and pretty consistently was the Zoe. And I do think we're kind of feeling the comfort come through here for him this time around, because the Silas wasn't it. You know, the Ahri wasn't great. As Arya is going to get away with this. Thought maybe he was about to get engaged on. But no, we won't have any fighting.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not really going to happen. Ooh, Infernal Rift for closer. That's unfortunate. But, I mean, Infernal Soul is always going to be very nice. At least it's always that 1-2. As he's still looking for this mid turret.
The Wolf turret is very close.
Oh, boy. Getting hyped already. Krako here, he is in a little bit of trouble, but of course we do have him nearby. Unfortunately, Closer got a bit baited into that one, and he will have to flash over the wall with a rail flash, of course, as Prince will be able to pick up some of these turret plates, though, so that is a little win here for Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, pretty nice for them. He's got Crescendum, so it's just going to be able to clean this up so quickly. Perfectly timed on the second plate to walk away and then just clear this wave.
So satisfying.
So satisfying to watch.
Yeah. You know, this is like kind of a hot take, but I think it's actually better than Jax when he's thwomping a turret. I know that Atlas isn't going to be very happy with me for saying that, but I think it's better. I think it's actually better.
Yeah,
like, not the sound
agree.
effects, not the sound effect itself, but the whole experience, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of whooshing going on, and it's like, you just wonder, like, is he as close to the turret as he possibly could be, you know, to get the maximum reset value, like, and you're just thinking about it. Dove is in trouble.
Yeah, Dove in a lot of trouble here. He's going to proc that goes, but it's too little, too late. Rascal flashes in. The solo kill king is back, as he will pick one up here in this top lane.
Okay. Well, you know, first kill of the game on the board now, and it's a pretty significant one. Like, he picked this Gnar. You know, we were like, oh, you know, this turret will finally.
They really want the turret.
Nope.
Oh no! Not like this.
Show me that turret health, observers. I need to know. I know they're gonna click on it. Show me that health. It's got to be sub 10.
They really wanted it before Rascal, and it's just not going to pay off.
Click on that turret, though. I got to know.
KT are going to flip the table.
And now suddenly KT in a really comfortable spot in this game. Kill for Rascal, kill for aiming. The turret still stands, so Zoe's not going to have all that extra vision that she can work around and more ability to roam and actually check for potential picks. No longer an option for her. Mid laner needs that turret down more than most mid laners.
Yeah. And everything I said about the Sejuani, you know, picked up an item.
Click on it.
An immovable object. That's got to be, I'm going to guess 3 health.
Like, I can't believe he's not going to click on it, though. Like,
please click the turret.
I mean, just click on it. Ah, 3 health.
Oh, I was right.
You were on the money. See,
I was right.
We clicked those. If he clicked it like 2 seconds later, it's already gone. Oh, I was getting stressed out. I needed to know.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's gone now. Don't worry.
It's the most relevant turret health check in our careers. Okay, Rascal flashes for this, has the hyper proc, gets Gnar.
Doesn't say. Oh. Says, oh, it's okay. Not sure what he was referring to exactly.
Down here, Rocco just doesn't auto one more time, and
yeah. If you get first turret blood and only closer dies, I suppose it is worth it. Because of course they're racing Rascal, who's alone. It was a big risk. Like, probably the better play, the safer play, is to just back and continue putting on the pressure with your Zoe against Corki, but you know, we're on the KT roller coaster, and so are Liv Sandbox.
We really are. It is, in fact, Leandria Zoe, which is very rarely the right choice, but given the Gnar and the Sejuani here, I think it's pretty justified. You know, she doesn't have the ability to proc it very consistently, but there's such a front line that killing the Corki is a nice bonus.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're not able to hit those shots and sleeps onto the Corki, you're going to want to be hitting them onto anybody and getting value every time you do. It does make you wonder if Zoe was the right pick necessarily. Because Leandri's Vel'Koz, you know, I'm just saying.
true. Leandri's brand, you know, that's feeling.
Yeah, we don't do that
Leandri's
here.
Heimerdinger. Oh, that's another good one.
We don't do that here. Krako's taking the long way around.
He's got a Tom Kent. He's fine. Second Rift Herald coming on down here. Looks like they want to secure this mid turret.
KT's showing them how to secure a turret.
Yeah,
this is actually a...
Yeah, they're trying to start this up and rush it down before KT use that pressure. See how it works out. There's only 2 people from Live Sandbox here. Finally, the rest of the team comes over. Life is super low, and Dove's got a great angle, just laying in those needles into everybody and zoning the entire team. There's no Meganar, and KT say, I guess we're just going to have to let them have it.
As this in here,
yeah, you don't have a Tom Kent on your team.
Trying to bait him in. Perhaps Rascal's at half an R bar.
And we got the Gravitum down. That's going to be the Corki lockdown. Okay, Krako going to run in and die. Now Rascal, he's got Meganar. Nearly kills Closer. He would love to have a bit of a burn himself. He's going to try to land the second one, and Closer does the challenger or would move. Do you just run in a straight line or not?
Well, you know, 3 kills here for KT Rolster. Second Drake advantage now for Live Sandbox. It is an Infernal Soul, so we're heading towards, you know, potential soul point fight here where Live Sandbox can really put the pressure on, but
some less fights like these.
This is definitely the fight of League of Legends of all time, because
this was a fight.
A lot of stuff misses here, and KT are able to disengage. Unfortunately, Closer just kind of missed a lot of his shots there, is forced to flash, does barely escape from the giant screw-shaped house that Rascal is tossing at him. And then the rest of Live Sandbox here try to disengage. It's a very close game still, because Live Sandbox have Drake advantage. There are some scaling aspects here. But the fights need to be cleaner on both sides, to be totally frank. Like, I'm trying to look for like the happy thing and the really good thing to say about like this is why they won this fight. I'm like, well, that was just a slightly less mistakes made by KT scenario.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm gonna say about it.
And period. I do think, I'm so glad you mentioned it, because I was about to say it. I think that, you know, the team that makes the least amount of mistakes is probably going to win the series. Like, we saw it in game 1. KT made the one crucial mistake. And here, you know, a little bit less mistakes being made by KT. So, could be the way. It's Krako, you know, he's trying to frontline as well as possible for his team. The Subjugate comes in like this is his moment. As a Trundle, he is like, yeah, hell yeah. This is what I do. I subjugate the Sejuani and then I chomp.
It's like a Rage Against the Machine song. Subjugate the Sejuani. It was like Doa's high school band's most popular song. But he played it well. He kills the Sejuani, who's trying to play a little bit of weak side support over there and hold on to the wave. So a kill and a turret go over to Live Sandbox, a lot of gold in their pockets. Will, of course, now respawn. Senna does have the Umbral Glaive, but because KT haven't been able to really take a firm control over the map against Live Sandbox pick comp with the Zoe, it's not fully a pick comp, but the potential picks they have with the Zoe, it hasn't gotten much value. And you can see there's some vision here to the north of the Drake pit for KT, but not any really strong deep vision, and not threatening anything with it. So it was one of those scenarios where, you know, you could wonder, is the Umbral Glaive actually the best pick for Senna in this case? Because usually it very much is, and you're playing a little bit more of an oppressive game, but this time around you're playing it with Corki and R, and kind of awkward. He is building tier, so nearly finished, so transitioning to a little bit more damage.
Yeah. Some mortality, some Muramana action to eventually come through. Not bad.
One day we'll get a real 5v5 fight. But just for now, we'll watch Life out in No Man's Land. He's not running to his teammates. Like, he is really alone out here.
That was a good angle he took there, but the engage comes in, and Cuz is like, I don't do anything. And guess what? You got subjugated again.
Subjugate the Sejuani encore.
Subjugate the Sejuani. And now, with no support, and a bit of a lack of engage.
They've got the zoning trouble bubble.
Oh, Rascal has no Gnar bar. And it is very early. So you see they are potentially looking for the turn. Dub is going to try to go in here. A very nice pillar comes in. That's going to secure the kill because they can turn back onto this. But now Rascal, he's got this Mega Gnar now. Finally comes through and the package is big. Kill is left to die and they get the Baron. It's actually so perfect. We're still here on the roller coaster. Closer, he's got a flash. So he's considering going back in. He's just going to use that one for safety. Live Sandbox, you have a Baron. You don't need to fight. It's okay. You can just back. You can just take the objective. But I thought the Infernal Drake, they will continue.
There were a lot of words you could have used to describe what happened, but you said that was so perfect. And you know, I mean, for Live Sandbox, they get what they want.
It was so imperfectly perfect.
Dove here.
Yeah, he's the bait this time, as his team will just rush down the objective, and it's actually going to happen. Oh, there it is. Okay. He does get his smite, and this time the flash root from the Senna. Not quite going to work out. As the Gnar comes in, the Sejuani Frozen Glacier comes in. Is anybody else going to die? I don't think so. Maybe Croco. He looks like he's going to be the sacrifice, actually. Oh, he gets back to the Tom Kench. No Devour, though. As now Kale is the front line alongside of the Zoe, and nobody's going to die. You got to be kidding me.
Well, the crucial thing here is that Live Sandbox are able to, with Dub's sacrifice, take Infernal Soul Point. So going back to this fight, notice there's a big split between Live Sandbox, because Croco's like, no, we are going to secure the streak. And the rest of the team is like, no, we're turning. And Croco's like, well, I'm going to hold this. And as a result, you know, Rascal is getting dangerously close to the ability to actually crush this fight. Don't really agree with Arya's package angle here, because he definitely could have actually helped secure that Baron as well as get those low health members. They didn't have a ton of vision there, as you can see, but yeah, it was messy. It was it's definitely not perfect, but I liked how you put it there. As Dove goes immune for just long enough for this Infernal Soul to go down with the help of aiming over the wall, because they don't have a jungler on this to smite it away. And then like, do we really need to break this down? Rascal's like, let me push them away from us so that I can survive.
Oh, the subjugate nearly got Rascal, actually.
So close.
Yeah, he was ticking down.
And then Croco actually gets away. Meanwhile, bottom side.
Okay, we have a, yeah, there we go. Getting in on this one. So that bubble was pretty cool. But yeah, now with Baron and Zoe, it's, you know, once again, say very strong siege comp. You've got Pillars, you've got Aphelios with the Tom Kench, and you have a Zoe. So with Baron, you're feeling really nice here on the siege. Another fantastic Pillar comes in. Look at this. They can't make it through the Pillar.
Yeah, and even if they could, like, they're walking into Zoe poke. There's a sleep on the Corki. Arya's got to be so careful. If there's follow-up there, he dies here. So no vision is such a frustrating thing to play against as KT. They need to get vision control ASAP. Taking the Baron would have allowed that, but they lost control there. Now they've lost control against Soul Point. 2.5 minutes until Live Sandbox will get an extremely valuable Drake that, you know, will probably not amount to any inhibitors or anything like that, but it's basically like, all right, now I have the buff, and we're going to have 6 minutes of time that we're going to hit the Elder, because Live Sandbox are itemized to where, like, we have Gwen's online. She's got her Zonias. Okay, she's very difficult to kill. Is going to do a ton of damage. Croco building towards some magic resistance here, so he can actually be a little bit more of a utility pick here. Zoe looking for Void Staff, nearly completed. So, like, Live Sandbox, if they get this Infernal Soul, it's really difficult for KT to win this outside of Rascal having some sort of miracle engage or just positional errors, right? Because Arya is behind in this game. Like, he's 2-0-2, but he's not ahead of the curve with a comp that can force poke because he doesn't have vision. Like, even if he has 2 kills in these items, if he can't hit rockets, it doesn't matter if he technically has more CS or more kills than Closer. I actually don't think he has more CS, but it's a situation where KT can't use their comp correctly without some modicum of control, and they won't be able to get it in time for this Infernal Soul fight. Look at all the control wards set up here for Live Sandbox, meanwhile, to block them out.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. Just continue setting up the vision, allowing Prince and Closer to do their jobs. You see Rascal, he's kind of hiding here with this Mega Gnar. He should be able to get another one by the time this Infernal Drake does spawn. Very important timing, obviously. He's got Teleport, as well as Arya does have Teleport.
Live Sandbox have those control wards set up, right? One over here on the left entry point to the Drake. There's one on the Tri-Brush. There's one there for KT as well, but KT's wards here don't matter if they don't have positional advantage. So Live Sandbox have a huge edge here. Gnar in the bottom lane because he's building up the bar, as you mentioned. Croco looking for a pillar.
Yeah, this is what you do. You just try to catch someone with a pillar, and then you go ahead and get the poke. They find aiming alone. Remember, this is, okay, we're just going in. Kale's like, hey man, we're in engage comp now. As here comes the package, and they have funneled into the side here as a huge Gnar goes into the wall, and Rascal going to take big advantage of this. This Live Sandbox still on the fight here. Croco very tanky with the Subjugate. Rascal can't really do enough damage to him. Dove still alive, but still a 5-on-4 here for the side of KT, and that's going to be a very nicely placed big one. As Arya is going to secure a second kill.
You can take the romance out of the draft, but you can't take the romance out of Live Sandbox. They will just walk forward. They will chase. They will flash for a pick onto the Senna, and they will give over their Elder Soul opportunity as a result. And man, when these two teams just run at each other, the Gnar gets so much value because Rascal is not here at the beginning of this fight. He's trying to get his Gnar bar up. He turns it around. He's 2-0-3 on this Gnar. He's like, we're looking for a POG angle as the package comes through.
Okay.
Dove, he's looking at those low health bars. He's ready. Scissors are out.
We're ready to go again. He's running with scissors as in he goes. As the damage from the Gwen is just ginormous, as a really nicely placed knockup is going to come in, but it's not enough. Dove does not commit, but all they wanted to do is stop the Baron. As, again, you know, the Gwen maybe could have just pulled off the 1v3, but, you know, one misplaced needle and you're probably just dead. So better to just stop it. You did not have to fight this.
Croco flashes for pillar, and then at this moment, they probably need to back away. They're in a choke point against package. Kale is like, no, we're not backing away. Arya's like, thank you very much. Not even the greatest package ever.
Okay. We got some fighting here. Oh, mistimed. And hit by the minions. Uh-oh. Dove is going to dash away. Oh, you.
So let me introduce a term for those who haven't watched LCK for a decade that people might not have heard for a while. It was coined in the LCK and is used all across esports now. It's called a clown fiesta. That is what this game is.
Get your clowns out.
I don't know what to say, guys. Baron is up. Can either of these teams get 5 players together and group up on it is the question. Arya has some pushing power, and he is going to get this wave here, so they have some prio. 3.5 minutes to the next Drake, so Baron is the priority. They need to clear that vision. Rascal does not have teleport, so he's going to be very cautious about how deep he goes into a side lane to set for this. As, yeah, Dove is like, wow, you guys really thought you could try this. I'm going to go over here and clean this up. Now, they instantly kill the Aphelios, which normally, in a lot of cases, means you win the fight. And, you know, in this case...
Yeah, I will. They got
they kill the Aphelios.
A 2-for-1. Yeah, value.
Is there ever going to be a moment where we went from never being able to have a fight, and it was the most boring start to this game, to actually never having a moment to breathe because neither of these teams are setting up or playing macro. We're sitting back right now. KT push this wave. There's some vision. Clear some vision. Get that control ward in the Baron pit.
Croco doesn't have flash anymore, so no more flash pillars possible. I think that's actually a boon here for Live Sandbox.
They got the ward with the Umbral Glaive proc over the wall. So we're just going to leave Baron entirely. No, they're going to push this wave.
Yeah.
And Sejuani is going to pick, or sorry, not Sejuani, Senna is going to pick up the red buff.
I'm just happy that at least Rascal's in the side mode.
He's about to have teleport too.
If we were full K-ramming, I think I would have lost my mind. At least there is a modicum of side laning.
So he's got his Narbar, unfortunately a little procced it early, so will not have it if he wants to teleport in this fight now, so he's going to have to retime that. But he went over there, put some pressure on. Red buff picked up from aiming. They have vision control. and we're going to reset to neutral.
Yes. That'll probably be the way it goes for the next minute and a half, as aiming almost died to Baron.
It's okay, almost is...
You can't make this up.
Almost is not, it's not completely dying, Valdez, so he's going to be okay. It's just a flesh wound. But now, KT give up control of vision, so Live Sandbox are like, ooh, so we either get Baron or the Infernal Soul, and we can decide to trade, and all the vision you fought so hard for is just now deleted.
Yeah, there's that one ward that's behind the pit that Dove is actually going to miss with the scanner. But other than that, you're right. I mean, there's a total vision denial here. This is a meta where you can, like, two-man the Baron, as Prince is going to have to be devoured. No, he's just going to stand up to them. Look at that damage into aiming. He's gone! 100 to 0. See you later, Senna. Certainly you wish you had the Tom Kents. He's not going to have it. He goes down.
Can Arya hit some rockets over here on the defensive?
Now Live Sandbox truly have the entire rift to themselves.
Rascal's dead. Like, that was the one teleport flank he could have tried to set up with Narbar with that one ward back there. Arya.
Okay, he's got a very nice buffer on that one.
This should be Baron for Live Sandbox into Drake, but KT tried to push them back, slow them down so they could trade Baron for denying Soul, but that's not really a winning trade. It's a consolation prize, but Cuz is over there. We see the teleport over from Arya. They will lose the Baron.
I think they should have waited for the Infernal. I think they could have just 5v4'd the Infernal. Instead, they're just going to give this away. I think you just take Infernal Soul and deny him from KT, and then you go to Baron. Because I don't think that KT could have just rushed Baron.
I don't think so either, but they did.
I don't know about.
It's gonna be okay. So the Baron is...
Have we hit the apex yet, Wolf?
Not yet, not yet. Believe me, we're still going.
Please get me off of KT's wild ride.
We're still going up before the fall. You know, you're going up the roller coaster. I know you hate roller coasters, so I'm not trying to trigger you. But like, you know, the part where you can't see the top yet, but you know you're getting closer. That's where we're at right now. Which fight was this?
This was where Prince.
Yeah, no, this is the big ult from the Felios.
They try to engage,
and
he's like, nope.
And this leads to a Baron take. And like you said, they could have waited for Infernal Soul, but I don't think it was a terrible choice considering package is up for Corki. And he's going to be able to teleport back in. There's a bug on his teleport on this UI, but obviously he can come back in as he did. But now there's a chance that KT just hold out here because they have a ton of wave clear defensively against the Baron buff. And then get sold themselves. So we are in the 7 Elemental Drake game.
You know, like, I think... Yeah.
My prediction for this series was 2-0 KT, nothing to see here. Like, legitimately, I thought that's what we were going to watch. I could not have been more wrong.
Well, I think the nothing to see here meme certainly at least holds up. The rest of it, not so much. And yeah, I mean, the wave clear's there. Arya is getting it done. Aiming's getting it done. Baron buff is still good with the Zoe and the Aphelios, but the Corki's,
Rascal
is pretty big right now.
Rascal versus Baron is going to get an inner turret in the side lane, so they're going to trade actually during Baron, so this is great for KT. He has teleport, so if he needed to flank, which he could actually, if he had Meganar like actually trap this team, but he'll take an inner for an inner here as the Baron buff ticks away. And yeah, like we've been talking about, the wave clear is insane. He went for Ravenous. He's got 4 items.
Yeah.
And KT are, for the first time in a while, in a position to where they can actually fight for an objective that they could end with. Dove went for Morel and Omicron here. Actually pretty solid item considering the Senna heals. In this particular case, I don't really dislike it. Death Cap almost done here for closer. I'm just trying to set the stakes because this game is going to be decided in that 7th Drake fight.
Yeah, certainly will be. And at this point, I won't accept anything less than 3 games. Yep, this is exactly what I expected. Krako does subjugate though, and he will flash away.
He's got smite. He's gonna, you know.
He's fine.
He's fine. He doesn't even need smite. He's all right.
Just a flesh wound.
Just a flesh wound. Just a quick back to base. It's all no harm, no foul.
Yep.
just trying to look for a little pocket of vision there, you know, try to look for some pick potential for Zoe, and like...
Yeah. And at this point, you know, he actually did have to flash. Because I think if you don't have the pillar and you're... Like, KT could have just grouped as 5 and then maybe just gone for mid turrets and stuff. Like, you would have actually lost a decent amount. And the flash on Trundle is not actually that valuable. I feel like his life is a lot more valuable in this case, even though there wasn't a big objective on the map.
Yeah.
Because there would be a lot of times where you're like, oh, man, just don't flash. But in this case, I think probably would have been a good idea to flash.
Yeah, he would have been back up for objective, but yeah, I agree. I also think that KT needed to continue to try to be vigilant to clear the last of these wards. According
just
to Max,
like Mad Eye
yeah,
Moody.
Mad Eye Moody, but not really, actually. Thanks for that one, Max.
Really on the money.
But they do need to be vigilant in this game of League of Legends for real, and actually, because the setups for closers' sleeps are pretty easy when choke points like this are being set up and they have these control wards. Notice those control wards on this brush here next to Croco, this one that's going to be cleared, and they are going to be vigilant here. Because one sleep onto a carry, and Live Sandbox get this Infernal Soul. One sleep onto Sage 1, we'll find out. Yeah, not good enough.
Yeah, still a nice amount of damage, and you can see the chemistry between these two champions, the Trundle and the Zoe.
Another ward placed here, so another sniper angle here for Closer. Closer's like laying down on top of a hill.
Yeah.
He's got his rifle out. It's one of those big anime rail guns.
Yeah.
And if he hits that onto the main character,
yeah,
it's not a game 3 battle. It's the unhappy ending.
I'm really happy that at least Live Sandbox are not just gonna flip it, right?
Right?
Right. Yeah, you know, they're setting up plays, they're putting down pillars, they're landing the bubbles, right, Live Sandbox? Right?
Just zoning bubbles, Valdez. Rascal's got GA and an R-bar. KT looking for game 3.
KT's looking for the flip now. Closer is going to get just pummeled in that back line. He has nowhere to go. The Infernal Drift was taken. Prince is so important. He has to live. He is the last of their damage. Dove is here too, though. And the two of them are actually just going to take everybody down. Dove will pick up that kill at the end onto the Gnar, and just like that, with the Infernal Soul, it was enough. The Devour was huge. It keeps Prince alive.
Massive Devour. Prince does so much damage in this fight. Off the back of the Infernal Soul, which is taken mid-fight. Those start to proc, and we will not get the true ending to KT versus Live Sandbox.
Oh, man.
Didn't finish all the side quests. It's just going to be a 2-0 tonight.
It's just the basic ending.
You'll have to watch the true one on YouTube, because you're definitely not replaying this game. Aiming is pushed back, and he will be taken out. And Live Sandbox, a hard-fought 2-0. It was not clean. It was not easy. But a big upset win for them tonight. First game against all odds, where they were backs against the wall, against the better composition. Game 2, they altered the composition. Finally, we saw a little bit more depth to this roster. And yeah, it was usually Ice who was playing the Aphelios. Last season for this squad, they put Prince on it. He carried when he was given the opportunities to. Closer. Trouble Bubble's not amazing later on. Paddle Star's not amazing. I think this game was as crazy and messy as it was because it was so high stakes and there was so much pressure and both teams were so nervous. But at the end of the day, you could see how much the Zoe comfort helped him in lane. He pushed Arya to the brink.
Yeah.
And overall, Live Sandbox, when they're playing champions they're familiar with and they look a lot better.
Absolutely. You know, memes aside, they get this 2-0. It wasn't clean, but they showed a different side of themselves. I think it's a successful series overall. I would agree with you, Wolf.
Who's POG, though, is the real question. Like, I have to make
probably
a choice.
Closer. I mean, even though he kind of got boomed at the end in that last fight, I still think that. Because it's certainly not Kale.
Yeah.
after he engaged into the enemy jungle by himself. It's not him, unfortunately.
I thought about a Croco pick, too, because I thought he had some really nice pillars. He had some less nice pillars, you know, towards the later parts.
Sure,
but
yeah.
it was one of those games where no matter which POG you vote for, someone's going to point fingers and laugh because there was a mistake on all 10 players' parts, several in this game, and came down to the wire, came down to that 7th Elemental Drake fight, and I mean, you and I made a lot of jokes this game. We messed around because it was so unclean, it was so unrefined, but sometimes when you get to a tense game of League of Legends like this, where both these teams need this win so badly, they're both 1-2, they're both on the edge of playoffs potentially, and this is one of the quote-unquote easier opponents they both have to face. You get these tense and crazy games where not everything is perfect, and the drafts are rough around the edges, and it's not the cleanest League of Legends ever. It's not a Damwon Kia versus T1, you know, and Prince and crew take the win in the end here, and
yeah,
for Lift Sandbox tonight, that's all that matters. They're not going to be looking back at this tape thinking, oh man, look at what we did right here. They're going to be going, okay, well, we luckily took the win here. Let's try to improve.
I hope so.
Let's try to improve for next time.
I hope so. I hope they can take a lot away from this series and say, okay, like what went right? Let's see if we can replicate that in the next series. You know, I think you got to take something from this regardless of, you know, could have been a much cleaner game. We all know that. It was a lot of fun. I was actually hoping for a Game 3. I thought it would have been, you know, another really fun game like this, very action-packed. You know, sometimes the clean games aren't the most fun. Sometimes these are, you need to get down and dirty sometimes.
Well, you should have done that side quest for Rascal's father where you deliver the parcel to Busan.
Yeah. I forgot the pumpkins.
And then you had to trade a pumpkin for some kimchi, and then...
I forgot to slay like 17 skeletons. Yeah, it just wasn't...
If you kill enough Mogis in your apartment, also then like, then we actually get Game 3. It's all on Valdez, guys. He just didn't do the side quest. Didn't do the side quest for Rascal's dad, and that's where we're at. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe next time. I'll work on it. I you know, talking about the draft again, I mean, Tomcat is actually insane. Like, the amount that this offers to a team. Like, I'm not even just talking about this game and, you know, the fact that, of course, it was a messy game and, you know, Devours are going to go up in value because of that. Just like the fact that they can't engage on Prince here. And they're like, oh, well, he has Devour. Well, I guess this was a mistake. We're just going to lose 2 people. Like, he just has way too much in this kit, I think. The extra 150 on the Devour shield, not necessary at level 6. I don't know if that needs to be our big takeaway from the series. Absolutely not. I want to see how Rocco smites this first.
So we need to see that. Because Rascal, you know, we see the double Gnar here.
It's like 1,200.
Yeah, it was...
That's not impossible.
A lot of burst damage coming in on it. Yeah. But, like, it looks like Rascal might be able to turn this, but they're just not able to kill Prince. And, like, while they're all trying to dive on him, Rocco's doing a lot of damage. Even Kayla's doing a lot of damage. It was messy, man.
It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah,
take a look at the gold graph.
Yeah, that's a finger that's pointing like straight down. Is what it looks like.
That was the
getting off the ride.
Yeah, we got off the ride. It happens. The Sandbox took us off. KT Rollsters. Magical mystery ride. And one thing I can guarantee is that Hirai is even more pissed after that game.
Yeah,
I
just do want to say, guys, like, it was a fun ride. I think our cast kind of personified like how we felt about that game. But my biggest takeaway before we throw the desk is like both of these teams have a lot of improvement to do if they want to make the playoffs run. And I think that's what we have to say here for them at the end of week 2 for the first game.
That's not going to work if you get 6th, then you're playing up against the 3rd place team. So we'll have to wait and see. It's still early in summer. Let's throw it over to the desk and hear what they have to say.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome everyone to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. We have...
So good! That was amazing!
I loved it. I had some different adjectives. Let's have a look at the draft to start this one off. And the first thing I want to talk about is Closer getting his Zoe, and we get to see him do some pretty cool stuff on that, mostly at the beginning of the game. 30 CS lead, not too bad.
Yeah, that was before he tried to get the turret. It didn't live with 3 HP, and as you noticed, as the caster slowly devolved and dissolved into madness, so did we. But professional League of Legends at times is not representative of what you have in solo queue, so every now and then you need a game that truly feels like your average solo queue game where everyone's trying and no one really knows what's going on, but it's working. In terms of drafts, the draft from KT last time around and a much more clear identity. This one is a bit more versatile, but it also means that the core key isn't as augmented, which we saw kind of be a problem, like the poke was not as influential. And please ban Kanj. The champion is actually broken. Prince could play the way that he did exclusively because of KL having Devour. Like, on this patch, it's just too strong. There are too many AD carries that it synergizes with. Just get rid of it.
Yep. Don't even. We have to bench the Kench. We definitely have to bench the Kench.
We do.
Let's get into our first highlight though, which is more of an exploratory journey throughout Summoner's Rift.
It's an excursion.
It absolutely is. I don't even really know, Chronicler.
We don't really, we can't possibly understand yet what is going on here because we lack the knowledge of the norms. As Croco goes in, and then he dies. And that's the start of our journey, and we don't really know how to make sense of it. And then it got even weirder after that because there was also, because I don't do just dunking on Croco, of course.
Yep.
A closer barely surviving, and a world of wonderful dodges, and that's when the game went off the rails and on the roller coaster.
Yes, and we were traipsing through the jungle. Thank you very much to Songhyun for that one, giving us some of the great music as we explored through the minds and hearts of a live sandbox in their natural habitat, which is complete and utter chaos. We were celebrating when Croco lost his flash because then he couldn't int anymore.
Yeah, he had to play much more respectful.
Yeah, let's have a look at our next traipse towards the jungles of Summoner's Rift.
And we really try to canister and highlight the madness of this game. Prince also unironically playing an extremely clean game. Just note some of the people that stay alive here that really shouldn't. And that is a consistent theme of this game. It's, you think at this point, you're like, okay, Croco is dead, so what can they get? No, Croco has Baron buffs, so the minions and his team keeps him safe. There is no way to take him down. And it's just, there's nothing to do here, right, for KT, because the Baron is already gone.
Yeah.
There is no possibility for them to get any punish. And if you get the kills, then at least you can turn the tempo, but they can't. They're not actually able to do so. And then the rest of the game just devolves into more pure shenanigans.
Yeah, they made it to the safety of their turret. They made it back to the base camp successfully, did Live Sandbox. And I want to have a conversation about player of the game because it's a difficult call this time around. I know that Wolf was also struggling with this just a little bit when it came to working out who to give it to because there were ups and downs, most definitely, for everyone on Live Sandbox in this game.
There was the Devour button. There was, in addition, there was Croco, who would have been my vote if not for his usage of the aggressive Summoner Flash.
Well, let's have a look at who it's going to be. Let's roll that dice and bring him up onto your screen. It is going to be Prince, the man with a Devour behind him who felt like nothing in the universe could touch him. And he was right.
He was right. Prince showcasing again that in these type of games, and as much fun as we make of them, I do truly love these type of games. I think you can't only have clean, good League of Legends gameplay. You have need something to offset it. And in those moments, we've seen this in past splits as well. Prince has brought back a clutch factor to Live Sandbox that they have not had for the entirety of spring. Right? Like, he provided it previously with his Azraels, with his Samiras, and it's back at this point, and it's so incredibly important for this team that with Dove still looking pretty lackluster, and especially when augmented by a Kens, as is the case here, is just way too much. This is the dream scenario for Aphelios. We have like a Viego and a Sejuani on top of you. Who cares? Can do it all.
Doesn't matter. 11 out of 13, a couple going over to closer as well, and I think that was kind of the toss-up. Being serious in this game is, yeah, closer did have some decent early game bubbles, was then baited by a turret and proceeded to kind of evaporate just a little bit as far as making those big plays. But his laning phase was absolutely fantastic, so I kind of appreciate it.
I like it. I think Closer had a good game as well. And really, another player that seems to be doing better when he's on a pick that he really likes. It's been Silas, but the Zoe's still clearly within the realm of champions that he likes to play. And it wasn't a classic Live Sandbox. They played it that way, but it was a little bit of diversification.
Yeah,
I applaud that.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think you made a really nice comparison, which was to Fly, who is definitely a mastery player himself. And when he does get the champions he's very good at, he's very, very good. And let's have a conversation with Croco and Prince after their victory. So here's Jisung for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by Prince and Croco. Congratulations, guys. This was a match between the 2 win, 2 loss teams, and you guys are able to secure that win to end your losing streak. How do you feel? I think today we had a rough game, but in the end we got the victory, so it feels great. Indeed. What about you, Prince? How are you feeling? You had an epic fight in the end. I was not feeling well today, so I was a little bit concerned. However, I think all 5 players were having a lot of rough times, so I want to say GG to all the 5 players on my team who worked so hard for this victory. I'm so glad you guys are able to push through and secure this win. I want to ask you about today's kind of concept or theme of your draft in general. You guys were not drafting around the meta picks, you guys were more of taking all the comfort picks of the 5 players. I think KT could have also countered your comp. So what was your theme of Leap Sandbox kind of draft and strategy today? Game number 1, we obviously went for the comfort picks where we had a lot of success in scrims. We actually were considering different picks for the second phase, and then we just ended up just picking Kai'Sa because that's what we were doing well in the practice. And game 2 as well, we were going with the comfort picks. And you guys just mentioned that today's series was very tough. And indeed, game number 1, KT Roaster even had the soul, but you guys managed to turn the game around. What was the turning point for Leap Sandbox? I thought we really had to team fight really well, and also the process of getting there was really bad, so I think we really have to work hard in order to get rid of all the mistakes we showcased today. Then did you guys have some feedback about being less decisive in game number 1? We were talking more about we really need to calm down, you know? Then Croco, what was the turning point? Or Prince, what was the turning point for game number 1? Obviously, Dov showing his full power in the end. That was the key point. Moving on, in game 2, KT Roaster pulled out Senna Sejuani bottom duo. Was that something you guys could predict? We had the information that KT does prefer Senna a lot. So because of that, we actually wanted to focus on the picks that we are going to play, not the opponent's picks. And I guess Aphelios was one of them. This is not a meta pick, but I guess you still had the confidence to, you know, bring the victory. Yeah, I've been feeling really confident recently, and that was what I wanted to play, and that was what my teammates were also trusting. And you also got a cool hairstyle, just like Aphelios. In game 2, we had 7 elemental drakes. Did you expect this much of a close game against KT Roaster? I was not aware that this was a 7 Drake game, because before coming into the venue, we thought we are having a favor over KT Roaster, but because we made a lot of mistakes, the game got so extended, which means we have to improve. However, in the end, Prince, you are popping off surviving forever. How did you feel at that moment? What did the players say? I mean, we were having a rough time. However, Prince did a great job, but it's a bummer that we were not able to react to this outplay at the moment. So Kyle was doing his best to put me in the right situation to put damage. And I was just doing what I was supposed to do when I play Aphelios. I think today Dove on top and also Krakow playing so well, and there's so much pressure, and also Closer doing a great job on the mid lane. I think bottom duo just have to, you know, do better. Your next opponent is DRX, a team on a 3-match winning streak. I think we... Well, against Tamankia, Genji, T1, we realized that, yeah, they are indeed a very tough opponents, but at the same time, we are able to get more confident throughout that tough run. So I think this is going to be the start of our winning streak. And Krakow, I saw your mom sitting in the Lowell Park venue watching you play. Any message over to your mother? I don't know where she's sitting at, but I'm happy that she came, and thanks to that I was able to win. So I hope she enjoyed. Thank you. You could see a huge smile under the mask supporting Krakow. And last message over to the fans. After a tough schedule, we were able to secure a victory in a must-watch series, a must-win series, and I'm happy that we won, and we'll be able to do a fan meet after. I'll see you guys there. And this will be the end of the interview from Prince Krakow, and I'm gonna pass it back to our analyst Carpet Space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation. Absolutely adorable that Krakow's mum's here to support him as well in Lowell Park. Very, very cute stuff, and definitely hoping that we see some better performances out of Live Sandbox. It might just be their road to the left-hand side of the bracket. Speaking of the bracket, let's have a look at the standings here and see how today has closed things out. And they, in fact, do move up there. So, 5th place for Live Sandbox, 0 points, equality.
Best believe, I don't believe, because I can't. It's too much stress for me. But Live Sandbox here show again that as much as we joke about them being a romantic team, the reality is within the LCK that a night of subpar focus or little bit squeaky drafts can immediately lead to you getting beaten by a team which on paper should be weaker. And it's something that I expect to continue, especially on the bottom half. Don't think that T1, Genji, DRX, scratch that, T1, Genji, Damwon, Kia randomly are going to drop games to lower tier teams. Would be very on point for DRX, yes. Actually.
May happen tomorrow.
Yeah, it might. But overall, those other teams, that's where we're going to see a lot of bloodbaths.
Yeah, and let's have a look at what tomorrow's matches are going to be. Humble Life Esports taking on Nongshim Red Force. These two teams, both of them struggling a little bit in the first couple of weeks here of summer 2022, and then DRX taking on Kwangdong Freaks, and that is the match that you were referring to. As DRX have not dropped a series yet, but they look very shaky in their games so far this week, and we'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks can utilize that and try and take a victory. But that is going to be for tomorrow. So for tonight, we will bid you good night. Bye-bye.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. dumb